Viable. And you've seen the reverse happen with the offshoring of much of our manufacturing base, with a society that quite frankly doesn't value young men. When we talk about problems, people of color or women, we see it as a systemic societal problem. When we see problems or the...
Whew. Hey guys, and welcome to Little Black But 91. We're talking to you guys quickly about, I say quickly, but it's going to be probably a long one. Talking to you guys about the crisis at the moment. Apparently there's a crisis. Yeah, there's too many single young men out there. Okay, 6 out of 10 apparently are single, cuz single. Okay, and so we want to have a quick discussion around this because I think it's very important. I think men do need to hear this conversation. This is more for men than it is for women, but I'm sure women would love to hear some of the thoughts that are going on at the moment. But I came across, obviously, this video on CNN, and obviously I came across an article. I'll read the article as well, which kind of references what they're talking about in this particular video. Men in this generation and the younger men between the ages of 18 and 29, they're in crisis. Well, specifically in America anyway, they're in crisis. And they're in crisis because economically, emotionally, and relationally, how they're suffering, right? And because of the market shift in terms of how women have entered the workspace, not because women are bad workers or anything, because women are enter the workspace, because women now can earn their own money. They are looking for compatible males, and the males are falling out of favor. Well, I mean, if you don't need money, and the males that you're encountering don't tend to be very emotionally intelligent, there is no need for them, it seems. So, you know, the pool of men shrinks, and what you find is these men tend to be single. And so there's a big conversation going on at the moment. But this video, it breaks it down in a really important way, because it talks about some of the improvements that men need to make, as well as some of the things that are going on in the market at the moment, and why we're seeing things the way we're seeing them at this current crop in time. You already know with me, like, I understand that men go through some hardships, but I told y'all, listen, you've got to make it work. This market, you've got to somehow find your way and make it work. Like my dad always says to me, you can't come and die. You understand what I'm saying? But let's watch this video and break down some really key things that are happening. But if you're new to the channel, do me a massive favor, like it, share, subscribe, click on the bell button for notification of the uploads. And for those of you who are returnees, we know what it is, baby, you got the mirrors. Let's talk about what's going on in the market at the moment. All right, cool.
The stats that you just mentioned, we see it as accountability, or the men just need to level up. But married households and household formation are better citizens. They vote, they save at twice the rate, they're less likely to commit crimes, and we have fewer and fewer viable men. We have a dearth of economically and emotionally viable men. But the middle class is an accident. Unless you invest in it, it doesn't happen. Eisenhower decided to invest $500 billion in a national highway project that created tons of jobs. We have, and by the way, the tax rate back then was 91%. We raised money and we redistributed in social programs that made young people more economically viable.
And then, Scott, you toss in the influence of social media and how relationships today, they don't come from in our era, happenstance and mingling, right? They come from swiping, and that.
Now, this point he's about to get onto is really key as well. I think this point he's about to get onto is a really powerful point, because what he starts talking about is the social media influence and how that has played a part in relationship forming. Now, for me personally, coming from a generation where, you know, social media was just being introduced into our life, it's completely different to some of these kids' experience. I can be honest with you, because we were still going out, we were still mingling, we were going, you know, summer holidays was the fun time. You remember in school, you go out on summer holidays, you go out, meet people, and of course I'm talking about when we're very, very young. You go out, you meet people, right? And you interact and you learn, and you're very tactile when it comes to the opposite sex because you're physically interacting. And then obviously social media got introduced to us, and in some form we had MSN, Messenger, right? MSN, and that was an added construct to our communication. So you'd have that, you know, you'd have that communication with the opposite sex, but then you'd go outside, you meet each other, you have laugh, you have jokes and everything like that. You know, there was a lot of still interaction that was happening in our early young days, which allows you to develop a social skills, right? You weren't a hermit because you got to still spend time with people out and about. The reality is social media only enhances what happens in society. What I mean by that is it places a torch on areas of society that oftentimes wouldn't have been highlighted, but you knew was there. Because when we were younger and in school, you have popular people, you have pretty gal, pretty man. You understand? The fast runners, the fighters, the sportsmen. You know, you have all of that in your populace of your school, and you weren't always privy to being in those circles. But the reality is, you had your little, you had physical interactions with people. You know, and now what we're seeing in this modern day and age is many of people being hindered by the lack of interaction physically that happens. I was speaking about this years ago, that the devil is on the prowl, but he's in the prowl on the gaming side. I said, why is it so many game consoles are coming with one controller? Why is it the game consoles are coming, you have to buy an extra controller? Why is it the game consoles are coming all online? Why is it game consoles are now making it one-player games instead of the multiplayer aspect of games? Back in the day, we'd play Xbox or play PlayStation, and would have multiple people around your house playing the game. That was a form of interaction, right? Now you got kids sitting behind a TV screen talking to their friends on the other side of the internet, all right, or around the world from behind their screen. No physical interactions. This is playing a huge part in how we actually interact with one another. You already know Nintendo was a legend. I had an N64. I would go around to my cousins. We'd play N64. I'd bring my controllers. We'd have 4 controllers we'd play, right? And we'd play Mario Kart and Super Mario Bros. And all these kind of things, right? And it'd all be an interaction. But now games are all done online. You know, we're going to play online, and I'll see you online. And the problem with that is that, again, you're not physically interacting. Although you're having a conversation, that physical interaction is being lost. Learning how to be in each other's presence it is vital, especially for us as men. It's absolutely vital. Okay, let's listen a bit more to what they're saying as well.
Further accelerates this issue. Am I right?
Oh, it's been the chaser to it. I mean, to have an honest conversation about this, we have to be honest, and that is that men and women have different mating criteria. One quarter of men saying economic viability is a key criteria in a mate. 3/4 of women say that is important. And when you're on a 2-dimensional format, where now it's 1 and 2 relationships begin online, it used to be 1 and 4 just a few years ago. It gets distilled down to a small number of criteria. Specifically for men, it's does she look attractive? And specifically for men, is he able to signal his ability to garner resources in the future? An average attractive male on Tinder gets swiped less than 1% of the time. And there's 3 men on Tinder for every 1 woman. So you've distilled it.
Okay, so clearly, clearly there's an interaction issue here. Hey, cheeky bro, if you got time, you can come up, bro. If you got time, you can come up. You know, I think clearly there's an issue here with the way that we interact, and let me, I won't say issue. Let me rescope back and say not necessarily issue. I'd rather say that right now what we're seeing is that the choosing, people are becoming more and more picky and more choosy with their choices. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, what's happening is, like he explained, that men are being swiped on less. Now the reality is this: social media gives everybody the appearance of options. The reality is you haven't got that many options. But it looks like you got that many options because you're on social media. How many of these actually convert into an actual lead? In business, we would say, well, okay, you got how many leads, but how many of them actually are worthy of have actually been turned into an actual sale, right? So a lot of time people have a lot of leads, but not a lot of sales. Now, leads are good because it means, okay, you're at least getting them in the door, but are you getting the sales? And I think what you're seeing on these dating apps is that people are now picking and choosing based on their obviously physical aspect in terms of how they look. But the reality is that's not how choosing only happens. There has to be some aspect and form of interaction. And what we're seeing now also is that, you know what, you can see someone online and their profile online and hear them speak online, but you don't know their actual energy until you meet them. And sometimes the energy actually throws you off, or sometimes the energy throws you on, puts you in it like, oh, I like your energy, like in person, like, you know what I mean? Like your energy is calm. You see what I'm saying? So sometimes what we see is that we need to have those physical interactions because it changes our scope and our mindset in these aspects. So yeah, it's interesting to kind of see this part going forward as well, what he's describing. Let's have a little bit more.
Taken out one of the key components of mating dynamics, and that is vibe, humor, body language, pheromones, the ability to be, quite frankly, a little bit persistent in the pursuit of a romantic relationship. We have no third places anymore, no places to meet. People aren't going to bars, they aren't sports league, they aren't going to church, they aren't even going to work. So it gets distilled down to very one or two dimensional attributes. And the reality is women are much choosier than men, and they can apply those screens and they allocate all of their attention to a small number of men that results.
Oh, baby. Sounds like the Manosphere's got this stuff right? Sounds like this Manosphere's got this stuff right. Okay, so what they're discussing here is so important and so critical. So what they're discussing is so critical, and I'll tell you why it's critical. Because when you look at what's happening, what he describes here, right? He's talking about how women can be more choosy, right? They've always been that way. But now there's an abundance of choice. And when there's an abundance of choice, you're choosing the best, right? You have to choose the best. Women can't settle in this instance no more, right? That's the reality. They will, yes, they will choose a hot guy first if they get the chance, which is not a problem. The problem lies when we're not discerning of those people. And the issue with social media dating, or should we say online app dating, is you're going to keep choosing the same type of guys because you have a certain particular vibe or look that you want. You know what I mean? So it's interesting to see how this plays out, because I think more now than ever, this goes in alignment with what, quote unquote, the Manosphere was saying when it comes to women choosing the top 20%. Well, if you're on an app and you see a type of beauty a type of good looking guy that you like, per se, there is going to be an aspect of choosing particularly the same type of good looking kind of guys, right? But when you're in person, it's different. And the reason why I say in person is different because someone's swag, someone's energy, someone's vibe, the way they talk, the way they move, how they heralded in physical interactions, who they roll with, who you see them with. Like when you were out and about, you might see someone and the way they dress, you're like, ooh, who's that? No, who's that, brother? No, brother, who is that, cuz? But sometimes that's not always translatable online. That's not sometimes translatable on the screen. And so and this is both for both men and women, actually, by the way, as well, right? Because it's 60% of men are the one we're having an issue with. The understanding that, listen, when you see someone online and they've got all their baddie photos looking on their profile, but that's not how they actually move in real life. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's not how they move in real life. So you get an impression based upon their profile. And I said to a friend who was talking, and I said to her, if you look at your profile, you're given bougie. I just said to her, I love you, but I'm just gonna be honest with you. Your profile is giving bougie. Now, when I talk to you, not necessarily that kind of energy that I get, but your profile and the way it's laid out, it's giving bougie. It's giving, you can't talk to me unless you earn a certain amount of money. It is what it is. So sometimes the dating online, then it translates to going to date in person. It can be tough, man. It can be tough. You know what I mean? It can be real tough. And so translating your personality, your and your ethos and what you're about, and that is actually a marketing job. And that's the difficulty we're facing in 2023 right now between men and women, but the men are suffering the most. It's a marketing job. The difficulty behind online dating in 2023 is men aren't great marketers, because you have to market who you are and what you're about and display it in a particular way so that when you do have this conversation, the idea is already being imprinted. That's difficult. That's difficult. You know, it's not so easy.
And just essentially at the end of the day, a lack of opportunities. Chris Williams summarized it perfectly. He called it the high heels effect. In the last 40 years, more women have graduated from college than men, and they're not interested in mating with non-college grads. They now own more homes, single women, than single men. So what you have is women say they won't date anyone shorter than them, 50% of them. Effectively, what you have metaphorically over the last 40 years is women have been getting taller and taller, and men have been getting shorter and shorter. How many of us have said, I know a ton of great single women, they can't find a date? That's not true. They can't find a date. They can't find a man they find economically or emotionally viable. If we don't make a massive investment in young people and make economically and emotionally viable men, we're going to see a lack of household formation. We're going to see a decline in the middle class. And we're going to see, quite frankly, just a lot of young men who are terrible citizens.
Woo, Chile. Where did he go with that? Listen, he took it to the good side that I like. He said, listen, look, let me be real with you. Let me not play with you. Okay. Let me be real with you and let me not play with you. This situation, if we don't invest economically and what? Emotionally. I keep saying this is what's really important. Okay. That if the men don't invest themselves emotionally, they're going to have a problem. If the men do not invest in themselves emotionally, you're going to have a problem. I've mentioned this before, that leadership cannot be solely based upon your financial background. Women now have money, so they're no longer just choosing you because you have money. Beforehand, it was. No, don't get it twisted. Money's still one of the biggest precursors. But I'm saying that they're no longer choosing based on, oh, well, you know what? I'll just brim it, embrace it. He makes money. I'll just live with him. The reality is, no, they're looking also for those who are emotionally intelligent, and who are relatable, who's aligning with them, who's aligning with their vision and how they see their life to be. No longer gone are the days where the bare minimum can be done. And I say bare minimum in terms of just, sorry, not bare, I shouldn't say bare minimum, but it's bare minimum nowadays, right? In terms of just being a provider financially. It's not enough. It's not enough. I keep telling you guys, it's not enough. It's not enough. You will be single for days. I told you this. You'll be single for days, man, them, if you do not improve your emotional aspects of yourself. Right? Now, there will always be women that will choose badly, but your relationships won't last long. And that's the reality. There will always be women who choose badly, and you know what? But your relationships won't last long. So the whole reality is, if you want someone that is good for you, that someone that's going to be longer lasting, you're going to have to work on the essential skills. How do I relate to people? How do I invest in myself? You know, and make sure that, number one, you know, I'm a good person. And how do I know the difference between assertiveness and aggression? You know, am I learning about my triggers and my trauma and my communication styles? You know, am I learning to be intentional with the way that I date? Okay. All right. So, you know, there's questions after question after question for the men specifically, because we're the ones losing. Okay. So there needs to be an education, not only in the finance, but in the emotional aspects. You know, so once those men improve on those lines, you'll start to realize that you'll have more options on the table. the problem the problem that we're having at the moment is that now, like I said, women go on, and let me tell you something. It's not only the swiping that's an issue. It's that even when they go on these dates, some of the horror stories that I hear, oh my God. Now, I'm not saying that the women ain't bad, but I'm saying that some of you, you don't know how to communicate. And you're forgetting that we're no longer in a season anymore where bare minimum conversation and bottom tier conversation are going to be accepted. Number two, also at the same time, I would disagree that, Kai. I think the men are holding each other accountable. The good men are. The reality is the bad ones are not holding themselves accountable. That's the reality. The good men are always holding other good men accountable. I keep saying this: good men hang around with good men. That's the biggest problem we have with men. Good men hang around with good men. We just don't be around everybody. And men also have very smaller circles than women. I believe that men have smaller circles than women. Men don't tend to have huge circles. Women tend to have larger friendship circles where they have different components of their relationships. With men, when you get older, one man, two man, that's all we need. We don't need a whole bunch of a group. You know? Bro, Links, come up, bro. Come up, bro, and have your say, bro. Come up, Links. Come up and have your say. But good men do hold other men accountable, I promise you. But the problem is, like I said again, is that the other section of guys, they have no emotional intelligence, and they're financially suffering, and they haven't been invested in. And when they're not invested in and not financially stable, they are bigger problems in our community. And that's the biggest issue. You know what I mean? What we're trying to produce more content so we can talk to these type of men and get them away from the other side. Because what this guy's about to describe is what you see on the manosphere sometimes, and the red pill side.
So is the answer to fix this economically, and who will champion this conversation? You felt obliged to compliment me at the outset because we had engaged on this a year ago, and here I am revisiting it. And I read into that the fact that you think that it's politically incorrect even to have this dialogue.
When you're seen as advocating for men because of the 300,000-year head start we've had, it seems somehow it's anti-female. There's a lot of very unfortunate misogyny online that is masquerading as being pro-men. A lot of TikTok celebrities who talk about advocating for men, it's just thinly veiled misogyny. What do we need? We need more freshman seats in colleges. We need them.
Did you hear what he said there? And this is very important. What he said was that some of these pro-men things are just thinly veiled misogyny. And that is the reality of what we're facing. The problem with some of the pro-men movements is not that it's pro-men, it's a fact that it's problematic. Right? Problematic. That is the biggest issue you're facing going forward, is that a lot of these pro-man spaces are not about really pro-men. They're about misogyny, which is not even misogyny. I'd say, let me give a better word to describe what's happening. It's about control, rather than actually being about how best to equip ourselves to actually growing. That's the issue we're having. Some of these pro-men spaces are all about how do we control the women now, because they're now out of control, rather than being about, bro, listen, for me, I need to improve myself so that I actually can have a better relationship, knowing that in a relationship, it's not about control. It's not about dominance. It's not about dominating. And I think that's the key part. That's the key part we're missing with these pro-men spaces, some of these pro-men spaces. You know, and so the growth is not happening in those spaces because it's going back to the 1900s. You want women to go back to the spaces where they didn't they didn't necessarily talk or have any say or have any power. We're no longer in those days. The Pandora's box is open. Sir, you need to work on your skills, and you need to work on your relational abilities, and you need to work on your ability to be able to partner with a woman as well in 2023. And that means not her shutting up and keeping quiet, not her just being a mute next to you, but actually somebody who's a contributing individual in your relationships. And that's how it's always been. Healthy marriages have always had women contributing towards relationships. Now, of course, if a woman is not great in relationship, let's not choose her. You know what I mean? Like that's real. Okay. You know, that's a good question, Bloopy. There's some good questions I'm going to answer as well. I see some of the questions you guys are bringing in, so I'm gonna I definitely want to answer that as well. Let's listen to that last part of what he talks about, because I think it's key.
Massive investment in vocational training. We need to figure out a way to get more permitting for housing so young people can afford housing. We need to recognize our economic policies, literally allocate wealth from young people to old people. The percentage of wealth that young people control under the age of 40 has been cut from 12% to 6%. These are concerted, deliberate decisions. We did away with the child tax credit. We don't want to make it any easier for people to have kids, but seniors just got their largest cost of living adjustment increase in history. We have made the decision to make it harder and more expensive for people to find each other, for people to mate, and for people to have children. And without children, we turn into Japan and Italy, and that is we go into population decline, and our economy goes into decline. We are about to become a society by the turn of the century. There will be 8 times as many people over the age of 60 and half as many kids under the age of 5. Nursery schools will become these strange situations with old people staring through fences at these creatures they don't see in the wild called children. Is this the world we want? Do we want a lack of kids? Do we want a lack of ability to create households? The happiest, most prosperous, most purposeful people in America are middle-class families. And we have made a concerted decision to punch it in the gut and make it harder for that type of family formation. And we're going to lose prosperity and we're going to lose purpose.
Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy. Okay. Boy, oh boy. This is a lot. You know, okay. So let's quickly break some of this stuff down. Some of the questions you guys will ask, I think it's some really good questions. Also, if you do want to have your say, listen, let me put the link in the chat. If you do want to have your say, just put it down there as well. I've put a link in the chat as well. Okay. So I said this to a friend. I was just talking to them not long ago, and I said this to a friend that the current climate that we see at this moment, okay, and someone's going to say you're simping, but I'm going to say it truthfully, right? The current climate that we see at the moment is a problem, right? And the problem that we have here is that men, okay, are benefiting, some men, so I should say, are benefiting from the free sexual market, and the other men are losing out when it comes to dating. And let me explain what I mean by that particular premise, okay? Let me put a title here so you guys can see it as well. All right. Let me put this title. Okay. So we have a dating issue at the moment, right? A lot of men complain about women using them for dates. Okay. All right. A lot of men complain about going on dates, women using them, you know, not necessarily being serious about their dates. Okay. All right. And not being serious about actually trying to get to know them and the success of these dates. And here's the problem. The market like this has been created because we have a free sexual market. And the free sexual market is simply this: the sexual revolution that allows both men and women to have sex freely without actually being committed to one another, without marriage, creates this particular environment. Right? Because while some men are enjoying saying, do you know what, frick it, you know what, I can sleep with whoever I need to sleep with and not commit, what it does mean is also women start thinking that way too. Well, then why do I have to choose a man and stay with him when I can have my pick of the litter as well and enjoy? And this oftentimes creates this mindset of non-committal energy that both men and women play into, right? Since you're not committing by you just wanting to have sex, the women are also not committing to and saying we're gonna go on dates and enjoy these dates. Well, you ain't gonna be serious, I ain't gonna be serious. And I keep saying that your environment is led by men, and men need to take up leadership in these environments. What I'm saying is, first and foremost, as a man, the problem we have is: are you even intentful? Are you serious? Right? Are you yourself serious as a man? Are you serious? If you're serious and intentful, then you have to go about your business with serious and intent. Right? You have to go about your business with serious and intent, you know? And so, of course, listen, you're going to go on a date and there's some women are going to take advantage of you. Absolutely. I agree. Which is why I said that each individual person, if you're going on the first date, the first few dates, y'all should be going on coffee dates, nothing more. Can I be honest with you? Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you, okay? The first few dates should never be anything more than coffee dates. Never. By the way that some of you guys are dating, nothing more than a coffee date should be going on. The reason why more dates and coffees are going on is because people are trying to impress other people. That's men first and foremost. And two, you're letting women sucker you into these situations, and you're not even sure if you actually want her or not. Why are we going out with people to go on expensive dates and we don't know if you even like them? Don't waste your money and don't waste your time doing those things. Spend your thing on inexpensive things. The date should be simple. Go on a coffee date. Go to the museum. Go to places where you can start talking. Because a lot of you guys don't talk before you go on dates. That's fine. If you're going to go on dates, then it needs to be inexpensive. Don't cry to me when you spend £100 on a dinner date and the girl at the end of the day goes, I didn't even like your energy. And then now you're pissed off. Right? That's fine, Mickey. So long as it's an inexpensive date, it doesn't really matter if it's coffee date, whether it's a hot chocolate date, whether it's the park, whether it's the museum, whether it's something that just allows you guys to have time to actually spend time with one another and actually begin to discourse and talk, and you get to sense their energy. Right? It's a first date. Why the heck are we going spending hundreds of dollars and hundreds of pounds? This makes no sense to me. None. I'm gonna tell the men seriously, listen, stop it. Stop it. I don't care if these women don't want to go on a date with you, they're not worth your time. They're not worth your time. Any woman that wants you to spend hundreds of pounds on a first date, she's not worth your money and your time oftentimes. Because if you've not been able to vet her, that makes no sense. If you've not been able to vet her to know that this is the one that you want, you investing in her is actually risky stock. It's not good business. It's risky business. It is very risky business. Okay? And this is the biggest issue. So the women are being taught not to go on that, and this is what I'm talking about, right? So now I'll address the women too, right? Because there's a level of entitlement from women too that they're also playing into the market. Like I'm talking to the men today. Man, them, let's not deal with these entitled women. Simple as. You have no clue who she is. You don't know what she's about. You don't even know her energy. And you want to spend hundreds of pounds on her? Stop that cap. Leave it alone. That ain't the one for you. And I'm talking to the serious men. I'm not talking to man them that want to have sex. If you want to have sex, do that, then let you do that. But if you're serious about settling down and wanting to be in a committed relationship and you're really about that life, why are you spending hundreds of pounds when you do not know this woman? Take it easy. I don't care if it's a museum, whether it's coffee, whether it's innovative park, picnic or picnic thing at the park or whatever, or something that doesn't cost you hundreds of pounds. It's just nuts. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. We need to, and as men, we need to start leading in that conversation, right? Women are going to follow your lead. So if you're letting her set the trend, you're already losing. Do you see what I'm saying? Right? Listen, don't come and complain on Beyonce's internet about women only want this and that from you when you're choosing those type of people. I don't deal with those kind of people. Me personally, if I'm trying to get to know you, my first thing is let's go for coffee. Or let's go for, I don't even like coffee per se. I like hot chocolate, but coffee shop or whatever. I like the coffee shop. I like a little walk. I like the little park thing, And if you feel like it's too much pressure, don't call it a date. Let's just meet. I want to meet, get to know you a little bit better. I just want to meet to get to know you a little bit better. I just want to, spend a bit of time with yourself. Let's go to, I love a good museum. I love a good museum, you know what I mean? Because you can walk around and you can look at things and you can talk and it creates conversation. Okay. Museums are not cheap in NYC. God damn. You know, you got to type in free museum then. You better type in free museum. You know? Okay. So like sometimes you just need to start. Okay. Sometimes you need to start the conversation by just keeping it simple. We're getting to know each other. Why are we doing the maddest things when I don't know you? Man, them, come on. Don't worry about these women. They will tell you a whole bunch of things. We ain't got time for them. You understand what I'm saying to you? We ain't got time for them. The women will tell you because they want to tell the best story they've ever told in their entire life to the girls. He took me here, there, everywhere. But that's not what you want. What you want is somebody who you're going to be able to fall in love with and who you're going to be able to want to take care of. Right? And if that woman's not going to date you because you didn't put hundreds of pounds into a date, leave her alone. She's already telling you what she's like. That's not for you. That's not for you. I'm telling you. Like, yo, y'all be killing yourselves. You know? You're here sitting at an expensive restaurant, looking at her face, and the conversation is dead. You've now wasted money. You've now wasted money. Do you see what I'm saying? So as a person like that, you need to just chill on that, man. Okay? All right? You chill on that. Keep it nice and simple. You know, you can plan things that are simple. You know? So it's you know, listen, let's meet, let's go to the Coca-Cola factory, or let's go for a little I like to go. And yeah, see, like I said, in the beginning, it's about getting to know them. That's why the pressure has to be off. I was in when I was in New York. When I was in New York. Again, sometimes as well as men, you gotta get you gotta find your interest and let that be a ruling energy as well for yourself as well, you know? Like, you know, when you like, I was like in New York and I was like, blood, this is in and I was at the park, in it, Central Park. And I was like, yo, Central Park is a vibe. Central Park is a vibe. Let's go for a bicycle ride. You know what I mean? I was like, nah, brother, let's go for a bicycle ride. You already have the place. You already know Central Park already really well. Where in Central Park can you go? They can stop your bike, maybe sit down, you know, just have a drink of water, swig of juice or whatever, and just have a conversation on the park bench. Now, if she's not on you for that, leave her alone, cuz. Why are you trying to tap up someone, you know, tap up somebody who doesn't see the life the way that you see it, and you complain about them? You cannot do that. You have to make a choice. The kind of person you want to be with is a person that enjoys some of the things that you enjoy. If you're a simple person that likes these kind of simple, I don't want to say simple, but you know, you don't necessarily want to do the traditional fancy, all that kind of stuff. No, keep it simple. Do you know what I mean? Keep it simple. That's why the pre-conversation before that is important. You know? See, stay ready. Look at that. Look what stay ready saying with a Q. Look what she's saying. Keeping it simple. Right? You feel what I'm saying? Keep it simple. But you have to know what their interest is. Like, her interest is basketball. Okay, great. Now listen, meet me at the hoops. We're gonna see who's down. Oh, you like to? All right, cool. Let's see who's got this game. Let's see. 21, I got you. Let's see who's got this. Right? Boom. You meet up at the court. It starts conversation. You're playing ball. You're having a bit of fun. It can be a little bit tactile. You know what I mean? She can see how crazy you are too. If you're crazy, then she can leave you alone. You know what I'm saying? Like, all that little stuff. That's true though. You beat him at basketball, it's over. It is over. Yeah, it's probably over. Yeah, if you beat him at basketball, it's all over, guys. Our egos can't take. Let's be honest, right? you know, this is part of the process. Okay, so we're starting off by getting to know you. That's what I'm trying to say to you. I don't know who the heck you are. I get you, Shay, but I'm saying that it doesn't have to be that per se, right? Again, the problem is the word date. It adds so much emphasis. I don't know who you are. I don't know who the heck you are. I need to get to know you. So I'm gonna keep it simple. I said, look, you can go for a little bike ride, and in Central Park, settle down the bike somewhere, sit on a park and just have a conversation so I can get to know you. The most important thing is not impressing you with how much money I can spend. The most important thing is impressing you with, let's get to know who your mind is first. I don't even know if we're compatible. Let's have some more conversations. Me personally, I like to have conversations offline, online first, or whatever. Call you up first, have a few conversations, get to know you properly well. Because I like to have a mindset. If you can't hang with my mindset, then I'm like, yeah, that's not for me. And if I don't do that, what I might do is just be like, all right, cool. Let's just meet up for a coffee and just chill and chat. You know what I mean? So I can get to know you. And I'm like, oh, your energy's good. Oh, I like your vibe. All right, cool. Now we can go do something else. I'm not about to start spending money just like that willy-nilly just because you look pretty. That make no sense. You're losing out. You're losing out. Yes, you can spend 100, but what I'm saying to you is, if I don't know you, why am I spending $100 on you? I'm talking about for the men that are going to end up crying about the fact that they spent this kind of money. I don't know you. Why am I spending $100 on you? This is not about you being worth it. This is about the fact that I don't know who you are. Right? I don't know who you are. So, you know what I mean? Like, so it's not, again, it's not about women being worth it. And, I need to make sure that, I'm worth it, all of this kind of nonsense. Man, them dead that talk. We don't want to hear that stuff. We don't want to hear that stuff. I'm worth it. A man needs to pay. Shush your mouth. We don't want to hear your voice. Man, them, leave those girls alone. Listen, the ones you're marrying are the ones that, Bam, are trying to understand you and you're trying to understand them. That are not out to eat a meal ticket for you. They're actually interested in getting to know you. You're interested to get to know them. Let's stop trying to impress people, man, them. Yeah? You've taken a little Gucci belt that you have to try and show her lifestyle. Sir, you don't know who she is. Relax. You know what I mean? I got two people behind the scenes, so I'm going to bring them up to have a conversation. Let's have a conversation about this dating stuff, baby. Yo, people them. How we doing? Let me bring it this way. Sorry, so it makes it easier. All right, cool. So listen, we're talking about dating, I guess right now, and obviously, apparently, 6 out of 10 men right now, that are single between 18 and 29. Apparently, that's what the Pew data shows. So it's looking a bit peak for the mandem out here. Cheeky, let me get you first. I just talked about dating and stuff, but what's your thoughts on this topic at the moment, Kat?
I had actually covered this already too. So it's the same video, same CNN on my channel. And
listen,
again, it's women are just outdoing men. Like at this point, there's no, you can't get mad at women, or you can be frustrated, but I think that it makes a little bit more sense to just kind of look at what's going on. If women are continuously, especially in the United States, I think for the UK as well, where you're at, women are just outpacing men in education. And, education tends to lead to more financial things and things of that nature, right? And I think if I remember correctly, maybe not on the CNN one you watched, but there's another one where the guy was saying women aren't looking for just the man to provide anymore.
Yes. Yeah.
And I think that that's always been the case. One, right? That men have always looked for more than just quote unquote provision. But the issue is now it's the main aspect. We can say, as much as we would like to say, women don't care about money and they only care about personality. And if that was the case, we wouldn't have no conversation about coffee dates, right? Because there's this idea that taking me out is a representative of how well you'll provide for me. And if you don't provide for me in this way, and you spend $6 when you can spend 106, then you are not a man. You're not a leader. And it's like, how did you get all of that I just want to make sure I'm not spending $600 a week, because if you're not the right person, I still want to find the next one. But there's just no empathy towards men today, and that's because of the past history, and women have a chip on their shoulder, and they didn't have the right to vote. And so I understand it. I just don't think they're as empathetic as women would like to think that they are. Is my takeaway from it.
Love that. Thank you. Kai, talk to me. I think, is it Kai, as I say it? Because I'll be killing people's names.
Yeah, it's Kai. I am so nervous because I don't put myself out there in the internet. I've never done this, so it's very stressful.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, I really like the conversations I'm seeing, so that's why I came up. But I'm for sure nervous. What I think, like, the first thing is, well, I want to say two things because I feel like the question is different from what we're talking about now. So if we're talking about coffee dates, just for that, the way I was raised and the influences I've had, whenever a man spends a lot of money on me without knowing me, I see it as a red flag. The reason why is just because I'm thinking you do that multiple times because I have not earned your money, you know? So if we get married, are you going to do that if you see a more beautiful girl? Are you good with money? Like, how much do you make? How much are you spending every time you see a pretty girl? So the way I see it is like, I don't like it. I prefer you to be cautious in the beginning, because that means to me that you're going to be protective of our assets when we get married. It's not going to be so easy for you to splurge on whatever. So that's a different way to look at it for that. Now, for the men, I have a few questions because I'm not understanding who are the men, like what age. The second thing is, I didn't hear it, but I wasn't there the whole time you were doing the live. But the thing I see is that a lot of men are taking themselves out of the market. So I'm not saying that we're not requiring more. I think that's true what you guys are saying. But I also think a lot of men are not even putting themselves out there. So they're not even part of the option. I don't know if you guys would agree, but I have reasons why, but I'm just going to stop it there first.
Okay, it's your show, man. I'm here for you.
Flow cheeky, you can answer it, bro. You can answer it. You're good.
So that age range was from 18 to 30, I think it was 18. So I did the stats on it. So there's a couple of things that I look up because I like to. I'm not Manosphere and I'm not Red Pill. Me and Little Book have had this discussion before. I just give my perspective and they tend to align certain one way and not the other. But it's between that age range of 18 to 30 or just before 30, 29, I think it was. And what I'm noticing, or what you'll notice, is the most single people are older women and younger men. And then the most, quote unquote, the non-single, the people that have the least amount of single rates is older men and younger women, right? So correlation doesn't mean causation, but I think that it's safe to say younger women are looking for older men due to the financial stability that comes up in your older age, right? So I'm 26. Matter of fact, I'm changing it. I'm 22. I'm in college. What money do I have? Then the question becomes, you're 22 in college. What money do you have? None. So we're both in the same position. The difference is you're a woman. And men find the things that you have a lot more desirable than women find in younger men, right? In most cases, younger women or older women are not looking for somebody that makes less. The typical answer is, I want somebody that makes just as much, if not more. It's never less. It's never like, oh, I'll compromise, right? He's a good dude and he takes care of the kid. No, it's like, you don't make enough money. And it's like, okay, I thought y'all cared about, personality. No, we care about personal bank accounts, right? Like your checking and your savings not adding up. And then, you get thrown to the wayside. And then with the young women, they're like, well, I see the economy just like he see the economy. If I can use my beauty to attract a male who's older, more mature, more experienced, makes more money, right? And if we want to, dilly-dally into the hedonism of sex, who knows how to really do me right, then that's what they're going to go for. And then it leaves all the young dudes like, what are we supposed to be doing here? And the reason why we opt out of dating is because it just doesn't logically make sense to be named foodie in somebody's call because they don't want to accept coffee dates. So, hey, that's kind of like the dilemma, right? Everybody's got their own struggle and their own plight. But right now, young boys and young men plight is a lot worse than women's at the moment. We just don't acknowledge it. It is what it is.
But do the young men approach women now?
Yeah. It's funny.
Maybe I'm not from the States, so I don't want to talk for the States. I'm from Canada, but in Canada, in Montreal, I would say that men do not approach women that often. It's very rare, you know? So maybe it's here. I don't want to generalize. And when I say they don't approach women, it's just, I think they use dating apps. And I think even on the dating apps, you know, it's not the best for men themselves. I think also all the conversations online are seeping through everywhere, you know, like everybody's listening to it. And a lot of men are scared. Like they think in their head already that a woman would not be okay with them not having money. It depends. It really depends. And I'm not saying I would be okay with somebody who had no money. But if you're in school and you're becoming, I don't know, an accountant, an engineer, and I'm saying that because I see it in my entourage. I don't know how to say that. I'm French. In my environment, young men that are in school, they are actually in school. Not everybody, obviously, but some of them are. And they don't have money now, but they're building themselves. And I don't think any younger woman, no young woman wants an old guy. Like if there's a little bit of a difference, yes, but a huge gap, like somebody who would be like 7 to 10 years my elder, I would prefer a guy my age, around my age. Now, if the difference between means is 0 or, you know, a difference of 30,000, maybe I'll consider more because I don't want somebody who's making nothing out of, you know, their life. But if the difference is small, I don't think it's unreasonable to say that I would be willing to be open to it. And I don't think I'm the only girl that thinks like, it's just a thing where, you know, the people that are allowed say things and it's not necessarily everybody. Because somebody like me would never go online. Like, that's why this is stressful for me. But it's good to know that everybody doesn't think that way, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a case for both. So for instance, I agree with you, but I also say that our women, and there's a lot of them too, just like yourself, who also do want an older guy by a large amount of years. When I say large, maybe I'll say who are looking for the 5 to 10 year gap. You know what I mean? When you get to like 20, these girls are looking for the 5-10 year gap. I remember being in school at 15 and the girls were coming out telling us happily, I got my man. He's 18. He's 20. He's 21. He's mature. Like I remember this girls coming out and saying the man was mature and they were older and they got their car and stuff and you know right now. I'll be honest with you. If I'm very honest about where that comes from psychologically, though, a lot of those girls who are saying that, there are often daddy issues. I'll be honest if I'm real with you. There are issues when it comes to also as well the fact that they had to be raised in an independent style. So they're already looking for how to be how do we call taken care of in a sense of because they've always had to be independent, right? So I would say there's a psychological aspect as to why you'd want someone 10 years older. But then there's also the other aspect, which is that it's fun. Let's be honest. Someone's older, it's fun, it's the risque aspect, you know what I mean? He's got his cars, everything all kind of sorted already ahead of time, right? The game is still the game. It is what resources does that man have that allows for the acquisition to happen. So even when I was 15 and these girls were trying to date men that were older, you know, we used to talk about amongst the boys like, man, fam, why has he got like a guy that's like 20 years old? Like why is he dating some girl who's 15? But it's part of that whole thing again about the resources that he has at his disposal at that age. Now, not everyone was dating sensible guys who were 20. Some of them were trash. But a lot of times that was also other side. So I agree with you. I believe there are a lot of women too who date along their age range. That's why I never suffered in dating, because I found women who were happy to be my age range. Go for it, Kai, and then I'll let Cheeky go. Oh no, Kai, go for it. Yeah, you're good, and then Cheeky will go after.
Okay. What I wanted to say is, if what you're saying is true, which I think it is, you know, why is the 25-year-old guy not dating a 22-year-old girl? Why is he still single? Because the point is not, like, I don't disagree with what you guys are saying, but there are younger women available still for those, you know, quote unquote older men. Because if I'm 25, you're 25, and I'm dating somebody who's 30 or 32, well, you're 25, there are 21-year-old girls. You know, if those girls will look at you as somebody who's more mature and, you know, going with what you said. I really think, and this is like, I'm just going to state my position. I think there are other factors. I think men are more insecure. And when I say insecure, everybody's insecure, right? So everybody has their own insecurities. And when I say men are more insecure, I'm just saying that if you're not used to asking a woman out, if you're not used to rejection, if you're no longer putting yourself out there, let's think about COVID. Lots of those young men have spent, you know, a few years being isolated. And there's some things you unlearn, and you go through dating apps, and it's scary to go approach a woman, even if she's not the most beautiful woman in the world. You know, if you like her or if there's an interest, it's scary. And you have another option, which is the dating app. I think a lot of men can see now in their environment somebody who they are interested in, but they will make the cost analysis and tell themselves it's not worth the risk of rejection. And I think that is what is put forward right now. That would be my hypothesis.
Cheeky, go for it. Thank you, Kai.
One, dating apps are overran by men. So there aren't women on dating apps. There's mainly men. And that is a very big reflection of the type of men that women want, right? The whole 80-20, I don't know if y'all heard the 80-20 rule. It's debunked, right? 80% of the women want 20% of the men, right? That idea has been debunked, right? And I've done the research on it. So if you go to the Institute of Family Studies, they say it's not 80-20. It's more like 60-20. And I'm like, wow, 20% difference. So it's the same 60%. 60% of women want the top 20% of men. So women are naturally selective and picky in their dating options, right? And one, this is assuming that all 60 of those women want a relationship. Most women don't actually want relationships, right? We're assuming that these things are predicated on a societal stereotype that we have of women. Women want men. Women want society. Women, no, they don't. Women don't want marriage. Women do not want a man. Women don't want relationships. Women are actually enjoying themselves in a sexual manner, right? Because they're human beings. That's how that works. I'm not saying every woman is a hoe, but I'm just saying, let me stop. What I'm saying is there's a lot of assumptions and implications behind what you're saying. The thing that really is bothering me is, if you know that majority of men are single, why isn't the onus on you as somebody who is single to go to him, right? This idea that men pursue women needs to stop. Just like the idea that men are the only ones that make money in the household has stopped. There's certain things and certain societal standards that have definitely changed and favored women. Why hasn't certain things and certain societal standards done the same thing as well? For example, if you go to an egalitarian country like Sweden, and if you look this up, you'll find it, you would think that, hey, women are willing to go 50-50 on the bills and 50-50. But when they show the dating preferences, they actually want older men that make more than them, even in egalitarian cultures, when women and men are the same. So if we're able to make these social adjustments and these social standards change because women are no longer viewed in this way, why do we stop at dating?
Well, okay, so this is my question for you. It's Cheeky, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so does it work for you for a long-term relationship, and it's really a question, like I'm not coming with any assumptions.
Yeah, we're having a combo.
Does it work for you if a woman approaches you? Meaning, if she's the one who comes up to you and tells you, you know,
I'm
I
a
think
pick
you're
me.
attractive.
I'm a pick me. Pick me. Pick me, baby. Pick me.
Because
Kai, if we out and about and you walk up to me and be like, look, sir, I don't know who you are, right? And you riz me up and you like, man, I really like your hat, or I like your clothes, I like your swag. I'm like, well, I'm in love. Who is she? Pick me.
The reason why I have a hard time believing that is because I feel like, you know, they are like, I feel like men are open to it if you're like, you know, if you take care of yourself, you're smart, you're nice, you're a kind person, a good partner, they will be happy. But I think it becomes difficult in the relationship for the woman then to ask for more things. I don't know how to explain it. It may be a problem in my own mind. So I don't want to generalize. Anything I'm saying is really based on my own experience. But
Yeah, sure.
if I go to a guy and I tell him I'm interested in him and he takes me to a place, I'll give you an example, you know, like now that I've earned his respect or anything like that, and he starts taking me to dates, and the dates are not well thought out, let's say, and I want to complain, like I want to say, okay, no, I'd rather we do something more interesting, whatever. Then there's an issue in my own mind because I asked for him, you know, I'm the one who went for him. He has not really made an effort to come to me, right? So how can I require a little bit more? You know, and it's difficult for me to know if he likes me as much. So it puts me in a very vulnerable state. And I'm saying, you know, maybe you can say, well, it puts me in a very vulnerable state if I have to go. That would be true. But I feel like in most cases, from what I've seen, that would be bad for the woman because she tends to get more attached fast, in my opinion. And then the guy didn't really do anything. He didn't ask you even to come to him, right? So I don't know. I think it creates a huge imbalance that naturally will develop into something more difficult for the relationship. I don't know if I'm being clear.
You're being clear, but I don't know if you're considering everything. And I'm not asking you to. I'm not asking you to be God. You can't know everything. But I think that there's some stigmas on men as well, that men aren't as connected, if not more connected, than women are as far as a relationship or emotionally. And there's plenty of studies to show that men actually experience a lot of emotional pain more than women whenever there's breakups, and women don't experience any at all because they've already moved on mentally or whatever the case may be. So when it comes to emotional connectivity, if we continue to go along this path of we're that different from each other, then we're going to continue to have these problems, right? Because in one breath, you can't say, I want equal rights, I want equal this. We're just the same as you. We're just as equal in so many different ways. I want this, I want this, I want this from society, I want this from the government. And then when we look at your dating life, it's, well, I don't want to compromise on anything. It's like, well, all right, Hitler, you know, rule with an iron fist, but compromise a little bit here, huh? I think it's fair, right? And if we continue down these paths of men are not emotionally connected to any of the women they love, or any of the women that they date, why is it that you're assuming that we can't have the same mindset you expressed about being the first one to initiate? Men can feel that way as well, right? Especially in today's time, women are the most detached and masculine that I've ever seen them. All right. And that's not saying I'm 45 years old, but it's history will show, hey, they don't care about marriage. Hey, they don't care about birth, right? They don't care about children in the same way. The things that we put on them on a societal level, we're starting to realize they don't want to do because they just don't have an interest in it. So if that is the case, right, why is it that we're expecting men to compromise on so much, but not for women? Although everything has been guided and shaped recently, you know, in the recent time frame towards women.
Well, I would say, are you sure that's true? So it's the same thing for a woman that would be listening to, you know, men in the Manosphere talking. She can assume that most men that she will meet will think that way, right? But is that actually true? So if you're, you know, everything that you said there, it's a good thing to assume it. But for instance, I know I want a relationship. I know I want to get married. I know I want kids. I want a family. And I know I'm willing to compromise, right? So if you come at me with the assumption that I'm not like that, then you're just operating under the wrong assumptions, right? And the reason why I'm coming into this conversation, for instance, is just because I saw the type of conversation that were happening on this channel, and I was surprised. You know, I saw Little Black Book on another panel trying to make other men accountable, you know, telling them what he thought. And I thought, oh, wow, that's interesting. Well, if you never see it, you'll think all the men are thinking the way those who are the loudest are talking. And if you never hear somebody else, then you can think that all the women that you see are thinking that way. That's not true. And a lot of women that I know, even those who say they don't want kids, want a relationship. You know, they don't want to be alone. I don't think any human being wants to experience life without love. You know, they might have their own issues, and that can be a thing of knowing what you want and being able to spot and go through the people that meet it or don't. And that's an exercise women and men have to do. You know, I can be in front of a guy and see from what he's telling me whether or not he would work for me, right? I think we should take off a lot of the assumptions out of the dating discussion. That would be. And I really don't know how many of you hit on women outside. I would like to know for both of you, if you were out right now and you saw a girl that you thought was good looking, would it be easy for you to approach her in this climate right now in your situation? I want to know.
You know what? That's such an interesting question, because I think it depends on context of environment. I personally I'm a person that likes signals. So if I look at you and you give me the look, I'm gonna come over. If I look at you and you don't, I'm not doing it. I'm just not doing it. You know what I mean? So that's my thing. If I see a girl, and I'll look and say, all right, cool. I'll give you a little look like I'm interested. I'm expecting a look back to be like, you know, it's starting to give me a little like, okay, come over. But if you give me that tells me I don't need to come over, and that's fine. I'm not coming over. You know what I mean? And sometimes that can be even wrong, because maybe that's not what she actually meant. But for me, it's all about signals. It's all about signals about, you know, and I think sometimes, and some women, a lot of women do get it. But I've spoken to women, and when you talk about signals, some of them also don't know what signals they're giving off. When you ask women, so what's your signal? They'll be like, and I'm like, what the frick is that? What do you want me to do? No, what do you want me to do? How am I going to know that's what you want? Like, you give me a look. What's this? Is that a wink? Is that what? Like, so sometimes it's also as well, people that, women also too, that don't know how to give the signal off. We're also not sure as well too, because what we don't want to is come over and you're like, oh, I didn't want you to come over. It is, do you know what I mean? It's long from there. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, nobody wants that embarrassment. Do you see what I'm saying? Nobody wants that embarrassment, like in 2023, especially when now everything can be recorded. I don't need that in my life. I don't need a story on Twitter coming on later on talking about how one man approached me, and then none of us want that embarrassment. And let me tell you this, that we're the most reckless generation as of yet. Maybe the generation after us, I should say, are most reckless when it comes to telling stories. Because you will be on a tweet in a second. I was out one day and some guy, I definitely didn't give him no signal. He approached me. How dare he? Exactly. And that's the next thing. And so I was telling a friend about this the other time. I said to her, do you know what guys sometimes on approach? Energy. She was like, because she was joking with me and I'm saying, obviously, some guys when they approach, you're like, what the hell made you think you can come up and approach me? And I said, some of you don't even realize, but that energy is carrying. Even though you're not telling me and you're not saying it to my face, they're like, well, I never said it to his face. Yeah, but you don't know that your energy is carrying. And a lot of us are reading energy. So even though you're not saying it, your face is carrying it, your body language is carrying it, your energy is actually carrying that energy. So when I see you and I approach, I can feel that energy. Ooh, yeah, you didn't want a conversation. Okay, all right, let me exit stage left. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'm not saying that some men don't overcome that. Some men do. You know, some men go past that line, and even if the girl didn't want to talk to him at first, he manages to win her over. I'm not in that business, okay? I'm not in the business of persuading you. I'm in the business of, you like me, I like you, let's have a conversation. You like the conversation? Fantastic, let's go forward. you know. So that's not my MO. But yes, will I approach a woman that I find attractive? Yes, if the signal is correct, which is why context of where you meet her is really important. You know what I mean? So yeah, you know, don't be approaching women at nighttime because that ain't anything to do. Cheeky, would you do it? Would you approach a girl?
Nah. In most cases, no. I wouldn't feel comfortable. Now, if we're in a friend setting or intimate setting, sure. But like going out to the club and doing that, like I be seeing you, little black book. You know, he like to do his little jug, his big ass, doing all the dancing and whatnot. So they may see him move. They may, he could dance. But me, I'm the one that chill in the cut. I'm the one that talk to the bartender or something like, hey, what's up going on? I have conversations. Because in actuality, you can't convince anybody to like you if they just don't like you. And I think it's a waste of time in a lot of cases to just, hey, I like you for the guy, because in most cases, most women are picky. I guess my question I'd ask in return is, have you ever approached a man? Right? Because for me, it's so easy. It's easy for women to know a man wants me. For one thing, if not the other. For the minimal, it's going to be sex. And if it's more than sex, that's a bonus. With women, you never really know if they want you because it's like they're picky. Well, he's cute, but I don't like this. You guys are very finicky, and your standards and your mating selection is very fickle, right? And sometimes it's arbitrary. He got a gap in his tooth. Well, for example, Little Black Book, Hilt and all that, doing the dance to I'm a piano, and then they see him smiling like, damn, I don't like him no more. Why? He got a gap. And it's like, really? That's it. That's it. That's a turnoff. You're like, God dang, he's a great guy. Look at him. And see, y'all, I think it's right. And I'm saying this, right, as a quote unquote person of privilege, depending on what political side you say. I'm a black male, so never mind. I'm a victim. If you all don't really recognize the privilege that comes with being a woman in dating situations. You all have a vast majority of the power, but you do absolutely nothing with it until somebody sways you to do something. And it's like, Jesus Christ, throw a dog a bone. Come to me. If somebody goes to Little Black Book and they're attractive, I highly doubt he's going to be like, unless you just like, all the red flags are there. But in the most cases, if you just went up to Black Book, hey, I think you're interested. Hey, I think you this, that, and the third. You want to go get something to eat? And then he'd be like, yeah. Am I wrong, Little Black Book?
I'm gonna let Kai hit that first.
Nah, there we go. So, return question: have y'all approached men before, and what's your success rate? I think that'd be a good question.
Okay, Kai and Dali can answer that.
I'll let you, Dahlia, because you just entered.
Well, gee, thanks, Kai. Hello, everybody. So to answer your question, Cheeky, yes, I have actually. I have zero problems approaching guys. I've done that since I was in my early 20s when I first started dating, and it is nerve-wracking, but I did it because I wanted to know if they actually wanted to go on a date or not. And as far as my success rate, I would say probably about half and half. Some of them said yes, some of them said no. The ones who did say yes, about half of them just wanted to get into my pants, and they quickly got rejected. And then the ones who didn't, we would go on the dates, and then if we just weren't a fit, we just weren't a fit. So it's, my world didn't end. And I think that part of the issue that I have with men who basically take themselves out of the dating market is that they wrap so much of themselves in whether or not the woman will say yes or no to them. And I find that really disconcerting. And honestly, it's deeply unattractive, because it's like your identity is based on whether or not this person says yes or no to you. I've had people say no to me, and some of them did it in really disrespectful manners, but it's like my world didn't end because they said no. You said no, okay, well now I know, so I can move on to the next person. And it's really okay. I don't understand why if a girl says no to you, and I do understand that sometimes women will say it in really disrespectful manners, but they'll say no to you, but they'll do it in just like, ma'am, you didn't have to do all of that. You didn't have to do all of that. I get that, but I don't understand why if a person says no to you, that means that now you just have to go move out of the dating space. In my mind, you should look at it as, okay, I can check this person off of the list of potential partners, and it frees me up to move on to the next person.
I absolutely hear you. So I think the interesting thing about approaching people is there's multiple factors with this. One factor is also sometimes when you're approaching, you have no freaking clue what you're about to say, right? And men are results based, and this is the issue with us as men, for specifically, we're results based. So when we approach, we're not sure what we're going to say, and then it gets rejected. We're automatically self-criticizing ourselves, like, what the frick happened then? So what did I do? Why did I do this? And we automatically start internalizing what's happening in that situation. That's number one. Number two, also, I think the difference when it comes to approach, and like I said, Dali, you've approached it, you'll know. I think when we talk about men approaching women, I said this to a friend the other day. I said the most dangerous thing about approaching is not necessarily the woman rejecting, is other people seeing that rejection and how it makes you psychologically look more unattractive. Because if I went to a woman and I get rejected and another woman sees, she's probably asking, what the hell did he do that he didn't get nothing? Why are you coming to me? You know what I mean? So as men, our mind is thinking like, yo, like, and then it's not just the women that you're thinking about. You also think about us as men. I think us men are crueler than even the women. I will tell you this why. Because if you're out and about in a space, Cheeky say no, but let me give you an example. You're out and about in a space, right? A man approaches a girl. The girl says no. The man are like,
oh, okay.
That kills men. Okay. That one is different. So you know what I mean? So a woman can say no and thinking, but if a man sees another man and he's like, and you see a man catch eye and catch a little joke on your embarrassment, that's different. You know what I mean? Now because that's a respect thing. Do you get what I'm saying? So sometimes when I see guys approach a girl and I see them get rejected, I say, bro, listen, the next one, bro. Even if I don't know you, if I see it and I'm like, bro, don't worry, next one, let's go. And we have a little banter and a joke and it gets them going again. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? So oftentimes it's the men also too. That's why the club is a bit difficult sometimes, because it's like other people are watching what you're doing. Even if you don't know they're watching. Yeah. And that's why a lot of people drink, because when they drink, they don't care. Be sober and do this. And you're gonna care. You're gonna see when people look at you and be like, you know, you don't want to be the butt of the joke. So sometimes it's not easy in that vein and in that fashion. So sometimes there are difficulties in that rejection piece. It's not necessarily the rejection itself. I've been rejected several times, and it's not necessarily the rejection that actually hurts. It is the embarrassment of other people seeing that you got rejected. You know what I mean? So it's that aspect of it which can be very difficult. I just think in this modern day and age, we're not built like that anymore, and this is a difficulty. We're not outside enough, so building up that courage is very difficult now, because we're not built like that anymore. You know what I mean? We're built with insulators, because now we have social media. So now I can slip into a DM, and if I get rejected, no one else is around. Do you know what I mean? Right? No one else can see that. Okay, I got rejected. It is what it is. I move on. But we're not built like that anymore in this current day and age. So it's very difficult to have that, aspect. And also as well, when you were younger, you'd be out, you'd be about, you see people, you know what I mean? You'd actually interact in the outside world. Now we're even working from home. It's going to make people more fearful in terms of how they approach these scenarios, because we're not actually spending much time with the opposite sex often. And a lot of people even find their partners, at work and stuff and stuff like that, and you meet, because you're meeting people regularly, or you spend an amount of time outside and stuff like that. So it can be very difficult sometimes at points, so yeah, it's all those different factors can play into dating. Yes, call it is fear. If you want to call it that, it is fear. You know what I mean? In its biggest point. So ain't easy out here. Go for it, Kai. You want to respond?
Yeah, I wanted to give my answer. So I have not approached a man.
Why did I know? Why did I know? I knew that.
No, but before you go and because you're ready to crucify me. No, I'm joking. But I'm very friendly. So what does that mean? right? I've never approached a man, but I'm very friendly. And what that means for me is, first of all, I will smile to people, like, and that's just my personality. I'm like not naturally welcoming and to people, generally, women and men. But also because I have a lot of male friends, and that's another issue. Apparently, you're not supposed to, as a woman, have male friends, but that's something else. But I have a lot of male friends and my brothers. I have a lot of empathy for what you're talking about, you know, the rejection, the fear. So I take it upon myself that if ever somebody comes up to me, even if I, you know, am in a relationship or something, I'm going to say to the person in a nice way, oh, you know, I'm sorry, but I would say, but I'm so flattered, or thank you so much, right? Now, that's me acknowledging the fact that it's hard. But what I can say, or what I would like to say is, and it will tie into like what I wrote in the chat before, that I feel like men aren't holding other men accountable and aren't teaching other men. And Little Black Book was saying that good men are, but good men are hang out with good men. So that maybe it's not available to all men. I think it's the role of the other man to push the man to do it, because it's part of conquering yourself, you know, to conquer your own fears, to be able to put yourself out there for a woman. And you can say that if you're not somebody who's traditional, I would say that I'm modern. Like I don't, like, I would consider myself a feminist, and I don't want to reject that name because I don't care how other people have made it look. I have the French word in my head, le principe, meaning the principle. Yeah, that's the word. The principle of feminism, I agree with. And I don't think the principle of feminism means trying to all of a sudden dominate men, or say that men are bad, or that their nature is wrong. So I call myself a feminist, right? But I still believe in roles, gender roles. I don't think we're the same. And that is why I don't approach men, because the thing with men is, I feel like there's so much hardship in your life if you're going to be a father. And we cannot negate the fact that a woman, even a woman who's ambitious, I consider myself ambitious. But my priority, if ever I have kids, and obviously I'm coming from somebody who wants to be married and wants to have kids, my priority will be my children and my family. It will not be my work, even though I want to achieve many things in my work, right? So if that's the case, if I'm pairing up with a guy, he will also have to work, and probably more than me in some periods of our life, because if I'm having a kid and I want to stay at home a little bit longer, when I say stay at home, I don't mean like only the man works and I stay at home forever. But even if that was an option, I'm just saying for a period of time, we will rely on that guy, and he has to be able to conquer a little bit of his own fears, you know? And that is part of the tool, I think, that older men use to teach younger men to conquer their own fears, is to go after a woman and to see that if you fail, it's not the end of the world, like Dahlia was saying. And I think there's a lot of those small rituals in the world that are disappearing for men, you know, where they can conquer themselves and realize how strong they actually are in their own person, right? So cheeky, if ever you go to a place and then you never go approach a woman that, you know, you find attractive, what you're losing there, or the option you're losing, is finding the one woman. It doesn't have to be, you don't need, I mean, I don't know what you want, but I would say you don't need 20 women. You only need one, you know? Same for the men. So every time you don't do it, you're maybe losing on the opportunity to have the woman that you would like. And I truly believe that we can sense the people that are meant to be in our life or not, like the people that would have an impact on us. That's something really weird, but that's what I think. I think when you meet somebody and you really like the person, they can have an impact in your life. You've sensed it, you know? So if you don't act upon it, you lose it. That would be my argument for you to try. I said a lot of zhush.
No,
It wasn't just, it made sense.
It wasn't just.
I
You know,
disagree.
I was going to say that because as you were talking, I was just thinking, right? So the most successful nights I've had when I've approached women have been with my boys. When I got my gang with me, it's the most successful night, and I'll tell you why. Because once you tell your boys, fam, I'm gonna go after it. Yeah, even if it goes wrong, there's safety. Because as soon as you come back, you say, bro, it didn't go, it didn't go, and we all have a laugh about it, right? And we banter each other, but it's a safe space because that's your boys. You know what I mean? It's when when you don't have that, it can be very difficult because there's nowhere else to go. Like after that, there's nowhere to console you. There's no, bro, let's go again. And like, we used to have a little game we used to play. You know what I mean? Like we used to play a game, and you know we'd be like, bro, okay, you at least approach 5 gal today. At least that's a minimum. You understand, right? And that would kind of egg people on. And when people felt a little bit scared, like, bro, you gotta go. Even if that means we're going to push you in front of her, like we might even do that and then we'll walk away. We do that kind of stuff, right? Because what it is about, again, like I said, the fear aspect, because naturally on your own, it can be more fearful. When you've got your crew with you, what happens, like I said, is that, that fear begins to dissipate, almost like walking in the night with a few friends. It's not the same as you walking in the night by yourself. That togetherness helps. And so sometimes, you know what, man, I just tell them, man, listen, go out with your boys. Like when I go out with my guy, I have a few guys I go out with. When I go out with them, bro, that's when I become the most maddest. Because I'm like, bro, you guys are gonna become my safety net, fam. I'm gonna move mad. I'm gonna approach. And if it goes wrong, bro, I'm just gonna come back. We're gonna laugh about it. We're gonna cry about it as a joke, and we're not just gonna get on with it. Like it's not a big deal. Do you know what I'm saying? So, I remember when I came to the US, and I was with the guys in it, and I said, listen, I was on one rooftop. I just started approaching all the women. And because my people were there, I could just be like, yo, what you doing? One girl was like, no, I'm cool. Didn't work out. Went back to my boys about, didn't work out. It is what it is, bro. Do you know what I mean? Right? Because as men, naturally, you have to use the energy that you have, which is men are show-offs. There's a natural edge of competition. So you almost have to use that as your motivating factor. Like, man, I'm going to prove that I can do this, You know what I mean? And that can give you an edge that takes off the fear aspect. Because there is a fear aspect. Do you know what I'm saying? But if you're, you know what I mean? If someone, and then that means that even if the other guys laugh, you don't even mind. It's like, bro, your boys are there. So I'm just saying for the guys out there, if you struggle with approaches, listen, you just go out your guys. I'm telling you now, you make a little joke to and say, man, I'm going to approach a certain amount of gal. What are you saying? Man, when you come back to your man and it doesn't work, y'all have a laugh about it. It takes the edge off. And after the second approach, I'm telling you now, after the second approach, you do not care. After you've approached 2 women, you do not care what happens after. After that, you're running on this kind of, I don't know how to call it. It's a high. It doesn't matter what any woman says to you after that. She can call you ugly and be like, well, it is what it is. I'm ugly, but I'm still approaching. What are you saying? You after that, you don't care. You know what I mean? So it's almost like being hot in basketball. It's like when you've taken a few shots, it's like, oh, I'm all right, cool. So it's difficult. So, that's why I used to roll with a couple of guys. My last point, I'll let Cheeky jump on. Anyone say something, Dahlia? I remember I used to roll a couple of guys I was with, and these guys were seasoned vets. But and here's the thing. I know women are talking about approaching, but the reality is, if you're good looking enough, you don't approach. And it's that simple. You don't approach. Right? See, the problem is we're middle tier. We're approaching. You don't have that luxury. You don't have that luxury. Okay, so you don't have that luxury, so you got to do the work, right? Because when I roll with some of these guys, basketball players, bro, they will just stand there, and a girl will literally walk past them and literally be in their space, in their, like, breathing the same air that they're breathing. You understand? Smelling up his cologne and everything. Yeah. So at that point, much as women say they have confidence and everything like that, they have a man approach. The man that were good looking didn't have that problem because women were actually going to them. And I'd sit there and watch them like, brothers, I just don't even do anything. Oh my God. But there was always one or a few women that don't do that because they feel they're a certain tier. Do you know what I mean? And I remember one of my guys came to me one day. He was like, bro, he looked me in the eyes. He said, bro, I can't approach her. I'm looking at him like, this is the guy that approaches every woman. This is a guy that's sexy. This guy's tall and handsome and all this stuff. I looked at him and said, bro, what's wrong with you? Get it together. He's like, bro, I can't approach it, bro. I said, bro, if you don't approach it, I'm going to beat you up, bro. Go ahead, go. He's like, bro, even my hair, is it straight? I said, bro, you had a chop the other day, man. Relax, man. Just go and do the talk. Yeah. I had never seen him in that space. Never ever seen in that thing. And I realized it happens to every man. There is a feeling that you do get. You do get that feeling of apprehension. Every man goes through it. But when you have someone with you, that takes a lot of that edge off, man. Do you know what I mean? So I'm just encouraging any guys out there, if you do go out, if you do meet women, if you're out with your boy, use your boy as the leverage. You know what I mean? Use your boy as leverage. Go and approach. If it doesn't work out, you come back to your base. Say, man, it didn't work, man. And you have a laugh about it and you move on. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it'd be like that. Or my final point on this final point is create the same thing that those good-looking men have, so women approach you. Let me give an example. Create a YouTube. The women come to you. You don't go to them. Yeah? Create YouTube. They come to you now. You don't go to them anymore. All right? I love dancing. I genuinely do love dancing. When I do my TikToks in the middle of the street, women approach me. I don't have to approach them no more. They approach me. What are you doing? Oh, well, you know, just out here, just in a few TikToks and that. You know, well, all right, so sometimes then if that's the case, you have to create the thing that's an attraction for them to be drawn to. That's the other way to do it. So you got two choices: go forth or create the thing that brings them forth. Whichever one you got to go for. Cheeky, you want to go say something and Dahlia, go for it.
One, I think all of what you said is interesting. I think a little hypocritical, but it is what it is with that. I don't think you can. The issue that I have, right, especially being in online spaces and having conversation with lovely women, lovely women like Dahlia and Kaya, right? Y'all hate generalizations, but in your actual life, you do it all the time. You just said we should stop generalizing a minute ago, Kaya, maybe like 15 minutes ago. Maybe if we stop generalizing, women don't want these things and men do want these things, the world will be a better place. And then right out of your mouth, he was like, well, all men should approach because all men should make that chance, you know, prove that you can get over things and use women as the obstacle. No, why do I have to do that? If your style is to sit back and not approach, why can't my style be that? All right. Why does it have to be I'm no longer a manly man because I chose not to do that? Why is it that you're generalizing that aspect of manhood to you don't approach women, so you're not super masculine, right? Like that. And me personally, I don't have any issues with generalizations. I just think it's hypocritical. So that's my first point. The second point is when he's told his story, I thought he was going to say because all my friends are ugly. He's like, my ugly one. No. When you said my high success rate is with all my guys, and I was like, because they all ugly? No, they're good guys. Oh, got you. The security blanket, got you. Yeah, because girls do that. Girls will make sure they around all their ugly girlfriends that look like the best one. I was like, he's doing the same tactic. It makes sense. But that's not the case. I'm glad you got good friends that seem to be good dudes. I think that works as well too. Like, you know, we used to do that in high school. I bet you we'll talk to her and then we'll go talk to her. And it's not that big of a deal. But I think when you have a 50% success rate, that's actually pretty high. All right. So Dahlia reported 50% success rate of approaching men. That's extremely high. I don't know too many men have got that high of a rate, right? Unless they're the guys we're talking about. We know, like, the only people I know who got like a over 50 are D1 athletes. They 6'4". They had some kind of social status, but like Lil Black Boy said, we mid, so we kind of know where we stand. We know what the mid pack is. It's not the Zaza, but it's good, you know. So that's one thing. And then the other thing too is just if we keep putting the onus on people, and then you're saying you're a feminist, and you stand on the principle, how can you say you stand on the principle, which is equality or the opportunity to do such a thing, and never take the opportunity? I think that's a little hypocritical.
Yeah. So I'm going to address this if I may.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I misspoke, but I wasn't saying that if you don't approach women, you're not masculine or there's an issue with you. I would never say that, because one of my brothers, both my brothers are super tall. I'm not that tall, but 6'3" and 6'5", with my brothers. One of them is 6'3". He's a handsome young man, you know. He does not approach, I'm sure, because he's very shy. It's just his personality. I think anybody who would get with him would be lucky, right? But it's a part of his personality. What I was saying to you specifically, and that was really to you or any other man that was in your position, is that you are maybe losing the ability to meet somebody good for you. So I would never tell you to do something or not. Like, I think you know what you need to do for yourself. And I don't think it means you're less of a man. But I do think that if you can conquer your fear, maybe you conquer your fear in other ways. Like for you, you've created a YouTube. That's very courageous. You know, it's not easy to put yourself out there online. So maybe you choose to exercise that in other ways. You're, you know, getting yourself out of your fears. But I was just saying that to me, that's one of the ways old men used to help younger men or boys get better at trusting themselves, right? But then you can make the decision, maybe for you it doesn't work, but I wanted you to think about the fact that maybe your wife was out there if you're somebody who wants to get married. I don't even know, you know? But
So
maybe.
can we say the same thing? Maybe your husband's out there if you just go approach him.
Yes, that's true. I'm also like maybe losing by not approaching, but I think I make approaching me very easy because I'm very friendly. That's what I think.
Okay,
You know,
so
I actually even have an issue like that's a problem for me because sometimes people misread the fact that I'm nice, meaning that I'm flirty, and I'm not flirty. That's what I tell them. I'm just a nice person. Like I like to smile at people and to talk to them, but they can interpret it in another way. And I don't even get hit on. I just get talked to. But you may not be somebody who will hit on a woman, meaning tell her, let's go out for a date, but you might sit down with somebody and have conversations with her. You know, that's another way to get to know a woman. You know, I'm just giving you options. Like I'm not making judgments. I would not.
right. And I don't think you're making judgments either.
Yeah.
It's again, whenever we have these conversations about approach, it's definitely the onus is always going to be put on the man, right? And I know for a fact, we just heard what this man said on CNN. Most men are single and most women are not. So there's two things that's going on. One, you just don't want the type of men that are available. And then two, if you're having certain issues like you're having where you're just nice, it probably distinguish who you like, who you don't like. If you just go up and say, I like you. Right. So
But I don't have a problem with being like, I'm not putting my life in the sense like I have an issue with finding a man or not finding a man. What I think is more that men are the ones that are also taking themselves out. I didn't say all the reasons why I think so. First, I think they don't approach because there's fear. The second thing is I think that age range from 18 to 29, most men that I know in my life that are in that age are building their life, building their career, building their personality. They might not want to be in a relationship, right? So meaning they might want to date, but they might want to be single, right? Meaning dating multiple women without committing to one, right? The other thing is also porn and, you know, other sex stuff that make it less, because if you're able to satisfy yourself in that way and you're afraid of approaching, or you don't really want to lose, you know, to be rejected in public, and you're building your life and in school or trying to find a good job, well, those are three very good reasons to not necessarily be in a relationship, especially if you think in your head that that the market is like not good, like women out there are like this and like that and like this. Because both my brothers are, you know, 21 and 25. My brother's 25. He's making good amount of money. He lives by himself. He's single by choice, meaning he's dating multiple women because that's the phase he's seeing right now. I don't agree with that, but I think there's many reasons why a large portion of men can be single, and I don't think the only thing is them being lonely, you know.
So I just don't understand why we always put this fear on men when, I mean, like, why imply that, right? Why can't it just be they're tired? Like men, you you probably don't know because you haven't done it, but Dahlia says she's done it. She's got a 50% success rate. Little Black Book has done it. I don't know what its success rate is, but most men is well below 50, right? Some men are absolutely tired. I'm just tired, right?
Okay.
Right.
So is
It's
that
not even,
you?
it's not even, I think when we say things are fear or like, because this is what happened last time when I came up on the show. He's like, fear. And I was like, I'm getting triggered because I'm not scared of no woman. There's absolutely no way in the world I'll be scared of a woman. Like, what can she do? Like this, she can't do anything, right? Her words, sure, but my words are better. That's how I think of it. Maybe some men are just tired. Like, I don't want to keep doing this and getting no results from it. It's almost like anything in life. If something's monotonous and mundane with no results, what is the purpose in doing it?
So do you want to be? I'm putting it more specifically on you. So
if you ask me specifically,
do you
I have
want
no
to be-
issues. Right. If you're asking me, I have no issues with women. I can talk to whoever. I interview women. So me personally, sure. But if we're going to make inferences about stats, right? Because they don't give the details. They don't really answer those questions. They give their thoughts. They said women are actually more interested in women. Some women don't want to be involved at all, or they're dating older. Those are the three things that man said in the CNN report, or he gave his inference, right? So why don't we deal with maybe most women gay? But you see how like making something so absurd like that would be like, oh, most men are fearful. I think that's crazy. I don't think most men are fearful. I think most men just can't get the results because they're just not that desirable. And some men are just tired. Some men actually, like your brother, have multiple options. So why should I settle down? Some men, so again, we make generalizations in regards to these topics about men, and then in the same breath, we don't want to make generalizations about women. And this is the confusing hypocrisy about it that makes me like, okay, come on now.
But okay, so I'll address that and I'll let anybody else talk because I don't want to take too much. But I want just to say, when I said to not make assumptions, I said specifically if you're coming to a woman, right? Meaning you meet a girl, you think she's interesting, don't anticipate what she might be thinking while you're approaching her, right? So I'll give you a clear example. Women don't want to get married. They're not serious. They want to, play the field. If they're considered attractive, they want a man who's rich. If somebody comes to me with all those assumptions about me, they're going to treat me in a way that I might not respond well to. That's all I was saying. So you can make generalizations about a big population, but if you're coming to a woman, I think that's a mistake. I don't know if you agree.
I agree. I agree.
Darla, jump in for me. Thank you, Cheeks. And Kai, that was a good conversation. I like it.
Yeah, that really was. You guys both gave me things to think about. I do think that Cheeky has a point when he says that we can't just assume, since that's the key word here, we can't go around assuming that that in every instance that the reason why a man is not entering the dating space or maybe is taking himself out of the dating space, that it's based around fear. I think you're right about that. And I do think that it's reasonable for a person to be tired if at that point in his life, when he's attempted to date a woman, every woman that he's encountered thus far has been it's been a poor dating experience for him. I think that's reasonable. I will say though, I don't think it's reasonable then to take yourself out of the dating market entirely though, if what you really want, what you really desire is a relationship, is a family. I think that's a poor strategy. I think that it may be useful to analyze it and see, okay, well, how can I approach this from a different angle? Because in my mind, my motto is I only need one. I'm not here trying to go get everybody. I just need one. And I had to always remind myself there's 8 billion people on this planet. Half of them are male. I can't, because of my limited experience, I can't then project that onto all 4 billion men. That's not fair or reasonable. And I remember there was a clip of Jordan Peterson saying the same thing on another podcast. He was talking to somebody about that, saying like, it's unreasonable for you to make the assumption that because you had a bad experience that then means that all women are such and such or all men are like this. That's not rational or logical. It's just not. I will say that going back to the point that you made, Kojo, as far as men are concerned and being scared about approaching people, I do think there is something to be expected for exposure therapy. And this is a tactic that that cognitive behavioral therapists will use, basically getting you to the point where you can be comfortable around people. And I do think that it is a major issue, Cheeky, for young men specifically in this particular culture, because there just really isn't a lot of time or a lot of ways for them to interact with groups of people at any one point in time. I get it, because I was the same way. I wasn't really around a lot of people like that. And so working retail helped me out a lot, because it forced me to interact with strangers every day, all the time. Like I had to approach them and try to turn them into customers, which is really freaking hard when you're in a mall, because most of them, they're just looky loos. They're just here to just try some stuff out and then move on. So I had to learn how to read people really quickly and like tailor my conversation with them to figure out, okay, well, what do you need? What do you want? How can I get you to buy this? I used to work for Victoria's Secret, so none of that stuff they needed. Nobody needs cute little lingerie. I mean, it's cute, but you don't need it. So I had an even harder time of it. And so it's me personally, I think that's retail is the best thing for a teenager to do, because it really does help you learn how to communicate properly. Anyways, saying all that to say, exposure therapy I think would be good. And it doesn't even have to be like, okay, go try to go date somebody, date 10 people. You don't start there. You start with, okay, I want you to go to the park and just go walk in the park for 10 days. Okay, now I want you to go and say hello to 10 people while you're at the park for 30 days. Okay, so now that you've done that, now I want you to strike up a conversation with 10 people, and you got 30 days to do that. Okay, so now that you've done that, now we're going to ask somebody for their phone number or something. You build it up over time, and you get used to it. And I think that as far as like the what's the other thing? I think you mentioned something about humiliation, Kojo. My issue with that, because humiliation is real, that's a trigger for me. One of the things I had to really think about was, why am I getting triggered by people who think it's funny that I was rejected? And most of the time when you are approaching somebody for a date, maybe you're in a club setting or something like that, you don't even know those people. Why do you care what strangers think of you? People that you'll never see again. Why do you care? Like, who are they to you? Why do you care so much about the approval of other people who probably were just in your same position? You probably were asking that same girl out before you did, and you just didn't know it. Why do you care? Seriously, like that's a real question. And I think that a lot of people, not just men, but women too, I don't think that they're really doing the work of introspection and gaining awareness of who they are and why they do the things they do, why they're triggered by certain things. I understand the pain of humiliation, but you don't just stop there and say, okay, well, I'm in pain. I don't want to be humiliated ever again. So let me just remove myself entirely. That doesn't help you get what you want. You have to start thinking of solutions to actually maneuver through this and move past it. I don't understand how you can get anything in life that way. Like that kind of thinking, it doesn't just stop at dating. It also goes into your relationships with your family. It goes into your career. You're just starting out. You're 20 years old and you out of college and getting a job. How do you expect to go and push through life and get what you want with that kind of attitude? I don't get that. I think that's what needs to be tackled before you even get to dating is that mindset of I can't, so I won't. That's it. That's my 2 cents on it.
No, I mean, I definitely hear you. Look, I'll be honest with you. I think approaching is a fear-based issue oftentimes. I think it's I have sympathy for these men, you know what I mean? Because there's been times where I wanted to approach and I didn't approach. I had my own fears I was feeling. There's been times I haven't always approached. It's not always that when I see something I like, I go and approach it. You know what I mean? If I'm very honest with you. So definitely, it's definitely a lot of times down to fear. Sometimes I just can't be bothered. I'm not in the mood. I'm not in the best of lights. But that's not the majority of times. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's also a reality to the situation as well. And I think the biggest issue that we have here is, like I said, is that and what we're seeing now is that a lot of people would normally meet people in less pressurized situations. Approaching in a club is a very pressurized situation.
Yeah.
Low level pressures come from places like work, or you're at a family function, or, you know what I mean, where there is no expectancy of this, because there's an expectancy in the club. That's the point.
True.
Like, the club has a context. Whereas when you're at work, you're there for work. If we end up having a conversation, I get time to meet you several times. You get to see different parts of me before. What approaching is selling. And not many people are good at selling. This is the most difficult aspect. Many people are not good at selling. So when people are telling us to approach, the problem is we have in this life now, everything's about sales, but it's not about sales. What I mean by that, it's not direct sales, right? We're no longer in that kind of business anymore where everything has to be direct sales. Some things can be passive sales, you know what I mean? Or you can build a platform where it draws people in rather than actually having to go door to door, knock at people's doors. We have to be in people's faces. Whereas that old school marketing was like, got to be in their face, got to be this, got to do this, because you had to sell this product, pressurized selling almost in a sense, right?
Yeah.
And that was old school. And very similar to how the business has changed, is also how the market of dating has changed, in the sense of the fact that those people who can sell themselves well, you find out they're very good at selling in general, because they have no fear, no apprehension, nothing. They just think about, I'm going to collect, I'm going to get what's mine. Do you understand what I'm saying? And they've honed the gift of the gab. They've honed the ability to be able to maneuver and also adjust when there's a little bit of turbulence, right? So what happens when you go talking to her and her face might not necessarily be saying, have a conversation? Does he back off now, or does he goes further again? It's almost like dealing with a client. When you're dealing with a client and you're on the phone and they're not giving you necessarily the energy that they want to buy the product, there's some salesmen be like, I'm gonna keep going. All right, cool. Well, I'm gonna prove to you that this is what you need to buy. And the same thing is also in dating. The translation is very, very similar. It's selling yourself. And a lot of times we're now not in a culture where we teach men how to sell, because that's not necessary anymore. You know what I mean? Like, even our jobs now are not exactly the same anymore. And unfortunately, that also breeds a fear factor, because selling is about overcoming the fear. I don't mind if you say no at first, I'm going to keep going. 95 no's to the 5 yes is the average, as we talk about, right? Mm-hmm. But we don't necessarily have that in this culture anymore. So it's unfortunate. So now everything becomes more fearful, because you have to be trained to have war. Like, you just don't go into battle. You have to train people before they go into battle. And this is actually what you're doing. When you go to approach, you're going into battle. So, if you have to see it in that mindset. And a lot of men are not built for war in this day and age. They are not. And unfortunately, that also shows in how they approach, because that's a war front to go and approach women. So for me, not approaching women oftentimes is down to fear. I would say 90% of the time, if not 95% of the time, if you don't approach a woman, it's not because we're tired. I'll be honest with you, Cheeky, it's not. It's because of fear, okay? Because if you tired, you were approaching. That's why you're tired. Then you don't have fear issues. You know what I mean? You can't be tired if you don't approach.
Wait, I'm sorry. So you really look at it like a war, though?
It's a war.
And this is why when
okay.
I let people just go and laugh, because it's not war. It's not. The thing
I agree.
There's
it's an analogy, to be honest.
I get what you're saying, right? The idea that you're warring with embarrassment and the potential embarrassment. So the mental capabilities and the mental fortitude it takes for somebody to even put themselves out there. I understand what you're saying, but it's not war. And in all honesty, I don't think in most cases people are tired, right? I think in a vast majority of cases, men approach. They're just not desired. We keep forgetting that part. You can approach somebody and never be wanted.
Okay.
Little Black Book, this, just like I know it. It's that I think that is the case.
But
right?
isn't the risk worth it? Like, okay, so I'll say something else.
No.
I want to say a few things. The first thing I want to say is I want to make it clear that I think men are super needed, obviously, right? In a relationship. I think the best way to actualize yourself as a human being is to run the experiment of being with somebody else and building life together. That's my belief, you know? So if I think that, and a man is an option for me, Cheeky, I feel like the risk or the fear that I can have while, you know, approaching the woman is small compared to the high reward of finding somebody I can build a life with, I can learn to compromise with, I can learn to get better with, right? Because we're both coming in flawed. But if we choose each other and then we can build each other, you know, that's such a high reward. The risk is, you know, really annoying. And I think the more you do it, from what Little Black Book was saying, the more you do it, the less it's stressful, right? And having the ability to be the one who chooses, Cheeky, as a man, also gives you the ability to have more options. So if me as a woman, I decide to not choose, to not put myself out there in a very clear way, like you suggested I should do, then I have less options. If you as a man do the same, then you have less options too. Because if you don't go out to choose, you don't expose yourself to as many people, right?
No,
Yes.
not at all. That's like taking a Scantron test and you got A, B, and C, and then you got A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. There's only one right answer. And it doesn't change the fact that there's only one right answer. As a matter of fact, in most cases, you're not desirable. But I have a friend here, right?
What do you mean? Did you even listen to what I was saying?
I did. You said your options are more available if you go approach, right? But the problem is
it's an added way to get out there.
The problem is you already know most of the options are already wrong because they don't see you as an option. They don't meet.
Why do you label yourself like that? Like, okay, me.
Wait, hold on. Y'all are so privileged. Y'all don't understand why we think this way. This is what I'm talking about. You don't even understand the mentality. The reason why he knows this award and I know it's a award is because we'll actually be there. Go approach a man, please. Go approach it. Approach 20 men in your life and then come back to this conversation. And I dare you. Wait, no, Kai.
I'll give you just one point. I think if I was approaching 20 men, I am sure I would have better odds than most men because first of all, I'm a woman and I've been on a dating app once. So I had like a good experience from that. So I'm not saying that it wouldn't be easier for me. What I am saying is if you're operating under the fact that you're a lower, because this is what you're telling me, I think I'm lower in position than other men. I won't be chosen as often. You know, if you're telling me that, then I would ramp up my odds so I can find somebody that I like more. Because if I have more exposure, another girl, you don't know what another woman is thinking about you. And I know for a fact, like what you guys were saying when you were saying like a very attractive guy would get more attention. That's true, right? But the thing with a very attractive guy sometimes is that he may not be a very good boyfriend. You know, that can be an example. And then a woman can experience, I mean, Cheeky, it's true because if a guy is always getting...
Wait, hold on. There's the thing that you're doing and you keep missing is you're saying, isn't it worth it if you approach a woman and then you find out that woman is absolutely trash? The same thing is happening to you as a man. What I'm saying is not that different. The person you think may be appropriate as a boyfriend and you go find out, go on a date, then you realize this person is trash. The same thing apply to men. I like this person. I approached her. Come to find out she's not a good girlfriend. But I had a homie. I was going to ask him.
But then you left and you had another option to see. Aren't you like
I left after how long? Or either way it go. What I'm saying is you make a statement like, don't you think it's worth it in the end? And in most cases, and for people who've been out here and who have enough experience with both men and women, they're not married yet. As a matter of fact, most of their dating environment, they will go, it's been trash. Why? Because the people, right? It does come to a point where as individuals, we just got to better ourselves, right? I think that's just true across the board. I think most men, I think that Kojo or Little Black Book, he's he has definitely had plenty of dates. The man's not married. That says something about that. Doesn't say that doesn't mean that every woman he's dated is a terrible woman, and that doesn't mean he's a perfect man. But that does allude to there needs to be some type of improvement, whether it be from him or the dating pool, right? That's one thing. So for the person who does go out as much as he does, and I see him all the time. I follow the brother. I should also support. If the man has gone out this much and has this much exposure with his 71,000 followers and he can't find himself a girl, what does that say?
What? I think that's so pessimistic. And I think, see, for me,
wait, why is that pessimistic and not just truth?
I'll explain. I'll explain why. I think this is a good way. No, I love this conversation, honestly, Cheeky. I think this is so interesting because for me, this is why men take themselves out. Because if that's your conclusion, if you're telling me, okay, I look at this guy who has exposure, who is trying, and he's not finding the right one. So that means, what are my odds? And then, I will opt out and better myself, which is a good thing. Better yourself, always good. The thing is also, his chances are not going to be yours necessarily. And what is the other option for you? Is the option staying single? I mean, it might be your option, but like, I am not that pessimistic.
It's dependent on the person. Why is it that everything that I say is pessimistic and not just reality? The truth is, I said what I said, and it's true. I didn't say it's wrong or it affects me. I'm just saying, look at the example that we have, and we're going to use a man who consistently goes out and consistently puts himself out there. His outcome is the same as mine. And you're saying the probability, of course, for him is better because he's putting himself out there. And I would agree. I'm not going to argue mathematics. That makes sense. I'm not going to deny you that. But the thing is this: you're not putting yourself out there, or you've given up. Who said that? Why are we implying this about the men?
Well, if anybody logical, Dahlia.
I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. Cheeky. You started off this conversation by saying that the men are taking themselves out of the dating market.
I did not.
Yeah, we were talking about the article. We were talking about.
Up.
It's me. It's me.
No.
I said that. It's not him.
My apologies then. My apologies then.
Yeah.
But the article is talking about how that the men within the ages of, I think, 18 to 30, that they are dating less, that they are taking themselves out of the market. I think you're right. What are you shaking your head at?
That's not what it said. It said that most men are single.
They're single, but the argument that's being talked about right now is that they're taking themselves out of the market. And then you said just now that you think that part of it is because the people that we are experiencing in the dating market, that they're not doing the work on themselves, and also part of it is that we're not doing the work on ourselves. You did say that. You did say that. That was about 2 minutes ago.
No. I said it 2 minutes ago, but you have to understand why I said it. Because the thing that keeps being brought up, although we're inferring. There's literally nothing to report that any of us was right now. I just don't understand why we keep saying that it's always fear. Maybe it's just men are not they're just not finding people to date them.
I agree with you before. I told you I don't think it's always just fear. My point here, though, is that even if it is the case that the reason why people aren't dating like they want to, or finding relationships like they want to, is because the other person isn't who they need to be, or you're not who you need to be. Let's say that's true, and I agree that it is. Now what? So now that we know that, what are we supposed to be doing? Do we just now stop dating altogether? What is the next step?
Nobody suggested that.
I'm asking you now. What? So now, I guess you keep doing it. You have, as an autonomous being, right, that I'm trusting would know themselves and their limit. I'm going to leave that up to the individual. What I personally do is just chill out. To me, all of this is not a big deal, right? I'm not out here stressing. I'm not complaining. Women don't have sex with me. No, that's not me. I'm chilling. I came up on the platform to have a conversation. The only issue that I'm having, Delia, right, is that the vast majority, because even Kojo himself has said it, I think most men aren't doing these things. But I'm trying to figure out, how are we substantiating this?
We have no proof of this. Why is it that men are just fearful and it's not just women are more picky? And that's just the truth. And also this, most women want the same type of dudes, and they all, and me and Coach are both experiences. If he's 6'6" with a six-pack, $3,000, $300,000, and an athlete, he don't get the same results as we do. But every single woman will go to him. It's not always just the man's fault, and they're not just trying hard enough. It's really not. Sometimes it's just when you sit here and say it's fear, you're faulting the man for being fearful.
Who did I say that?
I said that.
Why are you first? I already said it was Kojo and her. I just said it was both of them.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
what I'm saying is I already acknowledge the issue that I have is with Little Black Book and what Kaya is saying this, and that's why I didn't include you. I already made it clear. They're making inferences and generalizing these things about men, and I think it's a little bit more complex than just men are fearful. As a matter of fact, depending on your area, because I'm in Atlanta, if you don't think Negroes are shooting a shot, you out your mind. All right, I don't know what you think.
You should have started off with Atlanta
For sure.
My point is this. Every environment is different, and for us to just generalize it to men are fearful is insane, because nobody would like it if I generalize things about women, and I think that's fair to say.
That's fair.
But you've generalized things about women also.
I have, and you know what, Kaya, I have, and I already said I don't have a problem with it, but you did. You had a problem when I did it.
Like I said, I rectified that because I told you I don't have a problem. Okay. No, because you think I'm changing it, but it's maybe I miss. First of all, French is my first language. English is really just a language I'm using. And sometimes I can speak in a way that is like it's still going to be good, but it's not exactly what I mean. And what I was saying is, I don't think when you're face to face with a woman, you should generalize. Obviously, as human beings, we generalize in our approach, right? We think of people as a group and what they might do or might not do. Now, my only question for you, Cheeky, is, do you think your analysis, the logical conclusion of your analysis that you put out there, do you think that is the most beneficial, or do you think that is the type of analysis that will lead to 6 out of 10 men being single? Because I think that type of way, that thinking, if you follow it logically, will lead to more men being single.
No, some things you honestly cannot control. I can't control what women find attractive.
Yeah, but you don't need all women to find you attractive.
You asked me a question, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And what I'm saying, and I don't mean that to like a power player. No, it's just I think the honest answer is women are more picky, and most men just don't meet the standard. If you're a college-educated woman, how many college-educated men do you know? Because the stats will show most men are in college and most men aren't graduating. So if a woman's standard is I need a man that's college-educated, she's already minuscule. She's already made her dating pool this much smaller. Those things all happen in a woman's head. I can't control that, because if I was a woman, right, and I was thinking logically, I would go, well, maybe I don't need a college-educated man, but I need a good man in this way. But women don't find value in the things that we're trying to say. When women say they care about personality, yes, they do. But then they start looking at his wallet as well. I'm not saying that's the first thing on their mind, but they don't want to date a broke boy with personality. They want to date a secure man with personality. What age do you think that starts happening for men?
I have a pushback on this though, because I've heard these same arguments before, and I've heard women say that the whole 666 thing, but then I have to look at the actual numbers of men and women getting married and what those people actually look like, their heights, their builds, their income levels. And I think to myself, well, what women are saying that they want versus what they're actually settling for are two very different things. I think it's the same for the men too. I mean, you guys have a certain sort of look that you want, or maybe like a certain features, whatever the case may be, but what you actually settle for is very different. I see who y'all date. I see who you marry. It ain't Kim Kardashian. Okay, who she's settling for is not, he ain't 6 feet. He doesn't have an income. The average income right now in America is, I think, like 45,000, somewhere between 45 and 50,000 right now. The average male height for American men is, I think, 5'8". I know you don't have a six-pack because our obesity levels are rising. So obviously, what women are saying that they want and what they're actually getting is two different things. So we have to reconcile that too.
We are reconciling it. Women are also opting out of dating. Why are we acting like men are the only ones that can opt out? Why? That's what I'm saying. Y'all are saying men are opting out. Women are opting out as well. How many times have you heard from women, I don't want to do struggle love? How many women do you know have been hurt in a previous relationship and go, never again? They start increasing their standard and they start doing things that make the dating pool specifically smaller. And most men aren't just going to qualify because they've learned a lesson. And you've already admitted that most men are willing to compromise on what they find as quote unquote conventionally beautiful because they're not with that. So if anything, you're proving the point that men are willing to compromise on their looks, on the women's looks, because they have to. Women are not willing to compromise on certain things.
They are compromising though.
Yeah, they
on
are.
those statistics that I just
I
gave you.
disagree. They are.
Who? What's
I
that?
think the problem with men also-
I'm willing to do both. Show me the anecdotal and the stats, and I'm willing to accept both of them.
No, but if you look at your life, okay, we're four people. We live in different places. Dahlia doesn't live. I think she's in the States. I live in Canada.
Are you sure you want to count mine though? My area is a little crazy.
Yeah, your area is weird. I've heard about it, even though I've never been.
See, and that's why I don't like you two and all the internet. Atlanta's great. All right, yeah, Atlanta's great.
But in my environment, I see many women dating men that are not 6 foot. You know, I see also women dating men that don't earn as much as them, but they're close, but just not as much as them. And it's not only like Black women, even white women. I see women dating men that are bigger than them, and I see men. You know, I don't think it's true to say that women don't compromise. I think the issue also is maybe the type of woman you want would not want to compromise, because that's the thing also. Like you qualify, quote unquote, because I've heard that so much. You qualify for a certain type of woman, maybe, and you might look down on that woman. She might still be beautiful, but maybe not like crazy body beautiful, or like, you know, putting herself on Instagram or, you know, out there. She might be a little bit more conservative in her look, and that might not be what you want to go for. I'm just saying as an example, right? Because a lot of men also are stimulated now looking at beautiful women all over, you know, the internet and everything, and they might have higher standards for what a woman they would want to settle down is, you know. So is it just the case that it's the men that want to compromise and not the woman? I don't know. I don't know that you've proved your point. I think you've stated it.
Wait.
I think neither's happening, to be honest. I think
that's
both,
why I'm saying. But that's little Black book. That's the point. I'm not trying to prove a point, because I'm not making the statement that all men are fearful or most men are. It was you guys. It was you guys' statement. I'm only presenting a totally different viewpoint because there's no one else to do it.
But you said that men are willing to compromise.
I said that
because we said women too.
I said that because you make it seem as if men are just fearful and they're not approaching. As if another aspect is women are choosing are more choosier than ever. And that's actually what. And another thing is, that's not my only thought. That was the point from the videos. I'm only using some of the same things that said the factors that they considered. I'm not inferring anything. I'm going based off of what they said. You're inferring a lot because none of them said.
Yeah, for sure. I'm inferring.
And that's my point. How can we infer this and be so fine with inferring it when even when the people reporting on it didn't do it itself? It'd be different if they all said, you know what, men are opting out, but that's not the case. In most cases,
we're having a conversation. I didn't come as a statistician with like a fully proved hypothesis. What I said when I was starting is, this is my hypothesis. Let's discuss it. So I am not also saying I'm right. You know, I would not.
Right.
You know, it's just a hypothesis. I'm listening to what you guys have to say.
I agree. And I don't think you're coming here to win an argument, but you're presenting some type of imagery that I don't agree with for men. That's the difference. You're presenting that you and Little Black Book have both presented imagery that men are fearful. So they were saying basically that men are afraid to approach women today.
I think women kind of set their precedent.
And so he's got a totally different opinion. He said that he thinks women set that precedent, right?
For men to be fearful.
Social media, how many women be like, this nigga tried to talk to me. I was at the gas station and this man did this to try to talk to me.
Creep.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I still I'm kind of low key out the game now, but like that,
I love it.
I would say like a lot of men. I didn't have a problem when I used to approach women. I mean, I guess it depends on the man, I guess, but the majority of men are probably in a state to where they don't even want to approach women just because women be like, I might heal my bunny now. Don't talk to me.
All right, and then here's another thing. Right? Since he know me, he can confirm I don't approach women, but I have no problem with women. I don't have any issue of having a conversation. But if I don't approach women, it's assumed that I'm fearful of them, and that's not an accurate assessment. I don't do it because in most cases they're just not worth the time. In all honesty, and that's not to say women don't have any value. That's not to say that I think they're worthless. It's just in most cases, from my interaction with women and having multiple conversations, they're not mentally mature, they're not emotionally mature, they don't understand themselves, they're figuring themselves out, or they just got out of there's so many different factors. To chalk it up to just men are fearful is something that you all are projecting on a man's image that even the news cycle didn't do, and I think it's fair to defend it as a man. That's all. No, that's it.
I would say that okay. I think we're talking about different things, moving components. If we're talking about approaching women objectively, just as that action, then there is fear on you if you don't approach. Because the reality is, when we're out and about, and this maybe I'm a bit more old school. That's maybe why I'm thinking this way. That's what I said about the changing generation. I'm from a particular generation where when you're out and about, you see a girl that you like, man, them tap each other like, brother, have you seen that girl? Who's approaching the girl?
Yeah,
right?
yeah, man, them, yeah.
Because the girl is fine. The girl is fine, and you may never see that girl again. So, man, them, let's go. Like one of you who's approaching. I'm gonna approach it. I'm gonna go after it, right? Because the biological thing that's happening here is that the beauty of a woman that you find attractive moves you. So you generally do move. So if you're not approaching, my thing is, if you're not approaching, the reality is, yes, we are fearful if we're not approaching. That is the core crux of the mindset. It's nothing to do with the fact that we can think about all the different components that come with it, that she might be in a relationship. She might not want to talk to me. But all it's going to creep down to is the reality is it's fear. And I'm telling you this because I've approached many times, and I know that sometimes I don't approach basically because I don't want to get rejected in that moment. I've not got the energy and I've got not the strength today to deal with the rejection. But the reality is it's the fear of being rejected. It's not the person itself. That's the fearful part. But this thing about 6 out of 10 people, men not being thing, they gave us an example. They said women are being more pickier, but he gave the caveat, which is while they are being pickier, they're pickier based on a particular criteria. So my thing is, when I'm talking to this, when I did this video, I was talking to men saying, get your together. Because if you don't, the other party is got a standard and you have to meet it. It's unfortunate whether you like it or I like it, makes no difference. If you want that person there, you have to up your levels. It's nuts to go to somebody and say, let me give you an example, right? Let's say someone does TV and they have a particular level of quality, and you bring your work and say, I'm a cameraman, and they look at your camera, they look at your work and go, what the hell is this? Right? You have to apply to their standard to be in their world. That's the reality. So whether we like it or not, when you want to choose a woman, you're going to have to acquire the standard that they're wanting. So yes, and the game is, and this is what I have with us as men, the game is simple. It's been the same since the beginning of time. It's very simple. Get your money up, because money represents resources. All right? Be a person that's safe. That be safe emotionally, mentally, etc., physically now, because they want protection, right? And be a man that does what he says and has actions that match his words, right? Is a priest of his home. It's that simple. Now, the problem here that we have, it's in amongst all that, the meshing of that is this. Some women don't feel safe because your relational skills are atrocious, right? They don't feel safe because you can't have a conversation. You don't know how to hold one down. And I've seen it. And you go back to school and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. The reason why certain people weren't getting chosen is because some of us can't relate, right? You're looking at, and what you're doing is you're putting yourself in the shoes of that other guy who has different qualities to you. Yes, he's better looking. Maybe he's a better looking guy. And you're thinking, I should have the same kind of options that he has. The reality is life doesn't work like that. You know that, and I know that. Where I start and where you start, we don't start in the same place. You're in Atlanta. I'm not in Atlanta. I'm in UK. I have a different set of options that are coming to my thing. I have to work. Some of us got 2 out of 10. Some of us got 8 out of 10. And you got to work with the 2 that you got. Okay. The reality is a lot of men, just like women do, don't know where they stand in the market. You're looking at certain women going, oh, she has this, this, and this. And I'm like, well, bro, you need to look for someone on your level. It's that simple. Now, if she feels like she's not on your level, then go to the next one. Go to the next one. There's another one. Go to another one. You sometimes when guys are talking about the kind of women that don't want them, I'm looking at them going, yeah, I can see why they don't want you. You're not in their league, and you know that. I don't know why you're stressed. And the same with women. Women sometimes do this as well. Women do this too, and this is why they end up being single. Is because they don't know where they are in the marketplace, and they were asking for a man who makes 6 figures, this, that, and I'm looking at the baby like, baby, have you seen yourself? You can't be serious. You can't be serious asking for that when. And so if the people that are most of the time that are successful understand their position in the market and they're willing to compromise on things that are worthy of compromising on, and they're willing to say, no, this is a boundary that needs to happen. Sometimes you have to come as a man, you look at this and you go, I don't make 6 figures. I'm not the 6-pack. I'm not this. All right, cool. Well, I might have to compromise on that. The baddest bee ain't going to look at me. Okay, cool. All right, cool. I have to choose maybe someone. I might have to compromise on how I want the look to be exactly. Okay, cool. So the point is knowing where you are in the market. I'm just saying, because me personally, the reason why I'm not dating is because I knew that I wasn't effective in myself. I'm having a war with myself. I'm saying I need to work on the traumas that I have and the triggers that I have. That's why I'm not dating, not because I can't find them. You know, as you said yourself, the platform allows for many women to talk to, but I'm not in the space I need to be in to be able to date. I'm not going to be no good to anybody in a long-term thing, and I want to have a long-term marriage. And if it comes down to it and I have to go out and get, I'm going to have to go out and get. It's that simple. And I think sometimes what happens is, as men, sometimes we don't want to have that conversation of the reality. We see other men having it easier than us, and we want our life to be as easy as them. And unfortunately, it's not as easy. It's not as easy. You haven't got the same characteristics. You ain't got the same skills. You ain't got the same looks. You ain't got the same money. You have to play the game with what resources you have in your hand. And if that means that you can only get a certain type of woman, then you're going to have to work with that. But instead, warring and crying about women who aren't looking at you, it's a waste of time. I haven't got the time to be doing that. Do you know what I mean? So for me personally, I say it's fear. If you're approaching a woman and you don't want to approach her, it is always fear. That is why you didn't approach. If you weren't afraid, you would have gone and spoke to her. You'd have gone and said something to her. There's no need to put it anywhere else. According to the article, yes, it's slightly different because we're talking now about it being about relationships. And there's other aspects that work with it in terms of a relationship, maintaining one. Have you got your finances in order? Are you, and that's why I said again, are you emotionally stable? Some of you are not stable. Some of the stories I hear from you men, and I'm talking to men today. That's why I'm not talking about the women. Specifically, I'm talking to the women, to the men today. That's why I'm doing it this way. Some of us are not stable emotionally. Some of you are scary. No, I cannot lie. Some of you are actually scary, brother. I've talked to some men, and some of your mindsets, I'm like, you're scary, brother. You scare me, and I'm a guy, but you scaring me, and I can see why you don't maintain the relationship. You can attain one, but you don't maintain it because you don't have the attribute nor the skills to handle this thing with delicate care. That's what I'm saying. So sometimes we've got to keep it real with the man. Them. I'm not saying that they're always to blame, but in this particular conversation we're having, I'm at the men's neck today because I'm talking to the men directly. You know what I mean? So, Akai, I think you want to say something. Dali, jump in. I've got some other people who want to come in as well. Go for it.
Yeah. So what I wanted to say.
Just real quick, I'm gonna say peace out to y'all. All right.
Oh, okay.
Enjoyed the convo.
Cheeky, I appreciate you, my dog.
You know what I'm saying? I hope y'all don't get red pill energy from me. You know, I actually
No, not at all.
right, because they be trying to say that about me, Kai. They be trying to say all that.
Well, I don't know, but I think
Don't
we
believe
had
the
a great
hype. I may
conversation.
go to Canada one day, okay?
Welcome.
You like the banter. That's it. All right, cool. Yes, Kai, you want to say something? I've got some new people on there. I'll get you guys involved in a second or two. But go for it, Kai.
Yeah, so I wanted just to address the idea of the relationship. I think that's something completely different. And I think you made a good transition there onto that. I think if we're talking specifically about men in relationship, and if we talk about Black men, I think the ego is something huge. You know, knowing how to tame your ego has a lot to do with being able to maintain a relationship now. Because no woman has to put up with your ego being so big, you know? And why I say that is because I think that's something men have to conquer in themselves also. If they find that they're falling for a woman, I feel like there's always like this fear. And I think that also creates a lot of issues, because if you're not making as much as your woman, sometimes the problem can be that your ego makes the relationship difficult if she doesn't even make it difficult herself, right? You knowing that you're making less for an extended period of time might make it difficult. So that would be one point that I would bring.
Do you want to add something?
Yes. I thought that you raised a good point about, well, you raised up a point about dating standards that I wanted to touch on. And I do think that, and this is for both men and women, I do think that some of the standards that we have for each other are ridiculous. I think that sometimes we ask for too much, or the things that we ask for, while in and of themselves, they're not wrong. It's not really realistic. I think it's reasonable that you are taking yourself off the dating market, Kojo, because you want to better yourself. And, you know, there's triggers that you want to dismantle, or things that you want to work on, so that way you can show up a better person. And this is not geared towards you specifically, but I've heard other people say this before, but the way they talk and the things that they're looking for, it's like you want this perfect person. And it's like, there is no such animal. And I think you have to also, you know, as you're working on yourself, and this is something I'm actively working on too, is understanding that whoever that you end up with will not be perfect. They're going to do some things to upset you. They're going to hurt you, and they won't even mean to, but they're going to do it because they're human. And you kind of have to, but you have to wrap your mind around that. And as you're working on yourself, also be working on expanding your empathy and your grace for people, and really being clear about the standards that you have for yourself and what it is that you want for yourself and the other person, what you want within this relationship. I think that's also part of the reason why people struggle so hard when it comes to relationships and transitioning from dating into marriage, is because they're not really clear with themselves about what they want and whether or not you actually do need that in a relationship. That person having 6 figures is really nice, but do you actually need that for the relationship to work? No, there's plenty of people who are poor and they've been able to make the relationship work, because it's not really about the money. It's how you are approaching the money, your mindset towards it. That's what really matters. That person having a 6-pack is not going to help you with the relationship. It's a nice to have. It's real nice to have, but it's not going to help you in the relationship unless the argument is that your work ethic, that you get that or attain the 6-pack. You could argue that's that same work ethic you can use towards a relationship too. But I mean, other than that, do you need it? No, you really don't. So that's something that I feel like people should really stop and think about, is what are your standards and why?
Appreciate that. Go on, Jeffrey, and welcome over in Black Star. Appreciate you. Go for Jeffrey.
Appreciate that, Coach. I just wanted to put this out there in regards to a lot of times when we have talks about the dating market, when men and women are talking about this, I always see that there's this idea we're dealing with a clash between the micro and the macro. we're dealing with qualitative, which is the context, and then quantitative, which is more or less the content. And what I tend to find is when you make generalizations, I say that generalizations about context is the epitome of ignorance, because what tends to happen is if you don't have the context as to why people have particular dating standards from an individual perspective, you'll just go from the tangent point to say all women are this or all men are that, not understanding the reason why a person thinks how they think. So when it comes to the dating market, I'm always wondering about these conversations. Does it come from a place of selection bias? Because a lot of times you hear a lot of talking points being put out on social media, on YouTube, which is reverberated over and over and over again. Yes, are there women that have unreasonable standards? Sure, that is evident. Same way there are unreasonable standards that men have in regards to their attraction. Sometimes you may find that what we internalize, whether it's through music videos, whether it's through entertainment, whether it's through maybe what we see on pornography, it kind of reverberates and it causes our psyches to change, and then it creates this idea of what we want in a woman that we find to be attractive. I bet you there are times where Black men have even said, I don't want to date a Black woman because of this, and this, right? Based upon trauma, based upon maybe white supremacist talking points that have been put into people's heads. It's there. So there's a lot of internal work that could potentially be skewing the dating market. Men who nowadays, they either spend their time on computer games or video, Twitch, Skype, all of that could also be influencing. I mean, I can only imagine the level of isolation that many people, men and women, were experiencing during the days of COVID that could also be contributing to the dating market also being skewed. So when it comes to this whole idea of the dating market, you have to look at the many variables that go into it. Another talking point, people say one of the reasons why when you're talking about relationships are financial reasons, but what's the context behind it? Financial reasons, some people can be financially illiterate because you didn't have communication and talking about how you deal in your finances. These things can happen over time. Are you spending in excess, both parties? Are you looking to save? Are you looking to invest? A lot of people, they focus so much on, again, the quantitative, the micro, but they don't go into, they focus on the macro, but they don't look at the context behind why these things are happening as well. And I also want to ask this question to the ladies, just out of curiosity. Personally, what are some of the things, you said ego, right? That men have an ego, and that is true. Sometimes our ego can get in the way of a relationship, especially when we have tied the value of a man from a human standpoint, men's intrinsic value as human beings, by how much money they make, the same way we tie a woman's human intrinsic value by her looks. So what other stuff have you kind of ladies seen that you feel like, yeah, I don't really want to go out with this guy? Like, I'm just curious.
Either one of you can take it.
Yeah.
I'm a
I
little-
think, oh, yeah, you're letting me, because I thought you were going to talk. I would let you. So for me, ego is something more into the relationship, right? So when you've been with somebody, after a while, you're trying to get to know them. I think the ego can be an issue. But let's say if you're just meeting men and you're thinking about getting into a relationship, one thing that I've noticed is the same way Cheeky was saying, women don't know themselves, they don't know what they want. I think a lot of men are lost right now, confused about what they really want, what they don't want. I think it's normal because the age is conducive to being like a little bit, trying to find yourself as a person, as a man. That's another reason why I think women can sometimes want to date older men, because the maturity level at that point, the emotional maturity, like everything that, I think it's Kojo. Your name is Kojo, yeah? So everything that Kojo was saying, I'm taking myself out of the market because I need to fix some things about myself. 5 years ago, he might have not come to the same conclusion, right? So there's emotional maturity that comes with age. And men, because they can procreate for a longer period of time, they have the ability to work on that for longer. And women, I think sometimes when you know what you want, you enter, you date a guy, and then you see very quickly that he spends a lot of money randomly, right? Meaning, like the first date you go out, he takes you to a place and spends, let's say, $200, $100. I mean, how much are you making if every week you take a girl out and you're spending that much money? For me, that's a red flag. The ability to communicate properly, just in conversation. A lot of men don't know how to communicate, meaning they can be closed off. And if you're somebody who's really trying to find a partner, you want to get into their head and their personality. You want to know what you're dealing with. If it's closed, that's a red flag, So I would say those are the three main things. One big thing for relationships, I think a lot of men are irresponsible. I think that's a huge statement, but I think a lot of men are irresponsible, meaning, you can make less money and handle your money better, and you can make money and your wife is still the person who's dealing with everything because you haven't learned to be responsible with your own money. That can be a huge issue,
That's true. That's true. And to add on to that point, I think there is also a level of accountability we as men got to take. But I think you said something that was really key, that, men have to be open, right? Men have to be emotionally open when talking. I think, again, when it comes to the fear, maybe due to past experiences that men have had with the type of woman that they have selected, because they've not done the work upon themselves, they may project their pain and insecurities onto the next woman. So you may not get the positive outcome that you seek based by how men approach you. So men might move a little bit colder this time. You might feel, do I have to do so much work just to get a guy to open up to me and tell me a little bit about his past and what he's been through, if he's still not recovered from it? Because sometimes we feel as men, if we let certain women in, there's always the what if this woman takes advantage of me? Because the same way women have emotions, men have emotions as well. And sometimes you do not want to be taken advantage of. I know what that feels like, to be taken advantage of by someone that I let in. Now, I got to take accountability for the people that I choose to come into my life. But then at the same time, it's like, are you going to be grateful or are you going to take what I'm doing for granted? Are you going to be in gratitude of the fact that I've just opened up to you a personal part of my life, right? Sometimes, especially, another reason is teachings. Sometimes our parents will tell us, yo, you got to be careful who you let in. You got to be careful who you let in. You got to keep yourself to yourself. You got to keep yourself to yourself a little bit, because you do not know who you're dealing with. When you're dealing with another person, I'm sure you've had this conversation. Yo, be careful who you let. Be careful who you allow someone to come in. It's like, you just do not know. It's a risk. It's a risk you've got to take. Kind of like when you go into business or when you're putting in stocks, there is a risk involved. And of course, you have to have calculated risks. This is where you do more of the preparation before reparation. You spend more time actually preparing yourself, which is what Kodra's doing. He's preparing himself so that way when he actually has his checks and balances in terms of his life, then he's able to find someone who's complementary to the lifestyle that he wants to live. Some of us, again, even with that, you just do not know until you enter into said relationship. It's a risk that we're all dealing with. But men on our end, the same way you ladies have to take, precautions, we have to, because we just do not know who we're dealing with until we actually deal with them on the long term. That's another aspect why you find that the dating market sometimes is wild, because everybody's coming into it sometimes jaded based upon previous experiences, and because they've not done the work, everybody's somewhat either looking for someone who may be more along the healing line, or we project what our fantasies on what we want the other person to be towards us. That's another reason why maybe the dating market is also jacked up.
Appreciate it. Wolverine Blackstar, let's get you.
Greetings, bonjour, and my brother Jeffrey. Yo, Jeff, you my twin. We on the same wavelength mentally. I don't know where you're at in the world, but we're on the same attenuation. No matter where you're at in the world, we're on the same attenuation. Because you said a lot. You said a mouthful. I think you said so many different things I agree with, but to sum it up to it is, I think the dating market is different because people are more performative. They overthink relationships and try to turn them into equations instead of letting them be experiences. And that's what life really is like. And that's the one part of life that you can't control is your actual feelings for someone else and their feelings for you and your interaction for them. And that's an experience, right? So people overthink it and try to make an equation. And that's where the 666 things come in, which is the most foolish thing I've ever heard of, because you just look at the numbers in the world and you can see that people don't live up to that. People don't make that much. People don't have that much in their savings. Since the beginning of time, people have been making babies, making the whole world go round, and 666 didn't come into it. Back in the day, how big your belly was. Skinny man like me didn't get no love back then because they thought we were poor. So it's the big belly dudes, you know what I'm saying, they got all the love back there. So depending upon society, things different change. So the 666 is just something that someone put out there that it looked good. It was, like I said, there's a lot of performative things happening in relationships nowadays. People are projecting like this is what they want, this is what it has to be, because no one wants to. I see that the younger generation, because I'm a little bit older, and the younger generation, you know, when I say younger, I'm talking about your early 20s, you know what I'm saying, maybe up to your 30s. They have a fear of making mistakes. They have a fear of saying that I made this mistake and it's a failure. They take it so indicative of their character that this one mistake, and it's not even a mistake, it's experience. Most of the people take things in life as such it's a mistake and like they can't bounce back from it, but it's an experience. All the people that you look up to in life actually went through some kind of life experience where you look up to them and say, oh wow, they survived through that. They gave them definition of character. So a lot of times we look to the younger generation, I see they try to avoid pain so much. It's like, but pain is something in life that you actually have to learn to deal with. It's like it comes, love and pain, it's like synonymous. When you love someone so much that you put a baby in them, and then they love that you so much, they decide to have your baby, they decide to have this baby, and it's pain. You seen them have the baby, you're in pain watching them have the baby, they're in pain having the baby. It's just pain. And when it's done, it's like a moment of silence and beauty. That pain just equals that, manifested itself into a being of love. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, we gotta get out of this performative, what we have to be, what we need to be. Find somebody that you can just, like he said, be comfortable with. And this is a thing, a lot of things that he said, a key thing, because this is with me too, because it's like my brother who took himself off the market, I did the same thing, so I understand where you're coming from. When you've been hurt by a woman, I think men, we tend to gloss over it and try to project that aura of strength and that, she ain't mean nothing anyway, bro. But the difference is that when you really open yourself up and become vulnerable to a woman, it's hard for a man to get over that and just go open himself up to another woman and be vulnerable. When you truly connected with a woman and done that. And women, I don't think they understand. For men, it's how hard it is, because we don't speak on it. We're not allowed to speak on it. If you start to speak on it, you seem to be looked down as a less of a man because you're more emotional, or you're speaking on your emotions. So it's kind of hard for us to transgress that boundary of emotions sometimes, and even hard to define that we have that boundary. But that's what I want to add in right now. But yeah, hey, brother Jeffrey, hey, little black book, you do your thing too. But brother Jeffrey, you was on point. We haven't touched into the porn yet. You on point.
No, appreciate it.
Thank you, Wolverine Black Star. Fatty, welcome to the conversation. Talk to me. Dating market's wild out here, brother. What are you saying?
For now, I have nothing to say. I was kind of wondering, because I never talk with my fellows in the United Kingdom. I usually talk with Americans all the time. So it's actually kind of fun seeing from a Portuguese point of view, talking with people on UK is actually kind of fun. So I'm going to join a little bit of you guys. But it's strange because we in Europe, we are not as vocal with our standards. You see, this 666 thing is an American thing. They are very abrupt when it comes to their standards, and we see that's not a real life type of standard. You are going to say this is like shooting for the stars and falling on the moon. They usually do that to make sure that they at least get a little. It's like you go into the car dealership and say, I want this car for $1,000. And he says, come on, man. It's 7,000. Okay, 4,000. It's fine. You see, like you kind of negotiate. You give a random number, and then you go to the number. You're kind of okay. But the thing is, I think most of us, unfortunately, will not die alone, but very close to that. Because this is crazy. Everybody's playing the game not to lose, not to win. Instead of playing the game to win, he's playing the game not to lose. We are afraid of women. Women are afraid of us. Like we try to engage. We engage with the wrong person. Then we get burned for 3 or 4 years. Woman, this is actually, and this is the thing, right? I think until we find the solution, especially when it comes to these laws on the part of the man and on the woman, to the point where they can understand that even if they go on the relationship, they have more to gain than they have to lose, right? These I can do bad by myself mentality that woman been developing lately. I think we can get to the point of understanding, but actually I don't see it. And I think most of us on these panels are probably on the same age range, 20s a lot, 30 something. I think our generation is not going to see eye to eye. And it's actually very scary, because the next kid, like the kids now, the 20-year-old kids, they are not going to be in better shape than us, because we lived on a time, an era where we didn't have Instagram or a mobile phone, right? We'll just go outside, meet each other at shopping malls and all that. So we kind of were, I'm not saying we had to go. We had to meet people. We had to talk with people. We kind of developed our social skills before this internet era. But these kids are done. Like, and if we can figure it out, with all the advantages that we got, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think a lot of us need to understand that we need to look at the mirror and make sure that we are in good company. I think the first step for you to go outside is for you to look at the mirror and to understand that you are in good company. And I think most of us, unfortunately, don't understand that kind of concept. We look at the mirror, we look at the phone, we put the key on the door, we open the television so we hear a noise and we don't feel like alone in the house. I think most of us are not in the state of mind, and most of us are not going to get there.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Fadi. Dahlia, you wanted to add?
Yes. First, I love that your panel has gone international. You got people from all over the place now. This is great. Portugal. Okay. We like it. So, and by the way, Fadi, you also, you explained succinctly what I was trying to say to Cheeky Banner earlier when he was here about that whole 666 thing. That's what I was trying to say, is like, yeah, this is what we want. If you ask us what we want, well, of course we want the moon, but it's like, I mean, are we actually settling for that? The numbers don't support that. That was the only point that I was trying to make. But you said it better and funnier than me.
Cheeky is my boy, so I'll give him he's my boy, so I'll tell him what you meant for that. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I'll see you later today.
And then also I wanted to address the question that Jeffrey had, because I was thinking, just from my own personal dating experiences, I'm going to keep it on dating, what my experience of men has been like. And this is more on the negative side, because there have been some positive experiences. So I just want to say that point. The first thing that came to mind was entitlement. Actually, no, I'm not sorry. I was about to say sorry, but I'm not. I've had guys who think that they are entitled to something because they bought me dinner. And I'm so glad that my dad, he told me that whenever you're going out with a man, you make sure that you have enough money to cover whatever it is that you need. So just in case he tries to go pull some mess on you, you can pay for yourself and then leave. Because I've had guys do that to me before, and it's not a good feeling. I don't like feeling like I'm on the hook. I'm obligated to go do something for you because you were quote unquote nice to me. I don't like that. I've had that happen before. It's not a good feeling. So that's the first thing. I do think that that some men lack self-awareness. I think to Kai's point about who they are and what they want. And so what ends up happening is that they recognize that you're a good woman. And then what they'll do is try to like put you on their roster. They want to redshirt you because they don't know. They want to continue dating, but they also don't want to leave you behind. So rather than just tell you, I just want to play the field, they'll make you believe that they want something, they want the same thing that you want, even though they don't really know for sure. And so now you're just kind of like hanging, hoping, like getting breadcrumbs from him, waiting for him to make a decision. And that's not a good feeling either. And it's just, no, I'm not going to play these little games with you when you don't even know. If you don't know, just take yourself off of the dating market. You don't even know. And then the last thing is, I think that some guys are inauthentic. They kind of twist themselves into pretzels. And actually, this isn't even a guy thing, because I've seen girls do this too, and I've done this. They twist themselves to be who they think the other party wants them to be. And so you don't really know this person. You know this mask of a man. And then when you finally get comfortable with them, then they take the mask off. It's like, oh no, I thought you were somebody else, and you're not this person. And it can be really alarming. And I think that's what Wolverine was talking about, in a sense. It's like, just be who you are, show up for who you are, and either they like you or they don't. If they don't, it's not the end of the world. It's okay. You could just say no, you're not for me, and then we both move on to somebody else. And nobody's time is wasted. That's it.
Yeah, I'll come to you in a second, Jeff. So yeah, I mean, listen, this conversation has taken a good twist, because I think like I said, the article that came out I saw first, and then obviously the CNN video that dropped about men being single. The reason why I wanted to do this video is to kind of like now speak to the men specifically, because sometimes we don't have these conversations, right? And like, I've learned a lot from being around some of my boys. I'm a person that observes and learns. So, I've watched other cats and how they move. I've asked myself the question, okay, how come they managed to get this girl? How they managed to? I actually asked the questions because I want to know how you did, rather than looking at the other party as an issue. Because clearly somebody's winning. So if somebody's winning, I need to find out the winning formula. You understand? So for me, from that perspective, is why I'm saying that this video was specifically for the men, and I want to talk to the men, because I wanted them to understand that if this thing is saying there's 6 out of 10. This is USA, by the way. The rest of us in Europe, I don't know how that is. But clearly the US people are suffering up in there. But you got a 6 out of 10 men in the 18 to 29 bracket who are struggling with the dating field, the dating market, in such a wild way compared to even its predecessors. Then we do have to have a real conversation now about some of the things. And I said it earlier on, the keys to success were given in that video. It is very simple. I personally think the dating market, the hardest thing is finding a person, not necessarily what is needed to actually maintain that person. And I say that from a simplistic point of view. I give it earlier on. As men, provide, protect, be a priest of your home. If you have those things and you do it well, you'll find that it's easy to have this dating situation locked from a perspective of maintaining. Now, the hardest part usually is trying to find the right person that you want to be with. You know what I mean? That's the hardest part, finding the person. But a lot of these people, they're 6 out of 10. A lot of times they're suffering. As I said beforehand, I've been in school. I was young. I watched them. There are people in this life, honestly, social skills need work, right? And also, again, I think me and Fatty on a panel, and I was talking about this, is that for us as men, we have to ask ourselves, what is the objective goal here? If the objective goal is just to smash women and keep it moving, do whatever you want to do. Because I'm telling you now, it can work. There's women out there that will want to just want to have sex with you, and you can have that. But if your objective goal is to be in a long-term relationship, which I believe that most men should be aiming for, because life is better when we're in those situations for men personally, then we have to be aiming to have a conversation about how best to be successful in that space, right? Because it's an area of business. Marriage is a business in some aspect, one component, not all, but in some aspect. So if that's the case, how do I best make sure my business is going to flourish and is going to be successful? when men are discussing business and doing business, they learn skills in terms of how to make their business profitable. Because the end goal is not to be bankrupt, it's to be profitable and get money. And in the same fashion, when it comes to the marriage, the end result is to have a good marriage where I have a good wife, I have a happy life, my children are also healthy emotionally, not just financially, not just financially provided for, but emotionally, they're well-rounded individuals, okay, who are capable of, when they get to a certain age, being able to take care of themselves. I mean, better yet, take care of me because I'm gonna be old. You know what I mean? But no, just kidding. But that's Western world, we don't do that, but in Africa we do. But so it's about thinking about the long-term goal. And today it's about the men. Okay, don't worry, man. Don't worry. The ladies' time is coming. They thought they were only one, but it's not today. But the ladies' time is coming because the ladies thought they were gonna get away with it. I'm just dealing with the men first because I believe we're the leaders. So I'm dealing with the men first. Put some content out where we can start talking to these men. You know what I mean? So Jeffrey, we're going to say something before you go back. Sorry, Jeffrey was going to say, and then you can go after.
Yeah, I was just going to say to Fatty's point in regards to, the laws are not changing. I'm going to just say this, and I'm going to tie something I'm going to go a little political to make a point in terms of an analogy. Like, my point is that you can never have a political victory until there's a cultural victory. If you don't rehabilitate the culture first, no matter what you do in terms of voting, because the culture is not adhering to the standards you want to see, it's never going to work. Think of it like this. A lot of times we complain about the liberal system in terms of, from what I'm hearing in America, there's a lot of liberalism that's kind of messing up the whole issues in America. That's what I'm been hearing. And then you got conservatives that don't even become part of the social issues that they're in. They like to talk so much and be very dismissive. And when it comes to social issues, I never hear them get involved in terms of the culture, though. You want to complain about the music here, but I don't see many conservatives actually doing something with the music. So how can you complain about the situation that you're in, but you're not willing to make change about it? So you will never have a political victory when it comes to issues that affect men in certain laws until there's a cultural rehabilitation in terms of your mindset, in how you treat women, in how you do things. You can rant and rave about the laws, but the laws are going to be what they are until the culture, and it starts from an individual perspective. When the individual changes, when the nuclear family changes, because the nuclear family is the bedrock to society. When the nuclear family is rehabilitated, the community is rehabilitated. And the community is rehabilitated, then society is rehabilitated. And you can get a representative from the culture and then bring them up into politics. But expecting things to change from political aspects when the culture's not hip to it, you're shooting yourself in the leg. It's not going to work. It just isn't going to work. And also to your point, Dahlia, I think another issue with men is once you get into a relationship, it's complacency and being too comfortable. I hear cases where a lot of guys, think about it. To your point, Kojo, just because you make finances and you think you can get away from not doing your chores. And I know it sounds minuscule, but it's like the little things that always start off small that end up becoming something big that leads to the divorces. The very same divorce that, what's her name, Pearly talk things like, look, what's her name, Pearly, let's talk, likes to keep on reiterating about. I just saw a video just today where she was literally just talking on and on and on about the reasons why women, they divorce over minuscule things, 80%, but you don't go into the context as to why that happens. Yes, there are women that unfortunately will take advantage of the divorce court systems, but I would imagine that's the minority. That's not the majority. There has to be more context to it. So protecting, providing, and professing and being the priest of a household is more than just finances. There's the spiritual, mental, physical, social, and financial components towards all of that. Your spiritual, your code of conduct, your code of ethics, even if you don't believe in Christianity, even if you don't, what's your code of conduct, your ethics? Then your mentality, your mindset in terms of your acumen, in terms of your academics, in terms of your intelligence. Even if you're not college educated, you have to be educated in something, right? Then there's also your mindset. Then it comes with the physical. Your physical hygiene, your physical environment as well is very important too. Are you able to take care of your room? Organized room makes for an organized mind. Then also you got to deal with your social. Like, you are judged by the company that you keep, or your movement, who you move around with. Your network is your net worth. And then finally, your financial aspect of it. These components are so important. So you have to be have a holistic assessment about yourself, and then find someone that's complementary to you. When it comes to picking women, is your choice based upon selection bias? How much of these things are superficial, and how much of it is determined by the type of woman that you want? I understand you want to be attractive. Listen, men, we want women that are attractive, but then what is your attraction based on? Is it just based upon aesthetics, which is important? I do not discount the fact that you want aesthetic. You want what you want. But also with that, is the character also there as well? Because attraction, like money, is always going to change. But character is what will keep you in a long-term relationship. That's the issue. Too many people have a superficial mindset and forget that, listen, the same way money, like the market always fluctuates over time, same thing with beauty. But then it's also the character traits that also help to maintain a long-term relationship. Go and ask most married couples who are successful. I say successful in terms of long-term, and there's a level of contentment that they have being together with people. But unfortunately, in the generation, what I'm seeing in too many people don't want to do that. And then they turn to destructive vices in certain talking figureheads, whether it be in fourth wave feminism or some people within the Manosphere. I'm being very generous when I say that. Some people within the red pill community and Manosphere that like to give half truths and leave out there's another component to it, because there has to be a balance behind what you're talking about. If from what I'm seeing, too many of these figureheads, they like to talk from a privileged perspective rather than looking at it from a balanced perspective. And then you wonder why this could also be another variable that creates another destruction within the dating market. So that's my 2 cents about that.
Bars. Nothing needs to be said after that. Wolverine, go for me, brother.
William said big boss. All right. Jeffrey, my brother, like I said, simpatico, bro. Simpatico. Yeah, no. Simpatico, bro. I think that you said a couple of things that I have to address too. Like, there's no formula, right? Like, so I see certain men don't have success with women. Some men have success with women, right? I've been lucky enough to have a little success with women. You see what I'm saying? Right? And I've had people ask me the same thing, like, what's the formula? Like, number one, once you think there's a formula, that's where you're going wrong, right? Everybody wants a long-term, like, they want to be a successful business, but the key to a successful business is daily returns. You see what I'm saying? You can't have a successful business, a long-term successful business, if you don't have a daily successful business. It has to be successful daily. So a relationship is literally a daily thing. You have to pick somebody that you want to be in a relationship with, right? And my brother said it best, like, what are your reasons for getting into a relationship? Is it the aesthetic value because this person gives you more social value when you're standing next to that person? Because a lot of men that's what a lot of men are projecting right now. See, I like, not to go political like my brother, and a lot of women might not like what I'm saying, but when people start manifesting these fake booties and start putting material things to be more than morality, and morality is not just Christian morality, it's whatever morality shifts from time to time. You know what I'm saying? So I understand where my brother comes from, but your morality shifts, and the core of morality is that you have to have the confidence and the energy to be self-sufficient and have empathy for the world to be able to change to the environment around you, right? And people nowadays, they're fixated on generalizations, stereotypes, and the social commodity of materialism that transfers into relationship. Because now I go get me a big booty girl with a BBL, you see what I'm saying? I'm all of a sudden worth more as a man in society. So men who are trying to get that kind of energy in society, they're going to start to go for them type of women and try to get that social currency, and you're actually doing yourself a disservice, because that's not actually going to make you happy, because that's not actually what you wanted. Because everybody has their own recipe, right? And like he said, a man has to know himself first. So you want to get a woman, first thing you do, be self-sufficient. It doesn't matter how much money you make. You can make $5, $10. A good woman's going to meet you and she'll figure it out and tell you how to make 20. You see what I'm saying? But you got to be self-sufficient. Money's not even an issue. You see broke dudes have 20 different women, 20 different baby mothers. Money's not the issue. Confidence in yourself, right? Don't overdo anything. Stop being performative for your friend. Don't worry about what your man's like. Worry about what your girl like. See, being cool is being yourself. A lot of people aren't cool because they don't know how to be themselves. The key to women love a man who can just be himself when he's around her, when he's around, he doesn't change up when he's around the guys. He's just not doing, he's a real man. Men respect him for being himself, and women respect him for, there's no real formula to being cool. Women are attracted to confidence. I don't care how much money you got. I've been broke, walked in the room, got the best girl. I got all the money, walked in the room, got the best. Money had nothing to do with it. Because I walked in and I listened. Fellas, stop talking. Shut the fuck up. Stop talking. Jesus. You must pum you talk yourself all the time. Jeez. Stop talking. Stop. Listen. Every woman gives you the formula. Just sit there and listen. Give her 10 minutes. You give a woman 10 minutes, she'll give you, if you're discerning enough, you'll understand every single thing that woman wants out of life in 10 minutes. Because it's not, she doesn't have to tell you right away. She tells you how, because the way she tells you. Listen to her experiences of what she's been through to tell you what she doesn't want. If you listen more than talk, simple formula, if you want a formula. But it comes back down to like, it's not performative. People want to be projected to be something that they think is happy. People think, you know what? People think, I got a chain, I'm gonna be happy. I got a big car, I'm gonna be happy. I get a big house, I'm gonna be happy. But all these things are materialistic things that you saw other people with, and you saw the energy that people gave them, and you figured if I put myself in that position, I would get that same energy because that was the energy you coveted for. You didn't get a chance to really understand what you liked, what made you happy. Maybe all it took was a rubber ducky. Maybe it was all a pen. You were into pens, and you was like, you know what? If I get the right pen in life, I'll be so happy. I just need to get the right pen. So let me get the pen. And when this woman right here, you know what? She's gonna help me obtain this pen. You know what? I like you. We both like pens. Hey, we can talk about pens all the time. Just that simple, because you know what you want. You find somebody who can help you obtain that. You both want the same thing, and now you're moving towards that. That's a business, right? That's how mergers happen. That's how life happens. That's how relationships happen. And that's all I got to say.
Okay. All right. Fally, do you have anything to say before we get the ladies back in? Oh, sorry, my bad. I'm me. Go for it, bro.
No, that's me. I'm sorry. I was looking. If you listen to what a woman has to say and you listen to her, you are going to get out of luck. Women tell you what makes them happy. They don't tell you what makes them wet. It doesn't happen. There's a reality. They're going to say, I want a confident man and a resourceful man and a responsible man and an honest man. That makes them happy. It doesn't make them wet, right? You can be yourself. You can be yourself all that you want. If you're a lame, there's no you be yourself. Oh, be yourself. No, you have to, like, the confidence part. You need a lot of attributes to. It can be empty confidence, right? Right? You have to have either be tall, have a nice car, have a nice house, have a nice job, like be funny. But that confidence needs to be built on something. You can't just show up and be confident as a 1 meter and 55 centimeters guy, right? Trying to be funny. You can't. Like a fat out of shape. You can't do that.
You could get a woman being confident in your bullshit.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's the thing, right? Some of us won the genetic lottery. We are tall for some reason. We have facial features. We were blessed to have parents that work enough to leave us something that we can build upon. Like some of us are lucky and have those results. But the thing is, and returning to what we were talking about before, or what Delilah, I don't know if Dahlia, I'm sorry, Dahlia, if I'm mistaken. We are always going to bring our representative to the party, right? Either we go to a new job, we try to make good, either we change the place, and we try to be good with the neighbors. Either we get a new girlfriend, we try to present ourselves as like the best foot forward. There's a reality that's not going to happen. But we actually are simpler than that. Men just want box inside of the house so they can have sex on demand. Most of us, it's not about, men are not they're not confused about what they want on a relationship with a woman. If what they want is easy access to sex, while the woman doesn't piss them off every single day. That's like the most common thing that usually a man wants, and it's not really more complicated than that. The only thing that I think we kind of disagree, and this goes to Jeffrey, is not because of culture when it comes to the laws. It's the woman vote. Politicians are not willing to lose the woman vote, so they are not going to change laws that are going to give rights to men, knowing that they're going to lose out of the population. When you make laws against men kind of don't retaliate because it's woman. I have a daughter, I have a kid. But when you change laws, like for example in the United States happened with the Roe versus Wade thing, you are risking yourself to losing a lot of votes, right? So in Europe, that is not going to happen. And unfortunately, just to finish, telling a man that he needs to be a really good man, a really responsible man, and all that sounds good because we were raised to do what's right? We were raised to take care of our friends, our family, all that. But when are we going to start being realistic about it and telling men that actually you need to be an asshole for your relationship to work? These goody two-shoes men are the one getting walkover. They are the pushovers. The men that have the edge on the relationship. And I'm not saying you have to be a dictator. I'm not saying that you have to beat your wife. But the men that have the edge on them, that the woman is always, who is he talking to? Is it who was that on his phone? Do they like him? Like, do I have to work for him? The woman like Chase for some reason, and they get extremely bored when somebody gives them security. Marriage is the absence of risk, and women are emotional junkies in 2023. Either be on social media, on Instagram, either be housewife of Atlanta, either be YouTube drama. Women like to move around. They always want to go to places, do things with their friends, and all of that. So telling an emotional junkie that if you are a really responsible man that is going to be very secure and boring, that's going to work for a woman in 2023, that's the very first thing that probably is going to put you on the family court, disputing your house and everything, because women, unfortunately, like men with edge. And if the result was just, if I'm being a good man, I'm going to have the results that I want. I think most men will be good men, but the honesty is the calculations are not made like that. And I still trying to figure it out. The amount of asshole in me that I have to be for me to secure a relationship where a woman is still trying to pursue my validation without me burning her out or making her insecure and all that. But yeah, it's still learning, I guess.
Wait, before you go, Jeff, I'm gonna let you respond, and I'll get the girls in. This is a really good point, right? Okay, so I think I disagree with you, fact. I'm not gonna go deep into why.
That's fine.
I'm just gonna say, but I think you've made some good points, right? I don't agree with it, but I think you've made some good points, because this is the very thing that we're talking about. When I say 6 out of 10 men, this is what we're facing. This is exactly what we had to have this conversation, so we can get some of these points and see what people are actually facing and some of the troubles that we're going with us as men. Jeffrey, respond to him, and then I'll let ladies jump in.
No, I'm gonna say that when you say you gotta be an asshole, basically, here's the thing. I understand the premise you're trying to make, that, and this is my gripe. And Coach, remember we had that panel? We had the panel in regards to Michael B. Jordan and how he's called corny. I understand wholesomeness in mainstream media, unfortunately, also due to the fact that we deal with playground politics in school, wholesomeness is considered to be corny. What is considered to be like the metrics of success and standards that takes time and actually is proven to be effective is corny. People don't think about the long term. They think about short-term gratification. They think about what's attractive, what's appealing, right? Now, when I was talking about the culture, Fatty, what I was trying to say is that until, and you may, and yes, it might be idealistic, but truth be told, ideals kind of shape a lot of people's perspectives in terms of relationships. If you have an ideal about something, you might as well put in that work. In the same way faith without works is dead. So what I say that to say this is that when it comes to you wanting a wholesome relationship, because that's what I'm seeking for, right? You have to basically live by what you preach. Not everybody's going to be for you. People are going to be immature. People are going to have their short-term mindset in terms of what they think. But that does that mean that you want your character as a person to be assassinated? The last thing you want as a man is your character to come into question by anybody. You don't want your character, that's who you are, to be questioned by anybody. So if that be the case, why does he want to become considered an asshole, right? I'm not saying you be a pushover. There's a balance where you can basically straight talk and tell someone like it is without basically being disrespectful, using ad hominem attacks and insults, as Kevin Samuels would like to say. And I'm not even a Kevin Samuels fan. I'm just making the point that if you don't want your character to be taken advantage of by anybody, you stand 10 toes down, but you don't have to be disrespectful in your position to do it. There's a balance behind it, but I imagine that there are some guys that just don't know how to do the balance thing. They just see, you know what, I have to be the bad guy. I have to be a certain type of way. I have to play the extreme type of person, yeah, in order to get what I want. But the definition of insanity is still insanity, because then what, you're going to be dealing with certain type of women that are disrespectful to you. You give what you get. So my whole argument is when you're saying, you know, especially with the caricature you made about women being this, women being that. Look, women are what they are. They are what they are. But they're more than just what we make them out to be, especially by how we deal with them. So if you continue to complain about the situation, well, what do you expect? What do you expect? You want women to change. So you're trying to say, if until women change, things are just going to be what they are. Is that what you're trying to say? I'm just curious.
I
before you
accept.
go, before you, keep it, okay, you can respond 1 minute. Keep it to 1 minute, and I want to get the girls in. Go for it.
I accept woman nature. That's the thing about accepting woman nature. You have to understand that you need to be pragmatical about it, right? You want results. Being a good guy will get you woman. Being a good guy won't make you keep a woman. For you to keep a woman, you have to have an edge on you. The more security you give a woman, usually the more secure she feels. And woman, for some reason, resent. Like, real quick, I really believe the most dangerous person is a bored woman on a marriage. It's easier for me to get a bored woman inside of a marriage than to get a single woman available. And I'm going to leave it at that. You guys can fill in the blanks. But in my opinion, the most dangerous person to have around is a bored woman inside of a marriage.
Okay.
So you got to fill the blanks, because probably the husband is a very secure guy, a very responsible guy, pays all the bills, protects, provides, and does all that. But if he doesn't have the edge, he's going to be in trouble. My opinion, okay. I might not know nothing about it.
No, we appreciate that. We appreciate that. Dahlia, go for it, and then Kai.
Okay, so y'all had some interesting points, and I was trying to write some notes off of it just so I don't forget. And I'm not sure who brought this up. I don't know if it was Fatty, if it was Wolverine, but we were talking about confidence. And I think when you say, I'm not sure who brought this up first, but empty confidence, in my mind, that's arrogance, because it's based off of nothing. You haven't actually done anything to support your demeanor, how you carry yourself. Confidence is based off of skills that you learned over time, that comes with practice, that comes with instruction. It's not just coming out of nowhere. We can say what we want, but the swagger that you see off of, we'll use entertainers because they're the most visible. It's warranted because they built that up over time. They didn't just come from nowhere. They didn't just come on the scene and the swagger just happened to be there. It's because they had been doing the work well before them. So by the time we saw them, they're able to be secure in the knowledge that it's like, no, I did this work in order for me to be able to show myself as confidence. I think that's the difference here. And I think that's something that women learn over time. We don't automatically know that. I think when we're younger, we confuse confidence and arrogance. And so when we're talking with a man who maybe hasn't done the work, but he presents himself as if he has, we assume that they're the same as the confident man, and then we learn over time like that's not the case, and so we're less likely to tie ourselves to that person as we get older. So that's the first thing. The second thing, and this is a point that Fatty made, you mentioned something about how security doesn't get a woman ready for sex. We'll say it that way. I'm going to push back on you on that point. I do think that if you want a woman to tell you how to, get her ready, you're going to have to be a safe space. And security does come with that. It's the idea, like, I feel comfortable sharing that information with you. Listen, you can get a woman to do real freaky, naughty stuff if she feels like she's comfortable with you. I mean, but you have to be that safe space for her. It doesn't just come out of nowhere. If she feels like you're a threat to her, why would she tell you any of that? And if she does tell you any of that, knowing that you're a threat, there's something wrong with her. And I'm not being funny when I say that. That woman, she's like, the fact that she's incapable of seeing that you are a threat, something's off with her. More than likely, that stuff started when she was a kid. So I will push back on you on that front. And I think that if that's something that's, and I'm not saying this is about you specifically, but that's something that you will want in a woman, if that's a complaint that you have, I think maybe you have to re-examine yourself and say, okay, well, am I a safe space for her? Does she feel comfortable enough to share those kinds of things with me? And do I share that kind of stuff with her? Do you feel comfortable with her to tell her what you like? Because if you don't trust her, if you don't feel comfortable with her, then how can you create this environment where you guys can talk about that sort of thing and enjoy yourselves? And you could even say, well, you know what? I don't really want to do that. Let's go try something else. That's okay too, if you trust each other. So that's something I wanted to address. The other thing, as far as, I think you were saying bored, and I'm sorry, I don't know if you were saying bored, if you were saying burned woman. I think you were saying bored, right?
Bored.
Okay. So as far as the bored woman is concerned, my pushback to that is, and it's entirely possible that there are women who are like that. I really don't know. So I'm not going to say no to that. But my question then is, what does it have to do with a secure, stable man? So because she's bored, now he's got to change who he is? No, he actually doesn't. He is who he is. If he's a secure, stable man, if that's how he's positioned himself based off of his own set of values, his morals, then why should he have to change that because this woman over here who is immoral, who's not doing her job as a wife, she's just decided to go off and do whatever she wants to do and try to go burn his life to the ground. I don't change my values and my morals based off of what somebody else is wanting me to do. I think that's for kids. So that's my point on that.
Okay, Kai. Thank you for that, darling.
So first of all, I think many things were said. I think it's really interesting to see how all of you guys think. I'm not going to address everything, but for sure it's enriching. Now I'm going to address more of what Fadi said, just because it's the thing that got to me more. So I wrote down a few points also. The first thing I want to say is, what type of woman are we talking about? Like, are we talking about wanting to sleep with as many women as we can? Is that the phase we're talking about? Or are we talking about looking for a good woman, one woman? So if you're looking for one woman and you're saying that you have to be an asshole, like specifically for me, if a man is an asshole, I don't want him in my life. That is not conducive to anything good for me, right? He's not going to respect my family if he doesn't respect me. He's not going to respect my children. It's not something I want to sign up for ever, And I'm not going to say that my view is the view of every woman, but I think any self-respecting person doesn't want to deal with somebody who's an asshole. Where there's a thing, because you also said having an edge. I think what many men confuse with the idea of being an asshole, and I heard that also when Kojo was having a conversation about, should a man love more? Should a man love a woman more? There's a difference between being kind, loving, and being a pushover, having no boundaries, and not being able to be a stern person, like easily shakeable, right? So in the same way that I don't want an asshole, I don't also want a man where if ever we're disagreeing about something, he defaults on me every time because he's not able to hold his own points, right? So I think where a woman can get bored is with that, you know, having somebody who's not able to sit on their own beliefs and try to lead the way. Because the idea of having a husband and him loving you and that love being actualized by him allowing you to do whatever you want or for you to be the last decision maker, always, I think that's an issue. But that has nothing to do with a man being a good, secure, responsible man or not, right? So that would be one point. And I just want to look. I think I said several. And yeah, okay. So the other reason why I would not want an asshole is because I have my own personality. You know, I respect myself. I think most women do, and they don't want somebody who is acting with them with no care. The other thing is, if you want a relationship and you want children, let's say you want children, what does being an asshole with the mother of your children does to your children? How likely is it that for that environment to be a good one for you or for the other people? I just think in all, it's a thing men hear, but it's misguided or explained only partially. Men that were unable to stand on their own in front of a woman they loved or they thought was too beautiful or a little bit over them is the reason why they think they should be assholes. You know, you can be a good, responsible man that has a personality and can stand on what he says.
Appreciate it, Kai. All right, Wolverine, you want to say something? Go for it. Then I'll get Fatty back in.
Yeah, I perfectly agree. Like, so I think that's like a common misnomer that you have to be an asshole to be an edge. Like, women respect strength and character. You see what I'm saying? And most men try to project strength to their woman that when they project that strength, it's really the strength that they're getting from their friends, their brethren, their men. You know what I'm saying? It's a different type of strength. Like, for instance, nobody plays with me in the street. Nobody even went to say certain things to me in the street. But my woman, she goes off and go crazy. She say to me things that other men wouldn't think about saying. Would I treat her the same way I would treat other men? And no, I have to understand who I'm talking to, right? I have to understand. No, see, this is where, because y'all niggas think it's being tough, because I have to understand who you're talking to. See,
put her in her place.
What's her place? She doesn't have a place. I can't put her. See, let me show you something. Oh, hold on. Let me finish, because that's the ignorance, right? Because first of all, she doesn't have a place, but because you can't control someone else's place in life, because someone might have more power than you in any situation. But I know my place. My place is, if I'm not respected here, if I'm not comfortable here, I remove my energy from here. I don't have to prove it to you. You're gonna feel it when I'm not here. That's how you really prove it, because you remove your energy. You don't give into the energy and try to, I'm gonna sit there and suppress your energy. And you don't, women are not dogs. You can't just keep hitting them and they go learn. You see what I'm saying? What you're doing is you're teaching the woman how to get around you, and eventually when she wants to be spiteful, she knows exactly how to spite you and you won't even know. So once I see something I don't like, I remove my energy, and then she has to figure out how to course correct if she wants my energy back in her life, because I know the value of my energy. Because when I'm in a relationship, I know the additive value I bring to a relationship. So when I leave, I know that I'm taking something from that equation, and something has to go down. And I'm not looking for the person to go down, but I'm looking to protect my own energy, because I know my own worth. I don't got to correct an adult. An adult needs to correct himself. My brother.
Okay, go for it, Fatty. Mm-hmm.
I want to ask the lady something. How do you feel if your man would threaten you to leave every time you don't do something that he doesn't like? right?
But he
Have
doesn't
you-
need Fatty. He doesn't need to threaten it. So like one way to act, if somebody stands on what he says and
Mhm.
says things in a certain way,
Yes.
you know what is acceptable and unacceptable behavior, whether
Mm.
it's the man or the woman. There's no need for the threat to be. I don't think Wolverine was saying, I'm gonna tell her I'm leaving every time. But
Mhm.
there's an energy shift where where the woman can read the room, you know?
Yeah. So
She's
what
smart.
happened? So what happens when he tells you change that dress? I don't like it, then you don't do it. What can be the consequences?
That
What
depends.
outside
The idea
leaving? What
No,
are the
but
consequences?
the idea that you would leave me because I'm not wearing a dress that you like speaks more about. I think that's like random, you know.
Ask her why
Depending on
she's
where
wearing
we're
the dress.
going, you know, and what is happening, I don't
Mhm.
even think you need to tell me what I should wear or not, because I should be wearing something that is appropriate. I'm a grown person. I think
What if she
sometimes
doesn't agree? He's a leader, right? He's the leader of a relationship. What if he doesn't agree and he doesn't like that dress and he says, "Hey, I'm the leader of this relationship. You told I was the leader, so please go change that dress." If he doesn't leave, what are the consequences that he can
Don't
ensue on
go.
that relationship? That
Then if you don't feel comfortable, just like if she didn't feel comfortable going out with you, you don't feel comfortable, then don't go. And then she'll understand that you don't feel comfortable, and then maybe
but
she
I
want
was
to
the
make you
leader.
feel comfortable.
Wait, but Fatty, why is if you are the leader, why do you have to tell her that you're the leader? If you know you are a leader,
No.
and say
No,
it.
yeah, king doesn't need to tell that he's the king, right? So that's the thing. There's no discussion around. My question is, since you are in agreement that men are leaders, are we in agreement with that? Everyone on this panel?
Yes.
Are men's leaders on the relationship? Kai, especially Kay and Dayla. Dalkia, I'm sorry.
Depending on the type of relationship you want. So me, I know the type of relationship I want. I do want my man to be the leader. If he doesn't like the dress I'm wearing, it depends on how he's approaching me too, because he has to also respect me. There's no way I'm in a relationship with a man, and that's what I was talking about when I was talking about ego. There's no way I'm in a relationship with you, and the best way you can communicate to me something is by disrespecting me. No way. I will not stand for disrespect. There's a difference between saying leader and me having to accept whichever way you're conversing. You can tell me, I don't like this dress. I don't think it's appropriate for this thing, you know, whatever it's happening. I'd rather you wear, I'll give you an example. I'd rather you not wear a pants. I'd rather you wear a dress for this event.
So it's a suggestion?
No issue for me, because you said it in a respectful way. There's no problem with me. I don't even think it's controlling. But if you're trying to say, I'm the leader, I'm your boss, and I need you to take off this dress, then if you come at me like that, I can leave by myself too. I don't need to be in a relationship with you, because clearly you don't respect me.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have to do this. I'm going to use your words against you. You told I want a leader. You know what a leader is? Someone that does decisions, and everyone that is following the back, including you, needs to follow said leader. You can't ask for a leader and then say you have to negotiate with me because I am a part of this thing. There's no
You're mistaking a leader and a dictator.
Dictator.
No, actually, no. No, he's not
Hold
a
on, let
dictator.
me finish point. Let me finish point. Go for it, Fatty. Finish your point.
So this is the concept, and I think Chiki heard about. This is the concept that I've been shopping around, right? The 4 Ps, and this is to me like something that actually proves that women are leaders on the relationship. You just pretend that they are not, right? Because it's the protect, provide, procreate, and problem solving, right? We are protecting who as a man, woman. We are procreating with who, woman. We are problem solving for who, woman. Right? Everything, even the everything that is associated with our reason to be on this world and to come on this earth is tied with woman, protecting, providing, procreate, and problem solving. So, in my opinion, these women, I want to say these women are women, and white woman and Asian woman. They sell the idea of the man that is the leader, so we can problem solve, procreate, protect, and do all that. But when it comes to a decision, a soft decision that is change a dress, they will buck back because you need to be respectful. And my question is, why should I be willing to die for a woman that is not willing to change a dress for me?
You kind of forgot one more P, man. You forgot principles, man. Because at the end of the day,
that's fine. We can put
No, reason being, for is that I understand what you're trying to say. You know, you have to be a protector, you have to be a provider. You're doing all of these things in terms of sacrifice, and you're not getting anything out of it at the end of the day. I understand what you're trying to say. The issue is your approach. If you want to be a leader, these are effective communicators. I'm not gonna go and just tell somebody straight out, you got to change this dress. If I'm not giving context, if you expect someone just simply to basically follow you blindly without understanding why you're doing what you're doing, what leader does things and tells other people about something?
Hold on, let me finish.
I'm just saying, what leader tells other people to do things about some form of rationale behind it? Now, of course, a woman should trust in a man's leadership by how he carries himself. But if you're carrying yourself out of respect, you can't demand someone to respect your decision if you don't lead with it first. Lead by example. That's the whole point. You lead by example, right? You can't tell other people you got to be this. It's like a man telling a woman, you got to submit to me, but most men don't know how to sacrifice. Like, you can't do it both ways. If you are the leader, that means you have the privileges, most privileges, but you have the responsibilities as well. And too many guys nowadays like to talk so much about what other people are supposed to be doing, but they don't lead by example themselves first. That's the whole thing. Right?
But I believe in tone, right? I wouldn't say, get that dress, you silly woman. Like, of course, I know how to talk with people. I believe that people know how to talk with me too, right? Let's assume that I believe that I would give the right tone, right? Why I don't expect a woman to come to me and say, my job, I know what my job is. I know a leader carries a lot of responsibility. If things go down south, it's on me. I was the leader. It is what it is. Go ahead. I solve it, right? But I will present my question to you, because one thing that you are doing is you are assuming the worst on the man, but you are assuming the best on the woman. That the man is not a good leader and a good man and a good husband, and he's not going to assume that he's doing the right job, but the woman is actually doing. So taking that out of the equation and assuming the man is a functional adult and the woman is a functional adult, they love each other. My question goes to you. Why should I be willing to die for a woman that is not willing to change a dress for me? Why?
Okay, I'll answer that for you. I'll answer that for you. You shouldn't. But when you did what you did, right? You gave it, the way you framed it, there was already a negative connotation behind it to begin with. Were we supposed to think that what you were operating was out of good faith, though, when you basically put that towards her to say, like, I want to know, was
that happens all the time. Woman saying, you are too controlling if you want me to change that dress. I bought that dress and my friends like it. Why should I change that dress when no? Like, women do that all the time. Like, when you talk with them about their male friends, right? Why are you being controlling? You're so insecure. Women do that because they understand if they cry a little bit or if they kind of push you, you are going to say, I don't want to be seen as a misogynist, so I'm going to fall back. My question is, if somebody came to that door, I'm not expecting a K to be here. I'll say, K, get the kids, jump out of the window. I got this. I'm not going to say, K, can we negotiate? Can we talk about it? I don't know how I'm feeling about this burglar right now. No, I'm going to act on it. And I'm going to let her leave. It's automatic. We don't have to talk about it. So if my roles are automatic and I don't need to negotiate with Kay about that, why should I sit with her and negotiate about a dress that I don't want to wear? Because I know it's New Year and it's kind of like shows a lot. And I know we're going throughout the streets of London that are packed and everybody wants to get a little touch. We know what's up, right? Why? Why do I have to negotiate?
Funny how you gave the whole context now in terms of that. You're adding more context to it now, but you didn't ask context to it before. That's the funny aspect.
What does that matter, though?
Hey, Cheeky, hold on.
Do you miss the
Cheeky, hold on, please. Wait.
Listen, at the end of the day, if your leadership, right, if you have shown true leadership, you're basically saying, listen, you're trying to basically say, oh, trust my leadership. Yeah, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm telling you. Cool. If you've had a long-term thing, all right, cool. Maybe the woman will give you the benefit of the doubt. Maybe, if that be the case. But let's be honest. If you don't, you're not just dealing with a child. You're dealing with another adult. So naturally, if you are a leader, I'm sure that the woman that you choose is also wise counsel, right? There has to be a balance between both parties coming into something with good faith. If you're making a suggestion to say, hey, babe, listen, that just still like, it's a bit mad, you know, it's a bit mad. Like, do you mind changing it? If you're like, why? Now, reason being is because you know we're going to this party right now because it's a bit late at 10. I want you to make sure you're keeping yourself together. Sometimes leaders also have to act on the incentive. If you act on another person's incentive positively, I think more time you'll get a good option out of it. But if you're expecting someone just to simply change, do as I say, right, you're not going to get the best approach. That's how it just works. Let's be honest. And I'll even put it this way. How many times have your parents told you something in a way that was just disrespectful to you, to try and get you to change? But then the moment they actually were able to communicate to you in a way that was respectful to you, you're more receptive to what they were more or less going to tell you. So now, if you're basically behaving like, you know what?
Wait. Can you repeat that? Say that
okay.
again.
I'm making a point. When you were a kid growing up, right? Your parents, the way they'll be talking to you. Sometimes you feel like, right, they're dictating too much. They're basically being disrespectful to me. They're telling me I got to do this, I got to do that, right? And sometimes you thought it was disrespectful in the way that they'll be talking towards you. Go do this, go do that. But then, have you ever experienced your parents talking to you in a way that felt that you were respected in terms of your opinion, in terms of your matters, and they actually were playing towards your benefit? And you thought, you know what, Raw? You know what? They're right. Maybe I could do this a bit differently.
I have the utmost respect.
The difference.
Let Fight respond, and then Kai's gonna respond. Fight, go.
I'm sorry, Chikara, but that's the thing. A parent can establish can put consequences on you. Either he talks with you softly or harshly, right? I have the utmost respect for a woman. Women are not children. They are not children.
I talk to them like one.
No, but Jeffrey, I told you. I understand that tone matters. I don't talk with my grandma the same way I talk with my mom, the same way I talk with a kid, the same way I talk with little black book. Like I'm going to be more harsh with a man. I'm going to be more soft with a woman. We're talking about a socially calibrated man. I will talk with a woman more softly because I know I'm going to trigger emotions if I talk with her on a rough way, right? But the fact that I have to be on my tippy toes to ask a simple thing for a woman says a lot about the times we are on, where a woman is not expected to say of a man, I want you to provide for me, I want you to protect me, I want you to be taller than me, I want you to be stronger than me, I want you to be responsible. Like everything we say, of course, miss, of course I'm going to be stronger than you. And then as soon as I give her one direction, you need how to talk with her, sir. Be careful. Don't hurt her feelings. It's a quiz.
Listen, I understand where you're coming from, but listen, nobody on this panel is saying that you should be timid, okay? This is the thing. I'm also, if you've ever read like Norman Mr. Nice Guy by Dr. I think Robert Glover.
I already wrote it, yeah.
Right? There's a difference between, there's a difference between being confident, being timid, and being arrogant, right?
Yeah.
Listen, you can be humble, right? Meaning that you have way I take humility is that I have a actual realistic opinion about myself, but I can also be confident in how I talk in terms of my competence and how I see other people. Timidity is what nice guys are. When you are timid and you don't have an identity in yourself and you lack confidence, you allow people to basically run circles around you and you become like a yes man. Nobody is saying you should become a yes man in any way, shape, or form. The arrogance is the overinflated sense of ego. I say that, listen, just because two words have a similar ending don't mean they have a similar beginning. So don't mistake confidence for arrogance. It's not the same, right? It's not the same. When you have an overinflated sense of ego about yourself, you become arrogant and then you think that you can tell other people how to do things in a certain type of way. It don't work. Stand on your 10 toes down as a man and be confident in how you carry yourself.
Hold on.
But be mindful of how you are towards the person you're talking to. That is all I'm simply saying. And if you're telling me, right, that a woman who you chose, remember, you chose, you knew what type of dress that she was before you got with her, and she's now, you expect her to change when you never had a conversation before, right? And now you expect all of this kind of stuff, bruh.
Jeffrey, so this is where I'm going to be very quick.
And then I'm gonna
it's going to be very quick. When I was a little bit younger, on my 20s, remember that era where we used to sag our pants, right? And that would make my girlfriend very insecure because I had a very nice ass, right? And woman would look at me and like they would get an attention.
Pause.
And they would be very, like she was very insecure about it. One day she came to me, said, I know it's the style and everybody dresses like that, but that actually gives me anxiety. You know what I did? I went to the store, bought a belt, end of story. I don't need to be negotiated about simple things. It makes you upset. Okay, I got the solution. I'm a problem solver. It's done. Why can I ask for the same thing to a grown-up? She's not a kid. She's a grown-up. I don't like that dress. Please get another one of the 17 dresses that you have on your closet because I saw them. What's the problem? What's the problem? You have a bag that matches the shoes. I see the white. Get the
okay.
one.
Fatty, my brother.
Wait. It's Kai first.
I'm sorry, Kai.
Go for it, Kai.
So I don't know where to start. The first thing I want to say, Fatty, is that we had two different options when you asked me. You asked me first if I would take off the dress. I said yes if you spoke to me in a different manner, meaning you showed me respect. The conversation you just described with your girlfriend about your baggy pants was a respectful one. Okay, so let's say you've earned stock in my book. We're in a relationship. You're a man that I trust and that I've chosen. And you tell me, I don't like this. I've actually had that happen to me in a bigger way. I don't want to do this with you for this reason. And I was hurt by it. But if you've earned your stock, you're a good leader in my experience. I will follow what you have to say. No issues. I can still feel a way about it. And that I'm talking specifically about me. Now, your idea, everybody says that, like, I need to protect. I can die. Why do I need to die? How many of you have been faced with the threat to die while you were with a woman that you saw, like, the words escape me right now, that you were in a relationship with? Because they like to bring that up all the time. I've never experienced that when I was, like, with anybody where you were facing death if you were with me. It's such a nice hypothetical to be using.
Look at your face.
I think the problem I have with the way you're coming at it, Fatty, is that it's very confrontational, and it's very like we're in opposite ends. And the reason why we're talking about what we don't like about men is because Kojo asked us, what did we experience in relationship that we found bad? So obviously there's a talk for women. We're not saying that we're perfect beings out here as women, but there are things men usually do that lead to bad outcomes. And what you were talking about, it triggers me a little bit. I hate that word, but still, because I think that's the issue with men, the ego. The way to talk to me in that way by telling me, remove that dress, I don't want anybody looking at you. It's ego-based. You have to remember we're together. We're trying to help each other. So I can do something that I don't want to do as long as that helps you in our relationship. Meaning me removing this dress makes you comfortable. I don't gain anything, but I can make that compromise for you. The least you can do for me is to have a way to approach me that is kind. I think that's what Wolverine was saying. Somebody outside can.
Hold on. How would you tell it? How would you tell it? Like if you were a man.
Like I said, I gave that answer to you.
Give me an example.
If you came to me and told me, hey, hi, I just want you to change that dress. I don't like it. You don't even have to go so far as to say, I don't like the way, people can look at you. I might ask you why.
So we have a deal. So we have a deal. I will tell you like you want to tell you. Please, lady, I love you. Take that dress, please.
I don't like the dress. I don't have an issue with that. It's a dress. If I have to put the dress and my relationship in a comparison, like obviously the dress will not win. And that's true for many things. But I think you being a leader, if we're talking under those circumstances, doesn't mean you have to be disrespectful to me or you have to try to push me down, because I am my own person. And if you chose me, I would hope that you chose me because you saw that I am thoughtful, that I am beautiful, obviously, but also kind and able to make good decisions. I will represent you well. I mean, you should listen to me and be able to talk to me in a good way.
So we have a deal. I can be
Yes,
sensible.
but you
about
were
it.
assuming something else while I gave you that same answer before you went on your rant. I told you that.
It was just I went the leader and then you buck back. I was like, am I the leader if you're bucking back? Like, what the hell?
But
You
what
see?
does bucking back mean? That's the thing. I think that brings up an issue, and I want to address it because me being your woman and me allowing you to be a leader does not mean I don't have an opinion on your decisions.
100%.
Right?
Agree.
So at the end of the day, you can be the one that is making the last decision, right? But I am not unaware. I have things that I can give you as rebuttals or bucking to test your decision making, because we want to make the best decision. I might tell you something that will change your mind. You might still keep the same opinion at the end of our conversation, but I might be bringing something you didn't think about that will be better, right? So if we're trying to look at each other as adversaries, we're not going anywhere. That's the biggest issue. And I think you went far, and I disagreed with it. I had another point, but I forget.
Hey, Kai.
Before it goes away, wait. Hey, Daryl, you're right. Before you go anywhere, Wolverine, please jump in, and then Cheeky can go after, just so we can get a conversation.
Okay. My brother Fatty, he cooked it up. He's cooking a little spice there. He do a little yeah. I gotta say this, right? I understand where you come from, Fatty, but you have to understand good leadership means that you have to be able to work with everybody so that they can work unison for the team. So you might have to encourage and incentivize other people differently than you do other people in the company. And you have to be discerning of who you hired into your company, right? So if you have somebody and you just tell them a blank order, you might not get the productivity that you want out of them because you didn't give them the proper information so they can be as productive, right? Information is the key to every situation. I don't care what situation it is, right? The more information you give to anybody, the more they'll feel more comfortable and more you will accomplish your goal, right? In most situations, unless you're doing something dubious. Now, in case of your woman, it's very simple to sit there. When you're talking to her, you're speaking to her like you're speaking to your child. You're commanding her to do something. You're not talking to her as a partner. Now you're saying, yes, you have the leadership role in your partnership because she's allowing you to do that. She's being submissive to you, but you have to be the one to prove that you're worthy of that role. And to prove that, you have to be knowing that situation that when you're sitting there and telling a woman who's got dressed and it took 3 hours for her to put that dress on, whatever, so that she feels right, when you just tell her take it off, it's just not take off like you're taking off that green hat. You'd be like, listen, that dress, I like that dress, right? But I don't feel like it's appropriate for where we're going. I feel like it's going to take away from the fullness of you. And it's going to throw me off our game. And if we're not working 100% our game together, listen.
Hold on.
That somebody is going to find a crack in our, and they're going to exploit that. So I'm protecting you like you would protect me. Like, you remember when you told me not to wear them shoes the other day? And I was like, took them shoes off because you told me, yeah. You remember when you told me to pull my pants up because I'm not 20 years old no more and nobody wants to see my ass crack? Good call. This is the same thing I'm trying to tell you now. I'm saying so, and respectfully, if you don't want to take off the dress, it's cool. We just don't go nowhere. We can watch Netflix tonight. It's your choice. But I'm not going outside like that because I won't feel comfortable, and I don't think you're going to feel comfortable if I'm uncomfortable because I respect you as much as you respect me, right?
I guess.
Take off the damn dress, all that talking. Jesus Christ. What are we doing here? I saw the moon was aligned with the stars, and then I saw the dog barking, and it made me think. Today you could turn to a werewolf.
You have a child or a woman.
Come on, man. I'm just saying, the thing that's so crazy, the thing that's so insane is women will ask for assertive men. They will ask for certain things, but don't like the things that come with it. Certain things, it's just not a conversation. And because you picked the man, right? Because we're making all of this, you can't continue to keep coming to women as if you're this timid thing. Hey, I'm just presenting myself to you. Hopefully you accept the fact that I'm telling you you should change your dress. No, look,
Oh,
please change your dress. It's really that simple. It's just as simple, right? Like some
brother,
things
is
don't.
that a consequence to
Hold
the
on,
action?
hold on. Let him finish, and you can hit him up.
There's absolutely no way to enforce any type of
Hey,
consequences.
little black book, Kai got to leave in 10 minutes. I would like to talk to her before she leaves too. I know
No,
the men, they can talk 20
simple.
minutes.
They will
They
leave.
can talk for
Let him
20
finish.
minutes.
Let him finish, though. Let him finish. Go for it, Cheeky, please.
I hate him.
I hate him too.
Playing. That's all love. It's all love. We know. But I just think that we have to stop. We can't always be so timid sometimes. Because sometimes women will tell you, I like it when he just tell me what to do. So it's like, when are we picking and choosing these moments? When are we allowed to be assertive? When are we allowed to be, when are certain things okay, when they're not? The moment when there's the time, a call to action to do something, when there's urgency needed. Do I need to worry about my tone of voice then? It's just, I need you to understand, hey, if you pick me as your leader or your choice of mate or your husband or whatever, some things, sometimes I just don't have to say, why do I have to explain everything, right? If I say, hey, change the dress, why is that such a big deal? Just like when Fatty said, hey, stop, don't sag, can you not sag your pants? There's no argument, there's no back and forth. I don't need her to explain. I don't need her to, because I guess he implied my butt looked better than hers. I don't know why he did that, but he did. So
He did that. I said he was a very good looking butt. That's what I said.
I'm just saying, I don't know why a grown man saying, I say he got the cakes. That's on him. All I'm gonna say is, why do we have to? Everything doesn't always need an explanation. Just like there are going to be moments where she needs something done, and she doesn't have to explain something, and I'm gonna have to trust her. Yeah, all right, I got you. Right, but it's always this back and forth whenever men say it's time to do something. But we know that whenever a woman says something, it's serious. Don't go do this. I've never heard a man go, well, I gotta go do this. I'm like, well, okay, yeah, let's go do it. What's going on? I typically see that from men. I do not see that from women. I'm sorry. That's what I've noticed.
Okay. Wolverine, respond. Did you want to have a response?
See, this is where we go wrong, brother. Right? I put consequence down when I said I'm not going. We're gonna start. See, to be a leader, it's not about just barking orders and people just command and follow. That's not how organizations run. And organizations don't run on force, right? If you want to look at any organization that runs, it's about communication and making sure that everybody's incentivized and feeling like they're moving as a whole. That if you're winning, they're winning. The team is winning. And she has to respect, you have to lay down that respect ahead of time for you to be able to sit there and be like, hey, baby, I don't think that's the dress you should be. You can't just balk at a woman. And that takes explanation and conversation. And everything takes explanation and conversation till it's moving to a point where there's no conversation needed. It's just, you just look at her like, and she's like, okay, I'm not going to go. Because she knows already. And the consequence already told you, we're not going nowhere. If it takes us to sit there and we not go nowhere for the rest of the year, then she's going to have to understand we have to make an adjustment because I'm man enough to do the time. You going to do the time with me? You understand? There's consequence in it, but there's not consequence in just verbally. Verbal doesn't make strength. Action makes strength. I can tell you it's very calmly, listen, I'm going to kill you. And when I kill you, you're going to hurt and suffer. But in the meantime, I'm going to make this coffee. Would you like some creamier coffee? Just because I didn't tell you excitedly doesn't mean you should be scared any which way. You see what I'm saying? It just talking about the threat, knowing that the threat is real is what you should be scared of, not how you deliver it. So the threat is like, listen, I'm going to sit there and make sure my energy is protected by not going out there and causing a bigger situation. If you want to sit there and change that, you can change the dress. If not, then we just sit here and watch Netflix. Simple as that. And when she gets tired of watching Netflix, she gonna go in the closet and get the dress you like. See, I learned a long time ago. You can ask a woman to do something. It's like when you can ask a woman for pom-pom. I like to use the word pom-pom. You ask a woman for pom-pom. She might give you might. You gotta ask a woman for pom-pom. You don't take pom-pom. I don't know about you. We don't take pom-pom. Man or bad man, we ask. We don't have to take it because we have options. If she say no, I can call 5 more. That's the power of me. But when you ask for pom-pom, you see what I'm saying? She might come and give, it's like you asking for a dinner. She might come and say, you hungry? Okay, I'll give you a little meal. Here you go. But when she want to give it to you, 8-course meal. She coming out, she got appetizer, she got dessert, she set the candles right. You see, you have to get her incentivized to give it to you, bro. When a woman sees me, I don't have to sit there and talk her into getting a pum pum wet. When I walk in the room, how I looked at her, she already a pum pum wet already.
Thank you, Wolverine. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Daryl, you wanted to add? Go for it.
Thank you. So, when I came in, I really wasn't too familiar with the conversation. It was more, I read the title, 6 out of 10 men are single. The crazy reasons why women are pricing themselves out the market. So I just remember this concept called the high value man, right? The cost of Kai or Dahlia dating a high value man, right, would be something like this. If he want to exercise options, he has the right to do just that, right? He has the right to go out and sleep with as many women as he want. He can be irresponsible, in my opinion, because he doesn't have to put on condoms because he's a high value man. He do what he want. You have to accept whatever rules he lay down because that's the cost to be with a man who has high value. Cool. Now, when women, and I'm pretty sure there's not a single man in this sphere that would debate that, right? Yet, when women put a cost on their value, right? And not like if you want to have sex with me, pay and I give you. And if you don't, no, I'm talking about like a real cost. If you want to be my leader, then you must prove it, right? Prove it not just in monetary gain, but in your personality and show me that you actually solve problems. Some of these men haven't even had the problems to solve, right? So my whole point is this: when, for example, and I say this all the time, men lowball women and expect them to go. Right. And it's different where if I come to you, Jeffrey, I'm not sure how things work in England or whatever, but you know about two different brands. You know about K-Swiss and you know about Balenciaga, right? I can't bring you K-Swisses and expect you to pay Balenciaga prices, right? Because you're not going to do that. It doesn't make any sense. But that's what men and that's what some of these men and women do. They come into situations and they want you to either pay what they're not worth or they lowball you. Now, let me ask you this. If I came to you and I said, no, if you came to me and said, I have some Balenciaga shoes I want to sell you because you know the value that they're worth. And I say, hey, man, nah, I got $59. You going to sell it to me? No, you're going to exercise your option for the person who's willing to pay what you have presented your worth as. And we understand that when it comes to men. We understand that because men build their value. Men are not born with their value like women when their looks and all that different stuff. We have to build our value up. And then we put a price on it and tell a woman, I'm not accepting less. Women do the exact same thing. But when they do that same thing, men who do not qualify to pay for it have a problem, not just with financials, everything else that makes you a man, right? Because you can say you're a leader, but once that woman starts to dig into you and say, what are you doing in your actual community? That's when she's going to question, oh, nope, he's not a leader. He gave me a price and he evaluated himself higher. I found out that the stock really wasn't what it's supposed to be. That's why women are going with different options. At least that's just my opinion, Kai. And Kai, to Dahlia, to that, you say what?
If I may, because I'm leaving soon, I have a client. I think it's such a good way to put it. I wouldn't have said it like that for sure, but I agree. So what it means for me is I also have options, right? If we're talking to Fadi, I can choose different men to commit my life to, right? If I want to be a partner, I want to be a mother. I don't think my value sits on my looks only, you know? I think my looks help to enter. Some men will find me their type and good for me. And when we enter into a relationship, then my kindness, my ability to understand them, my ability to help them with their own goals, whether it's, if we're talking about somebody who is hyper ambitious, the things that he might need might be more domestic for me, right? Might be more sport on things he doesn't have the time to do. But I can find a man who might not necessarily put that much stock on me cooking, because we talk about the cooking, cleaning all the time. He might put stock on me raising his kids well, having a good mind, thinking about how to create a good environment for him and his family, respecting everybody around him and helping him build whatever he has to build. Whatever else, which are intangibles, are part of my value. I know where I stand in comparison to other women, right? In my opinion. And if I am in front of a man that is giving me something that is too much to ask, meaning he's asking me to shut up in the relationship because he's the big leader. Even if he makes more money, I'm not going to go into details, but my current person that I'm seeing makes 3 times less than the person I was seeing before. And that man, I didn't know what he made before we started dating, but I saw his ego. The ability to tell me to shut up about some things was not good enough for me to deal with his amount of money. Whether or not I would have a big house, or I don't care. I want a good environment for me and my children, right? And I want somebody I trust in, and I think we can go further being a team than if I'm just listening to somebody and having to shut up, right? So if you're giving me a cost analysis, like you're making one, I can make one for myself also and tell you, no, thank you, and goodbye, So you have to learn as a leader to communicate well, because the issue with men also that think they should be the only one making decisions is that women think in a broader way. You can have a very good decision, you can have a very good idea, but hearing what your woman has to say can help you make it better. And if you don't want her to participate, who are you choosing? If you think she's not that smart, you chose somebody who wasn't good. But why would you want a partner, a life partner at that will not be able to stand on her own? I'll give you another example for men that talk about, women that should not intervene when they're leading. What if you choose a woman, she's beautiful, and she creates peace for you. You create a business. It's a multi-million-dollar business. And you set up everything. You have your children. They're beautiful children because your wife is beautiful. And you get into a car accident and you die. And that woman doesn't know how to make any decisions. And now she has to raise your children with no skills. And she has to be left taking care of that money by herself with no ability to do it because she's never had to think about it. How long do you think your kids will survive in this world? And how well will the environment that you've created be for those children?
We are millionaires.
Wait,
You said we are millionaires.
Do you think millions cannot end if you don't know how to spend it?
I'm very good in using. I'm very good in using people words against himself, right? And again, you are assuming the worst on me that I picked the wrong woman because I don't trust her. What about you? If you want a leader and you don't trust the man that you pick, says a lot about what you're doing. Says that you are kind of with the foot in and the foot out because you want a leader, but you are picking a man that you don't trust enough, that he has is your best interest in mind, and he has always to consult you. And the second thing, really quickly, Kyle, let's be honest. I'm the leader, right? Who is going to pick the school of the kid? You. Who is going to pick the color of the car? You. Who is going to pick where we go on vacations? You. Who is going to pick what the renovation we are going to on a kitchen? You. Men already as leaders, they leave probably the most decisions of their life to women, and women are the decorators. They tell where kids go to practice. They do it already. So what do you want more from me?
But you are creating two different scenarios again, Fadi. That's what I don't like in you're setting the things up. So you're saying on one hand, you're saying I want to make all the decisions. This is the scenario. I'm gonna be sort of a dictator in my language because that's what you showed me in the language.
Let me clarify.
Okay. Yeah, just because I have to leave. I'm so sorry.
I apologize.
So if you're setting up two scenarios that don't work, you're telling me the first one is I'm the dictator because that's how you came. That's the setup you made. No matter how I talk to you, you should listen to what I want.
Yes. Let me clarify.
A man that thinks like that, most likely, if you take it to the logical conclusion, is not a man who's allowing all the decisions or many decisions to be made by the woman, because he's saying, I make the decisions. Now, if you're telling me a sensible man that I chose as a leader would be the one making most decisions, I will agree because I made a sensible choice too, right? So we have to know what we're talking about because otherwise we're going to argue for no reason. because we won't be talking about the same thing, you know.
So let me clarify.
Yeah, but I have to leave. I have a client at 6.
Look, it's a leader. A leader knows how to delegate tasks, right? I'm a leader.
Knows how to
A leader will tell, hey, you are good with this, do this. You are good with that, do that. Hey, kids, like a leader delegates. Usually, men are like that. They are not dictators. They want the vetoing power. When we are inside of a shopping mall, you decided I want a bigger television, and you disagree, I want the vetoing power. Because women are usually saying, oh yeah, I'm going to be cooperative. When we agree on something, they will say, yes, let's do it. And when we disagree, they are going to try to debate with you if you should get it or not. What I'm saying is that I'm going to trust you because you're my wife and I chose you for a reason to do a lot of important decisions on our life. But if we disagree, I want the vetoing power, and I don't want to have a 3-hour conversation about it while you get upset for a week because I didn't did what you want me to do. Is that fine for me to have a vetoing power?
Assuming I chose you as a leader for myself,
yes,
that's okay for me. That's fine for me because I trust you.
So we have a deal.
That's for me. But we've had this conversation twice. It depends on how you're saying. I have to go, but thank you guys so much for having me and for the conversation. Okay. I really appreciate everybody's point. It's making me think a lot. So thank you so much and bye.
Appreciate it. So what you were saying, I think the reason why I wanted you to continue because I wanted people to be able to see this is an important conversation, right? Because when we talk about men and how we should operate in relationships, I think you're hearing from Jeffrey, you're hearing from Wolverine, even Daryl, in terms of how we actually lead in these relationships. Yes. Because oftentimes these conversations become, and you kind of mentioned it about the veto power, but the veto power is for important decisions. It's not made on, and again, when we go back to leadership, it's about understanding there are different forms of leadership we're supposed to take. What you're describing is an autocratic relationship to leadership, which is at a point in time when emergencies take place. For instance, when a business is in need to turn a business around, we're in financial debt, there may be some autocratic decisions being made because the business is almost in debt, we're almost about to collapse. Decisions need to be made succinctly, quickly, right? Those are based on emergencies. But the majority, as I think Jeffrey was even saying earlier on, you have to understand that there are different types of leadership. At some points, and very few times, you might be laissez-faire. You don't care. It's a Friday. Everybody come in your clothing. It's a dress down day. Don't worry about the office wear. Chill. Laissez-faire. There'll be times where obviously you need to be democratic in choosing how we're going to go about this. Okay, let's have a team meeting. How do we go about this next situation that we go? All right. That's a democratic kind of vote, right? People get a say. People get a vote in that. There's about six or so more different leadership types, coaching and transformational and et cetera. What good leadership looks like is understanding the times and the seasons for different types of leadership. What I hear is what I hear from men sometimes when they're talking about this is the inability to be able to distinguish what time and season requires a type of leadership. So they become confused, and then the whole thing becomes everything has to be autocratic or everything has to be authoritative. But if you and that's how we approach dating. It's like, oh, so when someone said it's like, so when do I say to you, I think Chiki was saying it, so when do I say to you, when do you want me to be assertive? Well, if you're a good leadership and you understand the social skills, you know when the good time is to say it. In that moment, when it's about address, this is not the time to start doing assertiveness, right? Because we're about to involve people. It's not an emergency. It's not an emergency. So it doesn't need an autocratic type of leadership in that moment. When you go to buy a TV, it doesn't need an autocratic type of leadership. We're going to buy a TV, babe. What TV we buying? I like this kind of TV. You like this kind of TV. All right, babe. Let's look at the stats. The stats say X, Y, and Z for this. It says X, Y, and Z for this. All right, cool. That TV. Then let's go and grab that TV. You can still have a conversation about it, right? So there are different types of leadership, and the ones who are good at leadership and those who are good also at dating understand time and season requires different tools for different situations. Absolutely. And where people are in a 6 out of 10, the reason why there's a lot of men in 6 out of 10, because they don't know how to do it. They don't know how to apply the right time and season when it comes to the tools, right? Honestly, honestly, you see it all the time, and this is what we then start labeling people as being socially inept or socially awkward because they don't know how to take stock of the season that they're in that moment. If I'm having a conversation with you, Fatty, and I'm talking to you, we're having a discussion. This is democracy right now. We're having democracy. We're talking amongst ourselves. We're discussing, right? And when I feel like people are now trying to talk over each other, I may have to go into autocratic mute. I'm asking questions, right?
Yes.
That's a time and that's a season. I don't do that every single time, right? I view and watch what's happening right in front of me, and then I choose the way I begin to operate in my leadership. And those who are good leadership know the time and the seasons, what I'm saying. Because when you started, I didn't say anything. I let it play. I wanted to see how people were going to handle it. When you started with the dress situation, your tone was not this tone. And that was your problem. You didn't realize the way you came into the conversation was not, hey, so if I say to a lady like, you was like, well, if we're going to that, you go and change. I was like, whoa, but you know what? Let him continue. I want to see how people are going to handle it, right? You didn't even notice your tone was off. You didn't know.
I knew. No, I actually knew, because I'm a man. I talk like a man. When I have a woman, I will talk with her like a woman.
But you didn't though. That's the point.
No,
and that's the point I'm trying. That's the point I'm trying to bring to you.
So
when we're discussing like men, right? We're
Yes.
discussing like men, right?
Yes.
So if you take a tone with me, I'm like, all right, it's fatty. I don't mind. I've been on plans with you, bro. I already know.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Right?
Yes.
But the way you approach that conversation, the angle you came into it, you already had the people up their backs against the wall. That's what Wolverine was trying to tell you. Is like, bro, there's a way to skin a cat, right? But you wanted to go with it. When you go with it like that, that conversation does not require this particular type of resource or this particular weapon in this moment. That's not how you do it. You know what I mean? You're taking a spoon to skin a cat. That doesn't make no sense, right?
Yep.
Right? You have to understand the right tool for that right particular thing. And when you approach the angle, you didn't come at the angle you will come at it now, right? This is why the conversation you had with Kai was circular, because she said it twice and you had the same conversation twice.
No, but that's because she didn't understand what I'm saying, and he assumed again the worst. She assumes I'm a dictator that doesn't know how to talk with women, that I don't have common sense, self-awareness. Right. I don't know my tone. I know that. I'm just happening because we're having an informal conversation. And what Chiki was saying was, if I have to protect you, if I have to provide for you, if the things that I have to do in the relationship are set in stone, there's no debating when I say change the dress, because we can have a man that is he's stuck on his role of traditional man that has to do everything that we're expecting for them, and then the woman is fluid like water. One day she's going to be feminine, says, "Oh my God, protect me." The other day she says, "No, I'm not cooking for you. Go order out." Like, this doesn't happen. And I know there's nuance on this type of relationships. Of course, I'm not going to want her barefoot on the kitchen, pregnant. Like, I know that. But the fact that we as a man have to negotiate, have to tone police, I have to talk softly for a woman to understand what I communicated clearly, that I will delegate power to her. And the only thing I want is for me to have veto power in some decisions, because I believe if I'm the leader, that's my job as a CEO or whatever of the company. I find it interesting that even on that type of thing, I'm not a leader. She's the leader, actually. She is the leader. She actually is the leader, not me. Remember what Wolverine said? When I ask her for sex, when I ask her this, she allows me to be the leader. She's allowing you to be the leader. She allows me to be the leader. So who is the leader? You know what's happening here, Little Black Book? Mm-hmm. This is what I believe, that in most relationships, like in 80% of relationships, women are the leaders. We are driving a car. We think we are the leader because we are driving the car, but we are chauffeurs, and we look back and the lady sitting back, relaxed, left, right. They are the leaders. And if on this situation that we talked about, of me having to negotiate, of her telling me I allow you to be the leader, she is the lady. I'm a chauffeur. And to be honest, if that's the role, I'm sorry, I will pass.
I'll pass. Easy.
Wait, hold on a minute.
So, wait, hold on, Jeff. Wait, I want to now pin you to this. Now, what you just said is double speak, because you accused a woman of taking it to its most heinous crime, end, and that's the very same thing you did. That's why I let you speak. You did the exact same thing. You have taken a scenario of you just saying about the whole dress situation, and you took it to the mildest, the furthest conclusion you could take it to in its worst state. Because that's exactly what you were doing. So you accused her of taking it to a worse part. All it was is a simple thing. The men have told you, when you approach this conversation, there are certain conversations that you have with somebody, right? There's a way to do it, right? The same way you're not going to tell me, Coach, mute yourself. You're not going to tell me that. You understand the dynamics in this relationship. Same way I'm not going to disrespect you in an instance. Just because it's my channel, I don't disrespect you. Just because it's my channel, I don't tell you just how to behave. There's a way to go about it. So if I say to you, Fatty, no, wait, hold on. You've heard me. In fact, let me just give you an example. You've heard me how I've delegated on this panel before.
Absolutely.
Right? Much different than some of the panels that I've seen you guys on. No offense. Right?
Absolutely.
It's chaos sometimes.
I know.
Yeah. And it's chaos because no one's really controlling the conversation and because people have their ways of moving mad. But in this thing, I wanted a succinct conversation where people can have their say. And that means whether you're a man or woman, I'm going to respect you. Now, when you're talking, I go, hey, stop. At one point, I told you, stop. Let Fatty finish his point, right? Because what I'm respecting is, in this conversation, whether it's my channel or not, I still got to let you have time to speak. I still got to let you get your point across. I still got to respect you as an individual and a human being. Even if it's my channel, it doesn't make no sense to have you on here and then your voice is muted. This is what we're talking about when it comes to relationships. It's the same thing in your marriage. You are not a dictator, you're a leader. Do you know what leader means? It means to influence with power. It is not to hold with a dictatorship. That's might, and that's completely different. When you go into might, that's when you use physical force. That's not leadership. Leadership is about the ability to influence people. So in this instance, what are you influencing when you're trying to force your hand? What Wolverine was trying to say to you is, bro, you want to get that result? There's a way to go about it, right? The same way that I'm not going to tell Fatty just to shut up and listen to me. I'm going to go, Fatty, listen, hold on, wait, bro, look, let me give my points to you. Let me get my points to you. Not because I'm pandering to you, because I'm respecting you. And because of that respect, you're going to give me that same respect back. And then Jeffrey said the same thing. He said, listen, you want the person to respect you, but you don't lead that. If you want her to take that dress off, then you're going to have to show that leadership in a way that is not a dictatorship, because you're dealing with a fellow human being who's an adult, who has their own mind, who has their own understanding, who has their own perception, has their own views, and you cannot treat them like a child. What you're asking for is a dynamic for you and a child, not you and a partner. Hence why I said about understanding the times and the season for different types of leadership, because that moment with a dress is not an emergency. So it requires no autocratic relationship. All it requires is simply, hey, babe, for you, this dress ain't working for me. That wasn't your first answer. Your first answer was what you wanted was, if I say it, take the dress off, I expect no pushback. Is that your kid? If it's your kid, then yes. They're not going to push back because you are the adult and you know better than that child does. Absolutely. But you're in a relationship with a woman who is an adult who has her own mind. You cannot, I'm not going to say you cannot, you can, because if that's what you want to do. But we're talking about having healthy relationship and healthy dynamics in a relationship. Then there's a way we're going to have to operate in that relationship. And yes, you're going to have to, and this is why the Bible is so powerful. Yes, you're going to have to submit. And that submission, not the same way. The submission is understanding that you submit to love. And that love means, how do I approach certain dynamics with the person that I'm in? If they, you know what I mean? Like, I can't just go at it anyhow I want to go at it. And this is why we're 6 out of 10. Because 6 out of 10 don't understand this. They don't understand this.
Yeah, but I addressed it.
But Fatty, I also need to jump on that. And also to add on to that, there's a passage in the Bible, you may not believe in it, but it says, a gentle answer turns away wrath, but harsh words stirs up anger. Fact of the matter is, if you're talking about emergency situations, you guys, if you're living in America, right, those who believe in the Second Amendment, do you carry your gun and need to use it for every single situation? Or is it in sometimes you need it for self-defense? If I'm talking about asserting myself, does that mean I have to more or less raise my voice or tone, or I have to basically try and force someone to get my point across before they actually listen to me? No, I don't have to do that. If I have to force myself to get somebody to listen to me, I'm operating outside of masculine energy. I thought the whole aspect is to stay in masculine frame, to remain calm, to just tell her my peace of mind, articulating it in a way that's respectful to her. I don't have to do so much to get somebody who respects me to basically just listen to what I got to say, because I lead with respect. So if I'm asking her, or just telling her, look, babes, listen, I'm not sure about this dress. I think you should change it. Reason being is, no, you don't look the part. I'm acting on your incentive. I don't have to do too much to get my point across. That's all we're saying. We're not making, but the way you're talking, as if in a hyperbolic manner, to get to the point that, oh, it's so much just to ask her simply to change a dress or to tell her to change a dress. Well, you're the one that framed it in that type of way. So are you the same way you're saying that a woman is assuming that you're operating out of bad intentions? They can also say you're assuming that they're operating out of bad intentions as well. It's both ways. It is both ways. Both, just because, and here's the thing, and this is the issue I have. Just because you are a man by gender does not give you entitlement to tell anyone how they should behave or move.
I agree 100%.
Right. You saw, I'll give you, and this is an example. A while back, I think, Kodra, you interviewed the guy that basically had the whole 7 baby mama situation, right? The guy was acting super entitled to basically tell women, yeah, listen, I don't want the woman. I don't want to have kids. Da 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 da. Okay, so if you don't want to have kids, why didn't you get a vasectomy then? If you were so adamant in regards to not wanting to have children, or just when you want to bust do your thing, why didn't you get a vasectomy? Why?
His body, his choice.
Yeah, his body, his choice, his responsibility. Choice does not, just because you have the choice or right to do something does not alleviate you of responsibility. Choice without responsibility is anarchy. It's oppression of other people. So what I'm getting at is when you are as a man, just because you're a man does not give you entitlements just away. Yes, you may have privileges and biological and psychological advantages as a man, but it's done so in service out of love to the woman that you choose to be with. So when about love, I move out of love for the person I care about.
Why?
Say that again.
Question why? When somebody says something, the next following question is, and Dahlia, I'm sorry, is why? Why me as being stronger, probably faster, probably smarter, probably with a little bit more money, because women pick men that are a little bit taller, with a little bit more money, a little bit more status. Why as me as actually a person that is probably better than the person that is next to me because she chose me as a leader? Why should I be all this to her and don't have the final say on the decision? I already told you, I believe in tone. It was just the way I was talking to you guys.
Yeah, again, it was the way he was talking. But my whole argument is that. Let me ask you this: a leader's a teacher, right?
Yes.
As someone in education, yeah, can I go into a classroom and just assume automatically that the kids, they know what they're supposed to learn? Or, because if I'm moving under assumption that children know what they're supposed to learn, or rather I want to know or figure out how they understand certain things, teachers, the way that they are, they're able to understand the environment that they're in, and they're able to create different lesson plans for how they move and allocate. You can't come into things with just assumptions. That's the whole point. You cannot assume just because you are a leader, you have the right to move anyhow. That's the whole point of the argument. You can't.
Let me ask you this, because I think this is the difference of do I have to convince her to change the dress, or do I have to explain her in good tone and matter that she should change the dress? Which one? The convincing or informer? It's informer, right?
It's former. But again,
informer, right?
It's
so we agree. So we agree. I will tone down. I will be more.
Yes, it is the way in which you do it, too, because you are not talking to a child. You are talking to. Yes, but it is the way you do it. It is not you talking to a child. I'm talking to a fellow human being, and this is the issue I have. Just because that we are men and women, just because we're men and women, differences in gender does not mean that we're not equal as human beings. That's the whole point.
We're not equal, but I agree. Even though, Jeffrey, I agree with you. You are not discussing against me. I agree. If I go to Dahlia, lady, please, I love you. That dress shows a little bit too much. Can you change it for me? I agree. What are we arguing here? I agree with you.
Fatty, you know.
I agree. I was just being rough because, again, we are on the little black book knows about it, right? We run American. I'm in Portugal, but I run American panels with hundreds of people too, and we are rowdy as hell, right?
Trust me, I know. I've seen you in action.
You see, I'm trying to be like more like a nice European, like kind of friendly African. You see what I'm saying? I'm trying to be, but that's the thing. I agree with you, and the point. Just because I have a penis, like, doesn't make me a leader. Actually, most of men are not adapted to be leaders. They have faulty decision-making type of abilities. I agree with that.
Exactly. That's the whole point, because a lot of times these talking points, because you're a leader, people think that I'm 100% perfect in my decision-making, and that's why you have other people to help you in your decision-making. Me, as a man, I still make mistakes. I still need people to help me and guide me still. That's the whole point of having people as wise counsel. right? But what tends to happen is in certain spaces, you speak to people already have misogynistic tendencies. They will align with certain talking points within the red pill community or within Manosphere. And even worse when you're at a young age. So is it any wonder why now it's contributing to the variable of the 6 out of 10 people struggling in dating if you already have these indoctrinations of entitlement? I'll give you a perfect example. A friend of mine, basically called me up the other day, told me about how she was going out with a certain guy, who basically, she asked him, what is it you're looking for out of a woman? He said, I'm looking for a woman to submit to me, straight from the jump. She asked him just out of curiosity because they haven't even gotten to each other. They said, why? He got offended by saying, oh, why is it you're asking me that question? Getting bare hyperbolic and getting upset about the situation. She come and tells me, and I told her, listen, any man that will come and tell you straight away that he's supposed to submit to you without even telling you, you know what, I'm looking for someone that I can give my all, my time and my attention to in that kind of way. From the jump, you got to be very careful with that type of guy. She didn't listen to me the second time. She thought, she wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. Second time, the way he went off at a date, you're this, you're that, you're this, you're that, talking bare insults. She come and tell me, and because I knew any person that is asking you to demand something from you to be submissive, while you sacrificial though, always starts with you as a man. You can't expect other people to behave a certain type of way, but then you move in a certain type of way. It doesn't work that way. I would even look at a woman, if you tell me that you're going to be submissive and respectful to me, be like, what? No, because I've had that happen to me before. And I do not, because people without biblical principle, they confuse subservience as submissive. I don't want a dog. I don't want someone where I can literally use all my power to basically tell you whatever you want to do, roll down, play dead. I don't want that. I want a human being that is going to respect me. Yes, challenge my thinking, but in a respectful manner. It's all about leading with respect, because I get it. You can, do these things for entertainment, and I get it for clickbaits, but I think, me personally, I've seen too much salaciousness going on YouTube. I've seen too much negativity going on YouTube. At what point are we actually going to start focusing on educating people for real to make change, rather than continuously doing things for the sake of clickbaits? Because it's so easy. The Fresh and Fits have done it. The Donovan Sharps have done it. The Rollo Tomasis have done it, right? They continuously keep on perpetuating the very thing that we hate to see, gender war. You know how you win the gender war? You don't contribute to it. You don't contribute to the very thing that you claim to hate or care about. If you care about women, listen, my fight is not against flesh and blood. I don't have the time or the energy to be fighting against women. I'm fighting against the mindset. If you have a toxic mindset, and even then, I don't even deal with certain type of women in that kind of way. I don't. If you are toxic, why am I going to waste my time with toxicity? Why? Why should I waste my time with toxicity? I deal with people who have a like mind like me. That's how I just move. Why am I going to waste my time, my energy, and breath? I'm not even going to treat you like you exist. So for all the guys that love to talk so much about the women that you choose to interact with, my question is this: why give them the time of day to even begin with? That is all I have to ask. Because if women are entitled, as you say, if women are this or are unable to listen to your leadership, and you are giving them the time of day, what does that say about you? That's all I have to say. To be honest, personally, I haven't got the time or energy for that. So your leadership, if you know you are someone who's of good character, if you're someone who has self-control over the emotions, that doesn't mean that you exclude yourself from expressing emotions. You're not emotionally blunt. You're not stoic to the point where you can't express how you feel, but you're able to have control and regulate your emotions when the situation calls for it. You're able to express happiness, sadness. You're able to be serious. You're able to show determination. You're able to show different broad spectrum of emotions, but still regulate yourself. If you're able to have a balanced perspective, right, as a leader, and you lead out of love, and you're looking for the right partner who is complementary to the lifestyle that you want to live, sure, you may not find what you're looking for initially, but it also comes down to your intent and your motive in terms of, another thing is this, I'm seeing nowadays, men, are you looking for recreational dating, just dating for the sake of fun, Or are you looking for courtship, which is dating with the intent to marry? It's also about your intent. It also adds to the factor of why the dating market is wild. So much goes into this, and let's not act as if people, they don't change. Even when you get into a relationship, too often than not, people, they end up changing on you. You become very comfortable and complacent, men and women, and yet you still expect people to continue to do the same thing as before. This is also what's also creating a wild dynamic. All I'm simply saying is if you are a leader, right, don't let the title confuse you and you forget your responsibility to how you move. And that's about it. Like, I've got to bounce. Got a lot of work to do. But thanks for having me, Coach.
See you later, Jeffrey.
Dahlia.
Right.
Dahlia, and then Wolverine, and then I'll let you have the last say, and then we're going to bounce. Dahlia, go for it.
Yes. This is an interesting conversation. I'm going to say some points with, just want you to know that I don't have an answer for any of this. I just wanted to share some thoughts on the matter. Fatty, you really triggered me in this conversation. And I think the reason why is because I think I have the same attitude when it comes to topics like this. And I'm gonna try and say this respectfully because I don't want you to take offense at it. But it did come off as entitled. The idea that you can tell another person what to do and just expect them to do it. I think it's entitled. And
Yes.
it's a little domineering. And I'm saying that from one domineering person to another because I'm the same way. And that's something that I'm actively working on right now. And I learned that from my mom, who learned that from her mom, who learned that from her mom. So I get it. It's like you feel like you know what's right. You want somebody to do what's right, and then they don't want to do it. And it's just it's very frustrating. I get that. And you actually made what I thought was a really good point. You asked a really good question. You said, well, what happens when that person says no? That's a great question. And I think you hit on the pain point that that really needs to get addressed in the dating space or even in the relationship space is you're dealing with two independent beings who have sovereignty over their own bodies and their own choices. And they get to say what they want to do and what they don't want to do, even you as a leader. And I do believe that in a marriage, I do believe that, I believe that the man should be the leader. But even in that, even though he says, hey, we're doing this or we're doing that, the wife, she still gets to say, she still gets to decide whether or not she's going to agree to that or not. But we can't, we don't, we can't make a person do something that we don't want to do. We do not have control. Even God gave us free will. And so he allowed us the ability to be able to say yay or nay to commandments from him. So now we get to the crux of the issue, which is what happens when a person says, no, I don't want to do that. Because when you first propose this hypothetical situation where you're telling your lady, go get up, go take off that dress, my immediate thought was, no. Matter of fact, hell no, I don't want to. You know what, matter of fact, since I'm petty, I'm gonna wear something real skanky that I know you don't like. I'm gonna go ahead and put that dress on since you want to go around here telling people what to do. But then when you were explaining yourself, you're saying, oh, well, the reason why I don't want you to is because I'm concerned for your safety. It's like, oh, okay, that makes sense to me. But had you led with that, that would have been a very different scenario. And I think that that's something that people don't really take into account. If you're dealing with another human being who has their own feelings, their own thoughts on the matter, they get to make a decision. And Jeffrey actually proposed like the perfect way to word that particular conversation. And then Wolverine, he backed him up when he was talking about that. I don't have any solutions for this because I struggle with how to be able to present consequences for myself. Wolverine gave a really good one that I didn't think of when he said, well, I'll just stay home. Because at the end of the day, you can really only have control over yourself. You don't have control over another human being. So if she decides that she doesn't want to change and she wants to go out, you don't have to go with her. I didn't even think about that because it can't just be, to your point, Fatty, that you just, well, I'm going to leave. Every time there's a problem, you leave. There's no stability in that. There's no growth in that. There's no commitment in that. And so I don't know what that solution would look like, what the options are as far as how you can hold true to yourself and what you feel comfortable doing, what you don't feel comfortable doing, because you can't tell another person what to do. But you don't have to just accept what somebody else does either. If you don't feel comfortable with what she's wearing, since we're talking about this particular situation, I don't know what you can do. And I'm going to pose this question for the rest of the panel and for the chat. Like, what are the options? You can't tell another person what to do. They get final say over their own life. So really, realistically, what can you do inside of a relationship to be able to address when you guys are, at loggerheads? I don't know.
Appreciate it, Dahlia. Dwarf, go for the question. Thank you, Dahlia. Appreciate it, man.
I definitely appreciate that perspective, and I definitely appreciate the video. Yeah, so the whole, I felt like I've been trolled to have this conversation, but but I feel like we mistake the idea of what leadership is, right? If most successful companies, you look at like Apple, for instance, right? They have a CEO, right, who might have the determining factor of actually how it goes, but they have a whole board, right? And then they have informed people along the way, giving them information. So no matter what in a situation, it's if you have a partner, I like to think of my relationships that I have a partner, and she might give me the controlling interest as far as the decisive, word of the end, but I understand that that's a consideration that she's giving me. It's not an implied thing. You see what I'm saying? Now, if that's an applied thing in your relationship that you have, that you need to have that, then you're going to have fun going to blockades, because you can't go and demand that from anybody. It has to be a consensual thing. Someone has to give you that respect to sit there and give you the final decision over their life. So I think that you just got to think more of it's an amicable situation. It's a give and take. People always like to say love is 50-50, which is bullshit. It's a sliding scale. You know what I'm saying? Which is relationship. You might need 70% today and I have to deal with 30. It might be vice versa the next day. So it's the same thing in a relationship. But when it comes down to it, if you're in a situation with somebody and literally their life is going to be affected by it, and they're going to be emotionally affected by it, physically affected by it, spiritually affected by it, only respectfully, you should at least take a little bit of time to find out their opinion on it, right? Even if you have the ultimate say-so over it, the lack of respect. I'm not even asking how this will affect you if I make this decision, is what probably destroys most relationships and puts blockades of people actually moving further and understanding what was the problem in the first place. That's all I got to say.
Appreciate it, Wolf. Fatty, go for it, bro.
So first of all, thank you for having me. It's great to do shows on Greenwich time, actually, and not doing shows at 3 in the morning. So I'll probably see you guys very soon, because this is still dinner time. So I actually appreciate not being here during the dawn. You guys actually changed my mind. I'm going to be a stay-at-home dad. I'm going to be very submissive. You are going to be the leader of this relationship. You are going to tell me if I should wear that dress or not. And when you fail, I will be there to be the man in the relationship and to pick up the slack and to run the relationship like I want to run it. Because this is the only, for a woman to learn, and actually men to learn, like a stubborn man, that's what you should do. Okay, you want 50, you really want to lead? I will fall back. Yes, baby. Of course, baby. Oh, absolutely, baby. And when you fail, I will be there saying, baby, do you want me to take care of it? And I think we should, again, more a serious tone. We should prove ourselves that we are leaders, right? We should prove to people around us that we are able to lead, right? But the thing is, usually my method is very simple. We are driving and we have a long trip, right? If I go to the destination without any problems 1 time, 7 times, 13 times, 14 times, I think you should give me a little bit of credit, and you are able to fall asleep for 7 hours, whatever, because you trust me, that because I showed you before that I can do it. So with relationships, exactly the same thing. I will fall back. I will let you fail, because unfortunately women are very tied to their emotions, and there's some kind of like difficult decisions that they usually, like, they are not built to guide relationship long term. They are built to guide it here and there on little small spaces, but they start to resent the man if that situation goes long term, and they are always the one that has to carry everything while the man is slacking. So I will leave you space for you to prove yourself. I'm going to take notes about it. I'm going to see what you are good on and you're not good on. I will let you fail on things that you're not good on. And as soon as you do it, baby, you want me to do it? Oh, you want me to go to work? Oh, that's fine. So I will make the sacrifice of leading this relationship to a good place. Before that, if we are on a cruise and the cruise sinks, I want you to save me like Leonardo DiCaprio saved her on Titanic, okay? Because you are the leader. So I will charge you. They better not go on cruises, because if that ship's Dahlia, Kai, you are going to have to rescue me. I'm going to leave the last boat and you are going to sink, because I need to be protected. So again, guys, thank you for coming. Black Book, I see you around, and very soon I'm probably going to invite you to one of my panels, but I really appreciate being here. Actually, it was pretty fun. So I'll be back next week, okay? Guys, thank you for coming. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Fatty, man. I appreciate
Bye,
that. Next week. Kai, go for it. You can say your piece.
It's terrible because I came back. My session was changed, and I came back just to ask him a question, and
what
he
was
left.
You gonna ask him?
Yes, and he left.
What was you gonna ask him?
I was going to ask him what was he hearing when I was talking, because I was not sure he was hearing me. And really not. I know, Dahlia, you're laughing, but really not in a bad way. I'm just really wondering what he was hearing, because I mean, maybe I made a mistake because you guys, maybe I wasn't expressing myself well. I don't think his conclusion was what I said. I think he wasn't hearing me because I didn't even say no to his proposition. So I didn't tell him that he should not be able to lead under those circumstances. I feel like he wanted to say something, and that's what he said, regardless of what I was answering. You know, he assumed what my answer was, and I don't know if I'm right, according to you guys, because he asked me, well, I'm just going to run it again. I really don't want to do this because it's not necessary, but he asked me if I would be okay with him making the executive decisions, as long as I wasn't going to, like, first of all, as long as I trusted him because I chose him, and second, as long as I knew that he would allow me to make other decisions, he wasn't going to be a dictator. And I said yes, but I still heard, well, I will let you lead and I will be a stay-at-home dad. So I'm a little bit confused with the conversation, because the reason why I'm bringing it up is, are we hearing each other when we're talking, or are we both coming and talking to each other, preparing the answer, you know? Because if that's the case, I don't think we'll be evolving effectively. That would be my parting words. Thank you so much for having me.
No, it's all right. That's all right. No, I mean, this was a good conversation. Like, I know it took us almost 5 hours, but you know, it was a good conversation. You know what I mean? To have different types of people on the panel, right? And you know, I think especially that fatty section was a good section. I know that some people, it might have hurt for a lot of people, but the reality is these things do happen in relationships. People have these mindsets as well, and you're coming up against what I call the manosphere red pill mindset when it comes to men and women and how we conclude sometimes, you know, and that you have to kind of see it to be able to understand what people are wrestling with, right? So whilst you were gone, Dahlia, Wolf, Jeffrey, they filled in and they trying to explain it to him, which he then said at the very end that he understood and he was actually in agreement to the way that he did it. But his ending of how he ended his final note shows that whilst he may have understood, he does not agree. So he conformed at a point, but then he reverted back to his basis of even the banter he was doing was showing that you don't actually fully agree. And that's okay, because like I said, some people haven't encountered the other side of things in a way they've actually had to listen. Do you get what I'm saying? That's why I said to him, to him and Chica, I was like, I've been to their side of the internet. It's mayhem. It's mayhem. People talk over each other. People say whatever they say, and actually, what happens is people don't actually listen because people are. And if you notice, the mic is always untapped because it's ready to go. And if you're always ready to go, you're not actually listening to what people are actually saying to you. And at that point, and that's how you learn. So I'm not fazed by the fact that he has a different point of view, or he didn't actually deep it the first time round. The more that people like that come around and we're able to have good conversation in a sensible manner, the more they learn. So you did actually say exactly what you needed to say in that moment. Dahlia explained some points too. Wolf as well, Jeffrey, all came with different points as well that were trying to let him know we want to see healthy relationships, and we want to see that, you know, and it brought up a really good conversation, and maybe we can tackle it next week, Friday, is what are we looking at when it comes to leadership? Because I think that was a component. I never asked him. We all had our opinions, but from what I heard, I didn't hear what good leadership would look like. I heard what dictatorship would look like. So maybe we need to ask that question of some of these men. What does leadership look like to you? So we can actually get a definition and then work from there and then begin to say, hey, okay, I agree that point. Maybe I don't agree that point. Because a lot of these men don't hear this kind of conversation, if I'm honest with you. Because on that side of the internet, it is women are mad. Women are doing this. Women are doing that. Women are doing this. And you know, and that's why I said that it's important to have men on the panel, see how Wolverine, Jeffrey, see what happens when men get around other men. You can't fight the way you're fighting. If you've got sensible men who hold a space, you can't do the nonsense you were doing over there. You have to conform to what the men are doing on this side of the internet. So I needed Wolverine and Jeffrey to be there, and Daryl at one point as well, because it keeps those men like, okay, I have to think about what you're saying now. I can't just chat breeze and move how I want to move. So it was important, the conversation. So I appreciate you, Kai. Thank you, Dahlia. Thank you, Wolf. I really appreciate you. We'll be back here again next week, you know, for this segment called The Long Marathon. I don't know. I'm calling it long. I don't know. That name came to me, Long Marathon, because clearly we're here for 5 hours. So we'll be back here next week. We'll be back here next week. I think we started around about 11, 12. So I think because I know times is going to change in a minute. Some of us are 4 hours now, not 5. But I think we'll be back here again, 11 a.m. EST next week. I think we'll talk about that topic about leadership. What does leadership look like to the men? And we'll see what happens, and we'll see what kind of conversation we can have. Wolverine, you're welcome again as well, bro. We hope to see you as well. They said I should bring you back, bro. They said they want to see the wolf back. You understand? Yeah. Dahlia said she likes your background as well. So, you know, she's appreciating the aesthetics. You know what I'm saying? And Kai, thank you as well. I appreciate you jumping on and sharing some good perspectives. It was much needed. Dahlia, thank you as well. Just coming with a good curation as well and trying to piece two sides together. I appreciate the fact you moderate that way as well. So it's appreciated. Audience, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate you. We'll be back here next week again for this lovely live, but we're here tomorrow night for Ready to Love. You know how that goes. So we'll be back here again. And then Sunday, we have the men's panel. Okay. Sunday is a men's panel. All right. That's a men's time. It's slightly different from this one. This one's open season at this rate, but this one, the next Sunday, men's panel. We're still reeling from last week's conversation with the ladies. We're still feeling it with this whole, we got to love them more. So we're still wounded, but we're going to come back strong on Sunday. Okay, guys. But I appreciate you. Thank you for being respectful in the chat as well, audience. We'll see you again very soon. I'm going to cinema. I'm watching Shazam. Okay, I need to go and watch Shazam. So I'm going to watch it, and I'll let you know how my thoughts are. And also, we need to talk about Creed 3 again, because I watched Creed 2 the other day, and I've got thoughts.
You had two specials on this. Enough.
I got a third one. Darling, we got to do a third one. I'm convinced Creed 3 is trash. I'm convinced.
What?
After watching Creed 2. After watching Creed 2. No, darling. You I don't know if anyone wants to talk about it just real quick. I got 5 minutes. Just quickly give you Creed, just because it's stressing me out. I've got notes, guys. I got notes. I got notes for what I need to see in Creed 4. Okay. How we're gonna do it. Go for it, Kai.
The only thing I want to say is that actors are not directors.
Oh.
MBJ, I didn't say that. She said that. Okay, I like you. Okay.
Wow.
Kai, why you gonna say that about my boy? Why you say that for? No, you gotta explain that point.
Next time.
No.
But that's all I have to say.
That's gonna take more than 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Wolf, 4 minutes is too short.
4 minutes too short. All right, cool. I'll save it for another time. I'm gonna do something during the week, I think, because I need to talk about it because I have thoughts now. But Wolf, did you watch Creed 3?
Yeah, I did, but I you have to say it's a lot. It's a lot to unpack.
Now I need to watch it.
Oh, see, okay. So I'm gonna have to book a time during the course of the week. I'm thinking it's gonna probably be Tuesday night. We're gonna talk about it for a third time. We need to help Michael B. Jordan. I don't want to see him fail. I want to see him win. Okay, that's how much I care about him. Okay, I want to see him win. Okay, that film is gonna Creed 4. It's got to prosper. I watched Creed 2 just as I was doing some work, editing my videos, and I was watching the background. I said, how did they give Drago such a beautiful song? I started crying at the end for Drago. I started crying for him. I was like, oh my God, they did my boy dirty, Drago. They did Drago dirty. You're the enemy. Why am I feeling sorry for you? But that's how I felt. His mama left him, everything. You didn't give me none of that for Jonathan Majors. He had to sell himself. Nah, we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it. Okay, next week in the week, guys. Next week, I'll bring it up.
Can
I'll
you
figure out a
announce
time
ahead of time? Because I haven't actually watched.
Okay, let me
you
choose
be
date.
dropping all these lives day
All
on.
right. Let me choose date.
Okay.
What's Wednesday night, guys? Wednesday night. I'm thinking it's gonna probably have to be around about. It's gonna be probably around about 6 p.m. EST because I need to do the other live that I done with my boy first. So 6 p.m. EST, we're gonna talk about it. All right. Wednesday night, 6 p.m. EST, we're gonna talk about Creed 3 again. What needs to be changed? Kai, you ready?
I will see. I will see. I work for myself, so my schedule is. But for my first experience online, thank you. Like I said, it's really great.
Come on.
This is your first?
Yes, I've never. I mean, I'm really low key. So, but the other thing I wanted to say is the accountability. I feel like the men in my life that are the best have other men that don't tolerate certain behaviors from them. And like you were saying before, it's a good space because you allow everybody to talk, whatever their opinions are, and there's a level of respect and decorum. So I really, really think it's needed. That's why I jumped in. We need all of you men, because when we talk, it's not everybody doesn't listen. It's just true.
Internal lies. All right, listen, I promise I'm gonna go. All right, guys, we're gonna see you in a bit. We appreciate you. You know what? I can't leave you without leaving here with something. You know what I'm saying? You already know the deal.
I'm leaving here with something. You know what I mean? I'm from around the way. I'm leaving with something.
You're leaving with something. You've learned something today. You understand? Yeah? You're leaving with something, okay? That's what we do. All right? I appreciate you. Stay locked, stay loaded. We'll be back again on tomorrow night and talk about Ready to Love and Sunday for the men's panel. And then next week, yes, Creed 3, Married at First Sight. We're going to do it all, baby. We're going to do it all.